Hello and welcome to beautiful South Norwalk, today host of the National Havoc Robot League. We are in the preliminary rounds. We are going to be bringing you robot chaos and robot destruction all day, and it starts right here. These are the boxes that we're going to be showing you all day where the action's going to be. My name is Kyle Kroos. With me at the desk is Adam Wrigley. Adam, what are you looking forward to seeing the most today?
Well, it's a beautiful May day, and as they say, April showers bring May robots, and I'm excited to see them. I think we've got a lot of action-packed fights ready for us today.
Not sure that's how that phrase goes, but I'm going to go with it for you today. I think that makes a lot of sense. Listen, today is the May qualifying rounds. We are going to be qualifying 4 robots in each of our weight classes for the World Championships. Let's check it out. These are the advancing preliminary rounds. Basically, if you win 2 fights, you advance to the prime time tournament this evening. If you lose 2 fights, you go home. So we're following this format throughout the morning. Very high stakes. We're going to see who actually qualifies. One of the things I'm looking forward to the most today is this 3-pound division where we have so many brand new competitors, brand new designs, brand new robots. We're going to see a lot of them work. We're going to see a lot of new innovations, and we're going to see a lot of them explode. All of these things are good as far as I'm concerned. I can't wait for it. So one of the bots that I'm looking forward to seeing the most in the 3-pound division, we have a fully floating melty brain spinner, no wheels. It's literally a hovercraft. What are you looking forward to seeing the most today?
Open Hell is going to be, I feel like we're going to be watching some air hockey.
Amen.
When they come in. That's going to be great. I'm really, really excited about that one. We've also got Huey, a fully autonomous robot that's controlled via a camera system hooked up to a laptop outside the arena.
Cornell University bringing the brain power to the event. Let's check it out up in the pits. That's where all the brain power is right now. All of our competitors are getting ready for their day. It is stress time. They've got to pass their safety. They've got to get ready for these first matches. None of the fights have started yet. Adam, what's going through your mind at this point in the day?
Well, let's hope at this point they're through safety. That's what you should be at this point in the day. But, you know, you're either getting ready to hop right into the arena. That's what I like to do. I like to get in, get that first fight out of the way. Or you might be waiting a while. We've got a lot of robots here today, and so some people might be waiting a couple hours till their first fight. That's when you start thinking about everything. What's every permutation of the start for my fight? What's the other robot going to do? Did I tighten all the bolts? Did I charge all the batteries? Did I forget? Did I leave my snips inside the robot? You're double checking everything at this point and getting in your head a little bit. So I like when you can come out and just get right into the arena and go, and we're getting close to that time.
If you're new here, let's go over Havoc 101. We have 3 weight classes, 3 pound, 12 pound, and 30 pounds. Each one, you're going to have a 3-minute fight. The goal, destroy your opponent's robot. You can win by tap out, knockout, or judge's decision, worst case scenario. Each bot can use 1 unstick per fight performed by our house bots. You get the top 4 robots in each weight class qualify for the World Championships and a chance at the Golden Brett. But today, we're fighting for dumpsters. We're going to assign 3 dumpsters today in the 3 pound, 12 pound, and 30 pound class. All right, let's just hop right into the action here in Cage 2. We're going to have Jackaloupe going up against new bot Gordon. Jackaloupe brought to us by Gwen McGuire. Gwen is well known to this community. She is often our head referee, but lately she has been competing with this 3-pound robot Jackaloupe, a combination lifter spinner. And lately, I'd say within the past few months, this bot has gotten downright deadly. She has dialed it in. It is ready to go. Gordon, new entity by Kevin Beck from Highland Park, Illinois. He's been to 1 event this one, and he's got a record of 0-0. So it all starts here for them.
Yeah, Jackaloupe coming in at 7-5, overall winning record, going up against a rookie bot. You know, Gordon come in, has to be a little bit, you know, scared here. You know, Jackaloupe's a good robot. A horizontal spinner going up against a vert with a large wedge. That's a tough first fight, first draw for Gordon. let's see if they can come out and show some durability. You always want to see a horizontal come out and just spin up and stay spun up. And if they can do that, they'll have a good shot. Jackaloupe's going to be trying to get him into the wall, get him in the corner, slow him down. We'll see who takes this one.
Gwen McGuire, well known in this community, but also just used to high-stress situations. She's also a competitive fencer.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see how this early engagement goes. Ooh, nice shot to
right
the backplate of Gordon there. That is some excellent driving by Gwen.
Oh, and Gordon looks like they did not take that initial hit well. That's going to be a tap out. That's exactly what they didn't want to happen. You want to come out, you're a horizontal, you want weapon-to-weapon hits, and you could see Gwen and Jackaloupe maybe using a little bit of that fencing expertise there, getting around behind, doing a little bit of a parry, and then just getting a perfect hit on the backside, and that's the fight.
We don't know what broke inside of Gordon. It could have been just a simple wire connection, but it is dead on the floor. It cannot move, so that is the end of that fight. You got to tap out in those situations or you're just going to sustain more damage and spend more money that you don't need to.
This is the opening round. Both of these fights are guaranteed, or both these robots are guaranteed a second fight. So Gordon's going to limit the damage there so they can limit the repairs. Get ready for that second fight. They can still make the tournament today if they win the next two, but they are going to be on their back foot. Jackalope coming out of this at 1-0, just needs one more victory in their next two fights to make it into the bracket.
We've got a bunch more 3-pound action coming up for you this morning, including an upcoming fight between Knight and Open Hell. Open Hell is the hovercraft we were talking about earlier. It is literally a floating melty brain. The cool thing about this team, they are not a part of that hockey puck community, the melty brain kind of community that all helps each other yet. This is their first melty brain that they've ever built. It is an interesting take on the meta. I cannot wait to see how it performs here today. The team's very confident in its performance.
It's crazy to me because it's such a complex, crazy robot. You hear a lot of people talk about let's make a hovercraft robot. Just why not? And they actually went out and did it. They told me they came up with the idea about 3 months ago.
3 months?
They decided to make a hovercraft.
It takes people 3 months to build a standard 4-wheel drive vertical spinner sometimes and come up with those designs and put those together.
It takes me 3 months to come up with the concept of an idea of a thought of the robot that I want to build, let alone actually build it.
I love that. So these guys, the brain power on this team, they're putting together this floating robot, and they've got to have enough torque in these motors to actually do damage with the hits. But theoretically, the entire weight of the robot, everything is in the hit.
It's the heaviest weapon the class has ever seen because since it's non-traditional locomotion, they're going to get a 50% weight bonus.
Right.
This is the 3-pound class. They're going to weigh 4.5 pounds. And while we have seen 3-pound melty brain spinners put 3 full pounds into the spinner, right? The whole robot's a spinner. We've never seen a non-traditional locomotion melty. 4.5 pounds fully spinning. It's going to be sending everyone and themselves flying.
And the other theoretical part of this, normally with a melty brain, you have wheels on the ground, right? You have some weight being taken by the floor. All of the weight, everything is coming into that weapon with this one.
And we've already seen, regular melty brains, they're called hockey pucks. They're bouncing around the arena. That's with the traction between them and the ground. This has no traction between it and the ground. I don't know how many hits we're going to get. We're going to get at least one really good hit.
It's going to be awesome. Now, I know that team is very excited because also at the event today, we have the Casmers and Project Liftoff, the preeminent multi-brain design that competes here at NHRL. We have not seen them for a good long time. So I'm very excited to have them back. This machine is well known for winning big fights. It's taken home a golden dumpster before. It's broken an arena wall before. It's done the gamut of everything you could possibly do at NHRL. Took a little bit of a break. They're back now, and the machine looks great.
Can we speak into existence a Project Liftoff versus Open Hell fight tonight?
I want it to happen. I absolutely want it to happen so much. I can't wait for those to kind of meet up in the pits and discuss, the different things that they did for their robots, but I really want to see them meet in the box. That would just be the best Beyblade-esque battle we could possibly have.
If they could spin up and hit, it would be the biggest hit.
Period.
In the class. Yeah.
Like, yeah, the most kinetic energy ever transferred in a 3-pound fight. It'd be awesome. Absolutely. But yeah, we have a whole bunch more action coming for you today. A bunch of weird robots upstairs. Fully autonomous robots. So we talked to the Cornell team last night about their robot. So smart. This robot can tell where it is in the arena essentially with a video tracking system that tracks color.
Yeah.
So they have a bunch of different colored tapes so they can make sure their robots don't match what the opponent they're fighting, no matter what color their opponent is. So they're able to just kind of like be the color that their computer is reading in that moment and track themselves around the box.
It's sort of like a low-res RGB QR code on top of the robot being read by the camera outside the arena. Now, we saw them down here last night tweaking a vision system to work with the arena lighting. And hopefully they got that all dialed in, because that would be something to see. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Anyone who's seen, the sumo robots that compete in Japan, and the autonomous robots are so fast it would be impossible for a human to compete against. And that's never worked in the hectic chaos of a combat arena. But if someone can get those types of vision systems to properly track their robot in the combat arena with the power of the drive systems we have today, you have to kind of dial the twitchiness out of robots to be able to control them as a person. If you had a computer controlling it, you'd be dialing up the twitchiness, and the speed that a computer could control it at would just be a huge advantage if they can dial that in.
All right, we have some huge matches coming up today. Let's have a look at some of the upcoming fights we are looking at. So we've got Project Liftoff taking on Zmeya. We've got Vapor Trail versus Longhorn. We've got Midas taking on the returning Nautiloid. Extremely excited about those fights. 3-pound class looking weird. We've got some classic competitors coming back like Vapor Trail and Project Liftoff. And we've got so many new bots today. Very, very excited to see how that work, or how they work or don't work, quite frankly, throughout the day. You really don't know. There's all of our competitors up in the pits. That's the fullest you will ever see it today, is right up there.
I just heard in my ear, Open Hell is coming up next.
I am so excited to see them. They will be taking on the Knight. There you see Open Hell with their LED panel on the other side. Knight is this horizontal spinner. They are looking good in purple.
Knight from Ethan Smith out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania, has 5 events. Now they've gone 2-7. I don't think they've had, sort of the durability they would like. We'll see if they've got that dialed in. Open Hell, this is their first event with this robot. It's Mikhail Krinov out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You can see it's a giant dome. That's an entirely TPU 3D printed dome. There's an AR-500 ring with the teeth. And then below it is some more TPU forming the hovercraft skirt. It's entirely fan-driven. All of the components that guide it are inside. You can see that light there on the outside. Once it spins up, that's going to point toward the front. This is going to be quite interesting to see. I'm going to think Knight's going to try and box rush here, keep them from spinning up. Let's see if they can do it.
This is the ideal circumstance for Open Hell at this point. They need a nice, clean floor, we think, to operate well. So we'll see how this goes.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
And they are spun up.
And they're holding together halfway well. I mean, that's not bad. All right, now they are having a hard time getting up to speed. I'm not sure if their fan has failed. Now they're getting a little bit of lift.
I wonder if the skirt is, if there's an issue there. Well,
like
there they go.
Oh, no, they can get going. Just takes them a little while, but they do get up to speed relatively quickly.
Now they're getting a lot of chunks taken out of that TPU. That's going to throw it out of balance a little bit. But it seems to be working okay.
Yeah, you could see that TPU kind of unspooling on the side of them right there.
Oh, Knight twerking from the gyro. Open Hell having an issue here where it's sort of doing the mauler, as we would say. getting out of balance, and when it does that, it loses its ability to spin up.
Yeah, because eventually the chaos takes over and it just starts flailing around the arena instead of able to do
now that doesn't sound right.
That's not good. That's one place you don't want to be as a Melty, is in the corner, and they are as jammed into the corner as you possibly could be with no wheels to get them out.
I wonder if their fan blades sort of exploded. I see an unstick request coming here. Now that's a difficult place to be unstuck from.
Yeah, it's not like there's a whole lot to grab onto for our house spot.
Yeah, and there's the tap out.
No
Something
surprise there.
Wrong with the fan system. It looked like the hover system was working, but the spinning fan system was not.
Interesting first outing for Open Hell. Strange robot. What do you think, like, normally you don't see TPU kind of unspool that way. Is that like a printing issue? What's going on with that?
You know, this is a first tournament, first event at all for Open Hell, and I think they're going to have to dial in the tooth structure. What I think happened here is the weapon on Knight just came right above the weapon on Open Hell, and every one of those impacts was Knight's weapon hitting that TPU shell of Hell. I mean, you could see there it's just completely sliced through. It looks like the fan is completely destroyed on that side. There's wires hanging out. You want to use your weapon as armor when you have a full body spinner, and I think here it didn't quite work out for them. If they were to use a tooth that could come up along the side, it would be spinning armor that would take the brunt of those hits, and they'll be able to dial that in over time, but I think it's probably just a tooth geometry issue that could have saved them there, and Knight came in and just won that geometry matchup.
That's interesting, because we have seen that with like bots like Project Liftoff, where they have that kind of upward angled blade, so there's a larger, higher blade profile.
Yeah.
Still the same amount of material, but angled in such a way that it's taking over more space.
Yeah, you want to make sure that the tough, hard, durable, dangerous part of your weapon is what hits first, and there it seemed like every impact it was the TPU shell hitting first. And there's just only so much of it before they got to the juicy bits on the inside.
And the juicy bits in that case were the locomotion, the fans that were propelling it around. It clearly worked very well at the beginning. It got up to speed much quicker than I thought it would.
It was a decent spin up. I think if they can dial this in, there is an ability here to dish out some damage.
Absolutely.
And if they fight a different robot in the second match, they might be able to show that off.
I would absolutely love to see that. It's such a cool idea. One of the things I was talking to one of the new guys on our team, Richard, about yesterday was the different goals of our builders. And like 20% of these builders aren't here to win a golden dumpster today. 20% of these builders aren't even here to qualify for the World Championships today. They're here to try something new. They're here to experiment. They're here to bring something fun to share with their friends, bring an art project, if you will. It's interesting to see how those disparate goals kind of all match up and what happens when you put them in the arena together.
Yeah.
That's a team trying out something that has literally never been tried before, right? It's a strange new idea. The fact that they got it in the arena, got some hits, and got it spun up is, quite frankly, a huge win for them.
Yeah. I mean, there have been a lot of things when people try them that seem, outlandish or unlikely to work, and then eventually they can become dominant. There was a time when vertical spinners were not good, and they would just lose all the time, and then they became the meta when treads didn't make sense, when mini-bots were not advantageous, when, shufflers never worked. And we've seen people come in and just prove that these crazy ideas can work. We've seen Melties sort of redefined over the last few years, and so who's to say a hover Melty won't eventually work?
Billy here on the desk, prime example, right? This bot showed up and it was a joke. Like, people were like, what a funny little meme bot, what a funny little idea. Next thing you know, it's destroying the electronics of its competitors, ripping other bots apart. The weapon doesn't die, it's reliable as can be. Another prime example is Droopy, that kind of gyro walker style of robot. Everybody thought it was ridiculous. Everybody thought it was such a weird niche idea. And then next thing you know, it's winning world championships just because you're putting so much weight into those weapons, and it's working beautifully. He gets it down to the point where he can drive it really accurately across the arena. It's great. Like, that's what's so much fun about the sport is when those off-the-wall ideas start to work, no one knows what to do about it.
And when the techniques just become normal. I mean, both those robots, they're great examples of 3D printing and how common it's just every robot has 3D printed parts now in every weight class.
Yeah.
But especially the 3-pounders, the entire chassis are 3D printed. And when people started to do that, it was kind of crazy. You can 3D print the whole chassis. Oh, that's going to break. But it kind of redefined what it meant to have a strong robot, because the ability to flex, like Billy's so long, so big,
and
has
it's
a lot of flex.
literally squishy.
Yeah.
Like you can squish into these parts, and you can see the whole thing kind of bends and moves. It absorbs the impact.
So I think people used to think, oh, it's got to be 3D printed out of carbon fiber nylon. I said, no, let's just print it out of rubber.
Yeah, yeah, and then it'll bounce off the walls, and the electronics inside and everything inside will be fine because all of the impact got absorbed throughout the body of the robot.
Yeah, and then the foam wheels, and it redefines what it means to be strong, what it means to be durable from what you think coming into it, and what was the case for so long. And so a lot of these ideas seemed very crazy when they first came out, and now they're just completely normal. And maybe we'll see a world of hovercrafts in 2026.
I would love a hovercraft meta in 2026. Now, speaking of interesting designs that have now become standard and commonplace, the return of Huge in the 12-pound division is something that I'm looking forward to today. We have not seen Huge in the main tournament until they were in the finals in 2023. The Durfler brothers are back. They are ready to go. Now, we have seen them at the teams event since then, but in the actual tournament proper, this is their first time back since 2023 finals.
Well, that is huge news.
Huge news. Had a great conversation. You can see their pit table up there right now where they're working on the bot. They're also brought another bot into the 12-pound division today, but they're here with their mom. They've got their bots ready to go. They've got their stickers ready to go. They've got new team shirts, and the bot looks deadly. I asked them what they changed in Huge before they came to this event, and they said literally nothing. We fixed some stuff, but she's ready to go. Like, we want to throw it out there and fight with it.
Now, Huge is a 2022 Golden Brett winner.
That's correct.
Now,
World
that's
champion.
World Championships in December, end of the year. That means that they, made it through one of these qualifying events and then won the big Championship of Champions at the end of the year to get the Golden Brett.
They qualified again in 2023, made it to the World Championships. Were not able to bring home the Golden Brett that year, but they took some time off. They are back now, and Huge is looking vicious. They've got a bunch of different weapon blade types. They've got a bunch of different wheel types they can play with on her, and it is ready to go.
Yeah. Now, this is another one of those robots that, when people first saw it, it was crazy, it was weird, it was kind of a joke, there's no way it would work, right? But it really redefined what robot combat meant to be competitive. You didn't need the lowest robot in the room. Let's make the tallest robot in the room and break that meta and come around and solve this problem from another side. You see this a lot in combat robotics where people start to converge around one idea, and then that leaves an opening for the opposite to come in and work. And Huge is one of the first robots to really do that with this large overhead style. Like, let's just put my chassis out of the way so you can't touch me. And it is dangerous.
Now, that is now a part of kind of what we think of as the rock, paper, scissors of combat robotics, right? Different design types are effective against others. A big-wheeled robot is really effective against a low-slung, four-wheel drive vertical spinner. What is the kryptonite of a robot like Huge?
Well, if you can come and hit it, if you can hit the chassis, then that's some kryptonite. So some of those lower vertical spinners now are getting so tall within themselves that they can just hit the chassis with their weapon. Whereas before, you could just drive over most opponents. That's not always the case anymore, and that's going to be tricky for them. Another tough one is if they go up against a powerful enough horizontal spinner, and if that horizontal spinner can take the hits from the bar and it can do enough damage to those wheels, then Huge is going to be crippled. It won't be able to move. But those wheels, they don't look like much, but they are really, really difficult to damage. They're going to flex, they're going to bend. They're not the easiest things to break. But if you can, that's the most difficult thing for them to overcome.
That's one of the things that this team, the huge team, has really experimented with throughout the years is the different material types for the wheels to make them the most effective. They really started with a big UHMW wheel, which everybody thought was insane, but there was enough flex to it that it really could take a lot of impact.
Yeah.
Now they've gotten even more exotic with materials like Tegris and sandwiching different types of materials together to create these kind of like hybrids with cleats. It's really interesting to see that the weapon is almost less important. The weapon has to work on a huge style robot, but the wheels and the specific makeup of the wheels is actually the key to success in almost every fight that they're in.
Yeah, most robots can't hit the chassis, and even if they can, they tend to try to avoid it because that's where the weapon is.
Yeah.
And so they'll try to take on the wheels, but they are hard. They're difficult to break. Sometimes you can break those rods, the axles that are sticking out. Now, those are important because they keep them from getting stuck on their side, right?
Right.
If you get stuck like this, that's not always the best place for it to be.
Yeah.
It can get stuck in that position. But that's also hard because their wheels are so flexy, they end up falling over a lot. Billy doesn't have that problem quite so much with the way that their weapon is oriented. But with a robot like Huge with the vert, it can get stuck there. So that's another way you can beat them. But in general, you're going to somehow try and hit the chassis or somehow try and take out those wheels.
All
now,
right,
for those
guys.
unaware, that was a 12-pound robot. I know it looked like a 30-pounder.
No,
on
it's
the table. That's
it's
a
just
12.
huge.
It's
All right, so guys, we are now going to go back to Cage 2 where we have Basics taking on a Colon 3. Weird name for a robot, but it is a cool little two-wheel drive undercutter spinner. Don San Pedro from Worcester, Mass. And it is another brand new offering in the 3-pound division, taking on now a kind of stalwart in this 3-pound division, Donald Sung's Basics. Basics is a ranked 11 overall in the 3-pound division, and with the division with literally hundreds of robots, being ranked 11 is crazy.
Yeah, 5 events, 15-4 overall record,
5,
going up against a
4,
rookie
3, 2,
robot here from Don
Fight,
Pedro is going to be a
robots,
tough
fight.
ask for her.
Now, Donald Sung, he's been in this sport for a long time. He is such a calculated, thoughtful driver. You rarely see him make a mistake. He doesn't take a lot of unnecessary risks. You can see he's just waiting to see where that weapon lands before he goes in for his hit.
You can see 3 here is upside down. That's not where they want to be. They just took a hit direct to their weapon hub from Basics. And it looks like they've lost the side of drive here as well. They try to position themselves for more weapon-to-weapon hits. Oh! And Basics' weapon looks like it is dislodged.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane.
And that's going to completely change this fight, as 3 now, I think, has the upper hand here, the only one able to dish out damage at this point. Basics going to try and drive him in the wall, maybe use their weapon against them, but if 3 can keep the weapon pointed at Basics, they have a shot here for a huge upset in the opening round.
When your weapon is down like this, it's basically now just a nice thick piece of armor that you can absorb some hits with. But
Basics going to try and keep up the aggression here, try and control this fight. 3 still has a side of drive down. They're unable really to drive toward their opponent. They just keep pointing towards their opponent.
Donald looks like he still has control over both sides of the robot.
3, a new robot here, so can their weapon last for 3 whole minutes? That's going to be the trick here. If they lose their weapon before the judge's decision, then you have to think Basics is going to be able to take it on drive. But if 3 can maintain this weapon to the bell, wow, are they dishing out hits. Oh, and they've got full drive back.
Gotta love that.
They
little bit
are-
of percussive maintenance.
No longer crab walking.
Something got functional in that wheel. Again, it does happen sometimes where you just hit something loose
Oh,
or
almost did the
dislodge something.
thing there.
Yeah, there's not a lot where they can hit the thing. Everything's kind of angled on Semicolon 3. It's an interesting robot design, I gotta say. I like the armor. I like the way it's slanted.
Now they're upside down again, their weapon a bit too high to hit anything on Basics in that position. And oh,
A little bit of slowdown in the weapon there and not a whole lot of
everything
movement.
slowed down.
Yeah, what's going on there?
I wonder if the battery is getting a bit low. Pin here from Basics. 3 has to be careful here because with only 20 seconds left in a fully operational robot, you have to think they're going to take this home in the judge's decision, as long as it is fully operational and not completely dead, because with 10 seconds left, they're not going to be able to get counted out here. But they have to show function at the end for the judges.
Yeah, if they are not able to complete the function test, that is not going to bode well for them in the overall score. It doesn't matter if that's because of a battery or not. If they ain't working at the end of the fight, they lost the fight.
I do wonder, the way that worked to me looked like a battery just kind of going
Interesting.
dead.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure. We're sitting up here on the desk, but, you know,
I'm
that's
seeing some movement out of it. Not a ton. And it's kind of driven itself into the wall now.
If anybody's worked with like a lithium battery on a power tool, you know that they don't just kind of like die immediately. You can get little twitches out of them. You can unplug them and plug them back in and get a little bit of movement.
They heat up, they cool down. The voltage sags, it comes back up. You know, you give it a second, it might come back. But ooh, I don't know if I saw the weapon spin up or if I saw a lot of function there at the end. That is going to be a tough one for the judges to call. Because if they count all of that as damage, that's pretty much it.
Donald Trump and Team Pandemonium hoping for a judge's win there. We'll have to see how that goes.
But yeah, I don't think that's how anyone expected that fight to go. Basics coming in, pretty much dominating early on, and then the weapon just dislodging and completely changing the fight. Donald's son, a veteran here, coming in, staying on the opponent, aggression, control, and managing to kind of disable 3 by the end of the fight. Just whether it's battery or something else, there was not a lot of movement. 2 big pins to close it out on a high note. And that is going to be a tricky one to judge. So we'll keep an eye out for the decision there. But yeah, a bit of a surprise fight.
First big judge's decision of the day. So we'll see how that one ends up. Donald Sung, I thought, did a great job with the driving at the beginning of the fight. Wasn't able to maintain as much control as I thought he'd be able to towards the end of the fight. That whole second half was basically on the new bot, on the new team. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, interesting situation there. Yeah,
no, props to 3 for making it through. You know, out of 19 fights for Basics, 8 of them had been knockouts of their opponents. So very dangerous Robot 3, able to take it to the bell. But a big surprise there, as I think everyone thought Donald Sung would come out and jump out to a 1-0 start here. Pretty easily, and even if he does, it wasn't particularly easy. A little bit of beginning of the day jitters.
It's interesting to see in the 3-pound division, there is a very high probability of qualifying literally a brand new robot for World Championships, you know, being in the top 4. Slightly smaller possibility, but we could even be awarding a golden dumpster to a first-time competitor here today just because of the pure volume of new robots in this event today.
Always exciting to see a first-time golden dumpster recipient. A lot of excitement in the air.
Now, we do have some upcoming fights that look pretty interesting in the 3-pound division. Some stuff that you'll be seeing coming up. Bagheera versus Huey. Huey, as we said, is that fully autonomous robot. Bagheera is, I'd say, a tough one for them to go up against in their first fight. Bagheera's got a great record. Yep. It's a really awesomely driven robot, so it is going to be a very skilled human driver taking on this autonomous machine.
Excited to see that, but coming up right now in Cage 2 is Razorback versus Great name. No, is Tim Allen driving or is it?
That's Noah Kerr from Lancaster, Massachusetts. This is U's first event
5,
ever.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And then Razorbeak, from Paul Vitolins from Montclair, New Jersey. This is their second event. They're 0-2 in their overall record. They've had 1 knockout and 1 judge's decision.
Has a bit of an issue here with gyro. They keep spinning themselves upside down when they try to turn. just from the gyroscopic force of the vertical spinning weapon in the front. Razorbeak taking the opportunity to get some rear shots in.
Yeah, interesting design on Razorbeak.
Yeah, it's sort of like a hole saw.
Yeah, so the idea, I guess, is to pin and then drill into your opponent?
Hard to get a good look at exactly what that weapon is, making some sparks and sounds.
It's clearly spinning at a high speed.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the weapon spinning up on
No, you can see it. Uh's weapon is stuck, and that's not going to be good. On the plus side, they are able to drive a lot better without that gyroscopic force.
Look
Now
at
getting
that.
a pin in here against Razorbeak.
It is a hole saw. And it spins great.
No, I can't say I've ever seen a hole saw as a weapon before.
You know, he's gotten some hits with it. Oh no, stuck on the wall.
Razorbeak
Are they
is
going to call
stuck.
for an unstick? And you can see, yeah, the weapon's spinning beautifully.
Okay, so the unstick has been called for. Here it comes. Now each robot gets one unstick per fight.
One
That
unstick attempt per fight. You can
attempt.
call
Good
for an
point.
unstick, and they can do their best effort to unstick you. But if they can't unstick you, you're still stuck.
Yeah, and so the big thing here is that there will not be a second attempt. So if can get Razorbeak stuck a second time, that will be it. You can hear this count out every so often. That's the pin count out. You can only pin for 10 seconds. Ooh, being a little nice there. I think Razorbeak was stuck. Here's another pin. You'll hear the pin counter again. They have to release before the 10 seconds is up, otherwise the judges will sort of ignore that counter.
And if they are stuck, this is it for them. There is no more unsticks left.
There's the release, and it does look like,
no,
just
spoke
able to
too
drive
soon.
off.
Look at them go.
And there goes the hole saw.
So they've now lost both wheel guards and their weapon, but the bot's still fully mobile. Just doesn't seem to have enough pushing power to really get the advantage over
Yeah, and that's going to be the fight as lost their weapon early, but I think that actually became an advantage for them because early on they were having extreme maneuverability issues, just too much gyroscopic force for the bot chassis to overcome. Once they lost the weapon, they could drive beautifully around the arena and were able to use that control to take out Razorbeak's weapon and a lot of their armor. So that's going to be huge for them coming into the judges' decision. They're probably going to be now ahead in damage and certainly looked like control and aggression. So I'm going to think is probably going on to the second round here.
So congratulations to Noah Kerr. I gotta say, I like the weapon on It looks to be kind of a modified Peter Bar kit weapon. But the weapon on Razorbeak, so interesting. That hole saw style weapon did get some good hits, some grindage, if you will.
Very interesting seeing the sparks flying off of that modified hole saw there. Was interesting. And, I think coming in here, first event with that robot, they just got to dial in their driving technique, maybe ramp up and down the weapon so they can get a little bit more control, ramp it up when they get an opponent stuck. These are things you'll see veteran drivers do, and it takes a little time to learn that. You come in, you're excited, you ramp the weapon up all the way, and then you can't drive. We see that a lot, but they're able to probably take away that victory there by controlling the latter half of the fight, and they'll be coming back and they'll be learning all day how to drive that best. But that was exciting, back and forth fight there.
Yeah, interesting style of robot. I don't know. I don't want to call it a hole saw. It didn't quite look like a hole saw. Like it was kind of a diamond-tipped version of a hole saw.
It looked interesting. It was stubby. I don't know. I've never quite seen a tool like that. Was it some sort of fly cutter?
I think it's
don't
for
know.
cutting granite countertops or like the hard countertops. I've seen stuff like that before. Like you're supposed to use water with it so you can drill holes for like sinks and whatnot. But really effective. What a great kind of off-the-shelf weapon style there. Just not able to keep it on the robot, unfortunately. But really neat idea. All right, so we've got more fights coming up. That Bagheera and Huey fight will be coming up very shortly. Looking forward to that. But one of the things that we are also looking forward to today is the return of Project Liftoff. They'll be taking on Zmeya.
Ooh, and that should be soon.
Very soon, yes. Project Liftoff is the preeminent melty brain design here at NHRL. They have had the most success of any melty brain here. The bot is operated by the Casmer family, and it is incredibly well driven, especially for a melty brain. Can you describe what a melty brain is and why they're so like the robot, the mechanics is simple, but the robot is complicated.
No, it's actually impossible. It's magic, it turns out. But no, so how does it work? Basically, there's 2 wheels, and that's it. 2 wheels, 2 motors, and it spins in place, right? And so very, very simple idea. You spin in place really, really, really fast. Now you have a weapon. Back in the day, we used to call that a thwack bot. You spin and you hit them, but you couldn't move and thwack at the same time. So you had to stop, move, and then try to hit people. It was very difficult, and the robots couldn't really keep up once other opponents got very fast and speedy. And so what you see with Melty Brains, they said, well, I could probably make an algorithm that could let it drive while it's spinning, right? It could translate. So they basically pulse the power to the motors. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. So every time the motor gets here, it's on, here it's off, on, off. And now it kind of just slowly, or sometimes quite quickly, translates around the arena in any direction. So you end up kind of like an omnidirectional platform that's just rotating at extreme speed, and 100% of the weight of the robot is the weapon. How do those algorithms work? That's all magic, black magic. You have to get into a secret Facebook group where they tell you how to do all the secret magic to conjure up the spirits that drive the robot. But it's quite wild to see.
The original programming is open source. It's called OpenMelt. You can go get it. So speaking of which, we are going to go into Cage 2. Loading in now is, in fact, Project Liftoff, the hockey puck of doom.
And there it is. You can see the 2 wheels, the 2 weapon heads, and the chassis, and that's it. That's the entire robot. You'll see those lights that are flashing. Those will eventually start kind of pointing the direction of which way front is.
Now, how Jim describes driving this robot is it is very like twitch movements. You have to be very careful. It's little tiny adjustments to get it to go in the direction that you want to. But once it is up to full speed, he does have full control over this robot and is able to be really precise with where he hits with it. On the other side of the arena, a multi-bot configuration. This is Zmeya? Taylor Lindsay from Hereford, Pennsylvania. This is, once again, their first event ever.
19 events for Project Liftoff at 40 and 28 going up against the 0 and 0 rookie robot.
Now, I don't care if you're a multi-bot and you're going up against Project Liftoff. Every side of Project Liftoff is a weapon. You're not getting around to the back. You're not getting around to the side.
Zmeya is going to have a little bit of a weight advantage here with 2 robots. Each one is going to weigh 2 pounds. So they're going to weigh a total of 4. But when each individual one goes up against the 3-pound spinning Project Liftoff, they're at a bit of a disadvantage. The wedges are working really well, though.
Yeah, these do look like the what is it? The wedge style, the like tilting wedge style of weapon on these robots.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see this style of lifter a lot in the 3-pound class. You see that in larger weight classes, heavyweights and things will use that a lot, 30-pounders. It's working well here. It protects a lot of the hinge mechanisms, and they can just kind of shove this featureless wedge into Project Liftoff. But wow, I mean, when Project Liftoff spins up to speed, it is scary.
It's still getting a bite. Yeah, something every time it hits these wedges. It's very terrifying.
And looking at Project Liftoff versus the earlier hovercraft melty brain that we saw, you can see how much lower it is, how much bigger the weapon teeth are, and they are hitting with the weapon teeth every time. Nothing is hitting the chassis of Project Liftoff here.
And you can see once it's up to speed, those lights kind of lock in a singular position, so Jim's able to know kind of what the hypothetical front and back of the robot are.
Yeah,
And so he's able to control it, and you can see he's going in for the side plates. He's
Zmeya
going in
here
for the back.
has lost half their robot. In order to get a knockout, Project Liftoff has to hit both sides have to stop moving on Zmeya to be able to knock out 50% plus of the weight.
I want to just focus in on this. Look at how he's chasing her right now.
Amazing control.
Like, so much control, and it helps early on in the day when the floor is not all jacked up, right? But there's so much control.
Little catch-22 is Project Liftoff, probably one of the most damaging robots to the floor.
Yes, their old cleat style especially used to leave those beautiful circular like patterns all over the floor.
We've seen a few of that happening here.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, nasty hit there. Oh my gosh.
The wheel is dangling by a thread.
Able to self-right though. Zmeya doing a fantastic job of keeping that half of the robot alive. 27 seconds left.
Will not give up. Will not fully die. I think they're going to make it to the bell here as Project Liftoff doing everything they can to stop them. This is going to go to the judges. Probably won't be much of a surprise. But congrats to Zmeya coming out here with a rookie robot at this tournament, never competed before, and making it to the bell. Quite a task to take that many hits when you've got a weight disadvantage on either half.
This is our first time seeing Project Liftoff since March of 2024. It's been a long time.
Wow. The durability of Project Liftoff, the control, like that robot was spinning, hundreds of miles an hour on the tips, and it's translating around the arena as if it was just literally being driven stationary.
It was chasing a control robot.
Yeah.
Like chasing them. That was phenomenal. That is what you want to see with a Melty Brain, and that is where the weapon comes in, right? The weapon is the programming.
Yeah.
The weapon is how well you can dial in that translation.
You can see they're just doing a little bit of a function test for the judges, just showing that it worked. It did spin down at the end of the fight, and they're showing that that was on purpose. Yeah, tremendous control. You can see the difference here too. I mean, those are wheels that are directly interfacing with the floor. Tremendous grip in those wheels. The ability to pulse them gave them a really amazing translation capability, whereas when we saw earlier today with Open Hell being entirely floating and using fans, was having a bit of a harder time getting that like twitchy level of translation that you could see out of the dialed in Project Liftoff.
Congratulations, though, I will say to Taylor. The bot worked very well. Their teamwork was great. One half of the bot able to last the entire 3 minutes. And are those 3D printed snakes around the neck? What's going on there?
I think everyone wants to come out and win their first fight. Obviously, it makes the day a lot easier if you can. But Zmeya coming out and taking those hits has got to feel good for them. They've got to be happy with that fight. They're going to get another chance tonight, or this morning rather, to win, and they can still make it into the bracket and go deep. All you're trying to do here is get those 2 wins, and once you get 2 wins, everyone's kind of evened up again as you get into the tournament. They do look like 3D printed snakes.
Yeah, it's an interesting fashion choice. I like it. The stakes aren't as high for these first couple of fights, right? Because everybody's trying to see where they kind of seed. But you do feel a lot better when you win your first one and you only have to win one more to actually qualify for the tournament.
You know, these first 3 fights, this kind of preliminary part of the day, you can lose once. It's the only part of the day where you can lose and keep going. You don't want to.
No. And they definitely don't want to lose going up against Project Liftoff, because that's going to be a very expensive loss. You're going to lose something important that you're going to have to replace on your bot.
There is an interesting thing here. When you lose your first fight, you go down to the redemption round, right? Everyone's 0-1 there. You're going to go up against someone else who lost their first fight. Theoretically, that's a bit of an easier fight. If you win, you're going up against someone else who won.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a bit harder.
Yeah.
And so there is, advantage or disadvantage. If you can win that redemption fight, you get to 1-1. You're going to come into the bubble. You're coming in on a high note. You're excited. You just won. You're on the upswing. You might be going up against someone who just lost, right? Just came out of the cuffs. They were 1-0. Now they're questioning themselves. Now they're 1-1. Maybe you have fewer repairs. They have more. There's ways to swing it. You get into the mental game at that point. But they came out. They did really well, and I think they're going to get it back together.
All right, we are now ready to load into Cage 2. We've got Longhorn with the returning Vapor Trail. Longhorn brought to you by Brian Thornburg. This is their first event coming from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Vapor Trail is the four-wheel drive vertical spinner from the Johnny Bahamas himself, Johnny Soonpas. I love this robot, ranked 18 in the 3-pound division.
Yeah.
Huge record. It's got an overall win record of 11-3. It has 3 knockouts under its belt. It normally wins by judges' decision.
It's pretty interesting. You see a big vert like that, you're not going to think they're going to usually win by judges' decision. But
Johnny's a very controlled driver. He's used to those big horizontals with the knockout power. I think he's a little bit more strategic with this robot and picks his shots a little bit better.
What is the weapon on Longhorn here?
Longhorn, it looks like a lifter, but I'm not sure. It's a strange-looking lifter.
Yeah. It's a brander.
Oh my gosh, is that a heating element?
So I guess that's going to get quite hot.
2.
I'm a fan. I like it. Let's go set things on fire. I love the big dustpan wide wedge of Longhorn. Cool design.
The sound of Vapor Trail is...
Oh, no! I don't think we're going to see that weapon go off at all on Longhorn. Half of the protection's off. It looks like it's hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, unable to self-right. Vapor Trail is just having its way with Longhorn in the arena.
Hey, Vapor Trail's trying to help himself, right? They're working on it. They're trying to get it done. The weapon is now
just
completely
trying
off.
to help.
Look at that
There's
tap
the
out.
tap out.
No surprise there. Brian Thornburg, welcome to the big leagues. Johnny Soonpas just gave you your introduction to the National Havoc Robot League. This is how we play around here.
Tack another KO on there for Vapor Trail. Came out hitting hard. I was going to say, before I was interrupted by all of that destruction, thank you, Johnny, that the sound...
Oh, gross.
Those wires are supposed to be plugged in, Kyle.
Yeah, that's a violent unplugging right there. You know, Johnny just wanted to make it safe for the end of the fight. Now you can pick up that robot and you know nothing is going to go off.
Just safing it, you know.
Oh
pulling
my
out the power
gosh,
switch.
what a thoughtful guy, Johnny, and
Very
also
kind.
stylish. Look at this outfit he's got on. He's got the biker vest. He's got the cool red flame shirt.
Yeah.
Johnny Soonpas is always bringing really good-looking robots, and you know what I love about Johnny? His style, his theme, everything is all together. And he's 18 years old. He's a senior in high school right now.
I don't want to think about what I looked like when I was a senior in high school.
Your robots weren't as fashionable as you are now, like, right? You didn't have that all together?
No, it was... Anyway, the sound of Vapor Trail was quite something. We hear a lot of different sounds in the arena. Of course, right before that project Liftoff with their kind of almost chainsaw-esque noise. But Vapor Trail had a calming, quiet, deceptive sound of their weapon, and it was very interesting to see the combination of that sound and the destruction they were dishing out.
Yeah, absolutely. Johnny's just getting it dialed in. That is a future world champion right there in the making. Just a great competitor and all around just helpful guy up in the pits too. He's bounces around between a lot of different teams, a lot of different competitors helping out. Just genuinely a delight to have in the community. So we're happy to have him representing the Bahamas, being awesome all the way around. Johnny Soonpas, man, he's very likely going to qualify today for the actual tournament, and I could see him going to the Final Four and possibly qualifying for World Championships today with Vapor Trail.
I mean, that's got to be one of the best performances we've seen all day in terms of coming out, doing what you want to do, and leaving with a KO about as fast as you can.
So perfectly done. So speaking of, we are in the qualifying preliminary rounds right now, trying to qualify people for the final tournament in prime time. So you have basically 2 wins and you're in. If you have 2 losses, you are out. Win your first fight, you go up into the cusp round. You go down to the bubble if you lose that, and then you can advance if you win into your bubble round. Similarly, though, if you lose twice at any point today, you get eliminated. You are not allowed into the prime time single elimination tournament. So the stakes are very high, trying to get people into that single elimination tournament, where if you make it to the Final Four, You have now qualified for the World Championships tournament at the end of the year. Big money prizes and the biggest show that we have with a chance at those golden Bretts.
Now, you mentioned this earlier. What we're doing right now in the prelims, we're all trying to get to prime time. That's going to be later tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern on the main NHRL YouTube channel. Everyone here should definitely join us for that. And stay tuned right now for more of the preliminaries. We're right now in the opening round. No one's getting sent home just yet.
All right, we do have a huge crowd developing around Cage 2 right now. We are getting ready for that anticipated fight between Bagheera and Huey. Bagheera, the small purple robot. Huey, you're going to see all sorts of different colors on Huey today, but right now they're rocking that green and the purple because that is what their AI, which you see that tripod over there on the right-hand side of your screen, that is what is actually operating this robot. That camera is tracking them around the arena.
You see a robot like Huey, you think, wow, they're having a lot of fun with the colors here. That is all for function. All of that is to help that computer vision system. They don't care what those colors are. They just need them to be bright and identifiable from the camera outside the arena. You can see that tripod that's pointed down that can see the whole arena and their opponents. And they're going to use that to hopefully outdrive. Now, Nick Andreas here is pretty good. Ranked 84, 4 events, 9-6, winning record with this robot. You know, this is a tough task for Huey coming out here. Man versus machine in this match. You know, shades of, is it the deep blue chess-playing robots?
We'll have to see how that goes. So the Cornell team is all out here to support their teammates with Huey. Cornell's kind of split, right? We have your electrical engineers. We have these guys that are trying to do this kind of AI robot driving system. And then you have the other side of Cornell, which is all the mechanical engineering teams. So they do have some crossover, but they're also kind of two separate parts of the same team. This particular robot, captained by Alyssa Shu, amazing idea. They've attempted something like this before with very little success, so we'll have to see if they're fine-tuning.
Whoa, the crowd is going wild. Now, the previous robot had all the smarts and cameras internal. That was difficult. Now they put everything external, and they can run a lot more CPU power.
Maybe they can't start anything.
Well, that's not going to be good.
Yeah, Nick didn't know what to do there, just drove up and was like, I don't know what's happening. Are they tapping out? You got to tap the button, bro. If you're tapping out, tap the button.
Tap out.
It seemed like a malfunction from the software there out of the gate. Did not work. You can see a lot of equipment there. They've got their kind of camera and the camera hood to prevent glare as they look into the arena. But something did not work, never activating out of the corner. And we hope to see that functioning later today. They're using kit robots. You know, they've worked on the software. They're not. None of the people on this team are mechanical engineers.
There you see Alyssa. She's the one that basically came up with the full programming, put everything together for that machine. Gotta wonder what's going through her mind right now, just seeing it straight up fail right off the bat.
Nick and Bagheera coming out and taking full advantage, not going to give the AI any time.
He actually did give him a minute. He was like, what's going on here? Before he came in for the
him
hit.
a few seconds and then said, okay, I'm coming in. Which, you know, it's a fight. It's not a, and that, there you go. But I think we'll see Huey back in the arena for their second fight, and hopefully they can get that dialed in. You know, they were mentioning, hey, if this works, they can partner up with the mechanical engineering students and kind of put all their wits together and drive one of the rest of the team's robots with AI. So this is a bit of a trial here.
We're not at the place yet where we would need a separate league for AI drivers, right?
Not yet.
We haven't gotten to the point where they could outpace a human driver yet, obviously. But eventually that could happen. Eventually we could get to a place where human response time just can't keep up with that. Do you think there's a market for that? Do you think people would want to see, like, kind of who built the best AI program fighting the other person who built the best AI program?
It's an interesting question because, we're not there yet, so it's completely hypothetical.
Completely.
But, if you look at, like I said, the sumo world, the sumo robots, they're just two robots that push each other off of a table. There are automated robots in that class. There are human-controlled ones and there are robot-controlled ones. And the robot-controlled ones are much, much more popular to compete in. It's not really too much of a spectator sport. But they're so fast, it's almost hard to watch. But it's all about dialing in the algorithms and the way that they drive around, and that's kind of the entirety of this. But they're so fast, it's hard to follow. So it would be interesting to see if someone could get that working here, because we're on the verge of the robots getting that fast in the 3-pound class that humans can't control them anymore.
Right.
And if you could get an AI, it would have a huge advantage. And then AI versus AI, it might just become a blur.
Yeah.
We might not even be able to. We'll need AI judges just to judge it.
It's interesting because you see the humans who become the best drivers are the ones who can intuitively calculate where the trajectories are going to go, right? If I knock them against the wall, I know I can calculate exactly where they're going to land in the arena, so I already have my shot lined up to hit them as they're landing.
It's being able to do those sort of predictions like a quarterback, and it's also doing the other aspect of it, the feints, the tricks, the when to be aggressive, when to not, how to show something enough to make your opponent expect something and then do something else later and take advantage of what they were expecting you to do. All of these things that humans do to each other, like, can AI do that? Can AI do that to AI? Do I care? I don't know. I like watching humans do these things, and it'll be interesting once the AI can compete. Will it be as interesting to watch? Now, the thing is, we all know that AIs are better than humans at chess. But we still have chess tournaments with humans, and we don't have chess tournaments with robots. We're not really, or maybe we do.
Now we just use the robots to cheat in chess.
All right.
So now we have another fight lined up for you in Cage 2.
People are going to have earbuds telling them how to drive the robot.
It's
left,
possible,
right, left, straight.
Or just a chip plugged into their transmitter, honestly.
2, 1.
All right, so we do have Midas taking on Nautiloid. Nautiloid's the
Midas
big...
with some big hits.
Yeah, Nautiloid's the big wide boy with the tiny weapon here. Midas, small, tight, compact, egg beater style spinner, getting giant hits here.
Unbelievable hits in this fight.
But now Nautiloid taking control, getting big 3 engagements in a row, and securing the tap out from Midas. Midas winning most of that, but yeah, look at that. What's that?
A weapon motor, I think, has been launched out of Midas entirely.
Very interesting. So Nautiloid driven by Lars Elliott. This is Nautiloid's first event. Midas from Eduardo Crespo from Puerto Rico, part of the Puerto Rican team. He's got an overall record of 3-3, second event here at NHRL, but man, what a great exchange. And then talk about intuitive driving. It kicked in for Lars. He saw the weapon was starting to slow, took full advantage, and did that juggling bobble of hits in the corner that we've seen so often from Lars with his other robots. He's one of those guys that can calculate that trajectory. He can bounce a robot off the wall, knows exactly where they're going to land, and he's able to hit them over and over and over again before giving them a chance to regroup, giving them a chance to reset and drive towards him.
Yeah, what a crazy back and forth fight for how quick it was. A lot happened.
What that dismembering at the end was like surprising. I was shocked to see that motor hanging out on the floor there.
Disemboweled.
Lars Elliott won his first golden dumpster this year with his custom robot Impact at an earlier tournament. Now trying to succeed with Nautiloid at this tournament. And you know what? That's one heck of a start there, Lars. Making a statement with the new bot. Let's just dismember these guys right away. Very impressive. Not like taking out a bot that has got 2 knockouts under their belt already in Midas. Wonderful start to the day for Lars Elliott. Eduardo has got a lot of repairs to do before they're able to come out for the rest of their qualifying rounds. So we'll have to see how that goes for them. but fantastic work from Lars. Nautiloid, cool looking little machine. I like the wide base. I like the tiny weapon.
Yeah.
Obviously, it packs a bit of a punch.
Yeah, it's a great aspect ratio. You know, I like a wide robot because it's easier to keep your front pointed toward the opponent. It's harder for them to get around you, and when they do get around you, there's not much there. So I like that aspect ratio. Early on, it was not working, as Midas was able to get some big hits, but they stuck with it and able to disembowel Midas by the end. Wow.
Yeah, really powerful looking weapon on Midas, able to dish out some big ol' hits. Nautiloid held it together. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. Durability is the name of this game. And Midas could dish out some great hits. They could not take them.
Yeah, you know, that's why you stay in the fights, that's why you keep going, and I think that's what separates, you know, the better robots from the just good robots is the ability to bounce back from the hits, to keep going, to not let it affect you both, you know, physically with the robot and then mentally from the driving point of view. You have to maintain the aggression, maintain your strategy, and not, you know, get too concerned when it's not immediately working out. On the same side, when it is working out, you need to make sure it continues, and you need to be able to take those hits on the flip side. I don't know how that motor came out. Like, you could see the banana plugs from the wires had just been ripped out of the connector. So, you know, maybe a little bit more Loctite on the mounting bolts, but.
Now, later on this morning, we are going to get some more action in the 12 and 30-pound division. But while we are sticking around in the 3-pound division, we have an upcoming fight with the power of friendship. Kokoto, Mane, and then the companion bot being driven by Jaren today. Kokoto Mane has built a fascinating robot in the power of friendship. Extremely well-driven team robot, right? 2 multi-bot configuration with drill weapons, which was considered kind of a joke until it was made pretty successful here by Kokoto Mane. Kokoto Mane, one of our more, I would say, eccentric designers, eccentric builders. He does some very interesting stuff, some stuff that doesn't necessarily seem like it's going to work. But Power of Friendship is a fairly successful robot for what he's able to do with it. He's able to set batteries on fire with those drills. He's able to get a lot of pins and points with those robots. Really interesting, and the person he chooses to drive with is always top-notch. He's coming out here with Brian Boxley's. Now he's coming out here with Jaren. It's very interesting to see.
Yeah, it always puts a smile on my face when you can see a drill light a battery on fire. It's great. Now the Power of Friendship coming out, it's a multi-bot. That means each one of these is going to weigh 2 pounds. They're going to weigh 4 pounds against the opponent here weighing only 3, so that's a bit of advantage together. However, again, each independent robot is going to be at a weight disadvantage versus the singular Wolf. Wolf here with an overhead bar spinner has to be one of the worst matchups for an overhead drill attack robot. They're going to have to come in and stop that spinner before they can come down with the drill. If they come down with the drill on that spinner, it's just going to shatter instantly. So Wolf is going to try and come out and spin it to win it, keep that bar spun up, and they'll have a good shot at taking this fight home. You can see they are a little, they're a little high here.
Yeah.
They're going to have to get Power of Friendship up the wedge really to do much damage. That'll be tricky. They've got, it looks like a TPU wedge going up against maybe titanium wedges on the Power of Friendship. So we'll see how that plays out. Power of Friendship, 8-4 overall record, ranked 48. This is the first event for Wolf, coming in at 0-0.
Yeah, it looks like Wolf is coming from Schenectady, New York. Andrew Laborde. So I did see Drew Davis out there. Drew Davis is a high school teacher in Schenectady, New York. Out here to support his fellow Schenectady-ite.
Oh, now you can see an issue here for Power of Friendship. They love to get these pins, but they can't come down on that weapon until it stops.
And that weap's like, speaking of stopping, this is an opportunity right here. Power of Friendship getting the pin, and look at it go.
They can't reach.
No, the geometry's not helping them. Their wedges. There we go. There we go. Oh, it took a little hole in that side there.
They got in. It looks like Wolf might be dead or stuck. I believe they might be stuck. Looks like maybe the bar is stuck. I don't know. Well, it doesn't look good.
No, but they were able to drill a bit of a hole into the top plate there.
Interesting. They get counted out without
Knockout.
calling for the unstick. There's no penalty to call for an unstick.
No, you only get one.
Sometimes you forget. You get one per fight, so they would have had more the rest of the tournament, but I guess maybe they forgot about it.
And they are still able to move, so it was only just stuck up on that that rail.
Disappointing, but coming in first tournament, maybe they forgot about the unstick request opportunity, or maybe it just came back to life unrelated to that. But the unstick, not only does it give you an attempt to get off the wall, it does give you about 15, 20 extra seconds for your electronics to reset if that is the issue.
Right, cool down if they're too hot or something like that.
It's a bit like a timeout in a way, although it's not a timeout. Your opponent can keep hitting you. But it gives you a little bit of an extra time to push off the count if you think your robot may come back to life. So bit of error there from the rookie robot Wolf, but it looked dangerous up until that point. Great driving from the Power of Friendship, able to get Wolf up against the wall, and they did get a puncture in the lid of Wolf. I don't think that did a lot of damage, but great to see the drill getting in, and it'll be great to see Power of Friendship throughout the rest of the day. Hopefully Wolf can come back a bit stronger in their second fight.
Kokoto just showing the power of friendship once again, drilling through that top plate. That's going to be an easy one for the power of friendship, able to move on into the next part of this qualifying preliminary round. There you see Drew Davis making it safe.
Oh, that didn't look too safe.
Yeah, having a little bit of an issue here, getting the...
Yeah, something is sparking inside of that robot, which you don't like to see.
No, definitely get your hands away from that. Let's get out of the box there. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly is happening there.
Maybe that puncture was a little bit more damaging than we initially thought.
Yeah, the sparks are coming from the center of the robot. I don't know if, something with the weapon motor, but, these brushless motors don't have, exposed contacts like that. So I don't know what is happening, but that didn't look good, especially because I believe they'd already turned off the robot at that point.
At least he had put the switch or the mechanism to turn the switch off into the robot, and it looked like he turned it. But yeah, they gotta wait. They gotta wait until that thing dies before they pull that thing out of there now.
Oh, it looks like there is some sort of wire sticking up near the yellow cone in the center there.
Yeah, the little dunce cap there, which is their self-righting mech.
Hitting the weapon bar.
Oh, and arcing off the weapon bar.
I don't know what all's connected to what here, or why
so
that
could be just a direct lead from the battery then. If it is, it's going to be hot no matter what you do, even if you turn the robot off.
We'll get a good shot of anything sparking here if it does from this camera.
And you can see the safety mechanism is this big clamp, which prevents the robot from spinning. But now they're going to pick it up with the big safety tongs.
Put it in the bucket of sand in case it does light on fire. Sand, one of the best defenses for lipo fires.
Wow.
Smothers them, and that's why we have lots of buckets of sand around. But you don't see that every day. That was odd.
Yeah, that is extremely atypical. But the safety crew did exactly what they were supposed to do there. Kept everybody safe, got everybody out, and came up with a good plan for getting in and removing the robot, got the bucket of sand ready to go.
And the good news is these are all fairly low voltage robots, so the sparks look pretty scary, but they wouldn't do much. We're not going to be jamming our hands into it, but...
yeah, it wouldn't be comfortable.
No. But it's not...
Electrified AR-500 isn't great. Yeah. It's not going to kill you, but it's not great.
But it's safer than like a wall outlet.
Yes. Don't stick a fork in your wall outlet. That's way worse. That was crazy.
Whew.
Good job to Kokoto Mane and the Power of Friendship winning with a knockout.
And good job to the safety crew
for taking care of all of us and keeping the arena and keeping the bots safe. Really excellent job for both teams there. So Power of Friendship now has a pretty good chance for making it into the actual tournament, right? They've got one win under their belt. They just got to get one more.
You got to think so, and boy, wouldn't it be great to see a drill-weaponed multi-bot take home a golden dumpster tonight.
The day that Kokoto Mane wins his first dumpster, and he will, right? Either with a cereal box or a lighter or something, he's going to win a golden dumpster at one point, and that is going to be a glorious day at NHRL. We are going to celebrate for a week straight after that happens.
Hopefully tonight.
That would be amazing.
Tune in 7 p.m. Eastern on the main NHRL YouTube channel, and maybe we'll get to see that.
All right, so we do have another multi-bot fight coming up. So it's going to be Bad Luck versus Orbiter and Rotator. Interesting.
Is it another multi-bot? I only see one robot in the photo. I guess we'll see when we go over to the arena. Oh, I'm hearing in my ear that we've got a shell spinner, or possibly a melty brain, and a lifter. So I guess Orbiter is the spinny, and Rotator is the lifty. Going up against Bad Luck, a horizontal undercutting bar spinner.
Bad Luck from Vincent Bramonte III, Rochelle Park, New Jersey, ranked 345th. They've been to 3 events with 1 win, 4 losses. But they're veterans compared to Orbiter and Rotator, who have never fought before. That's from Jared Byers of Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Now, we've seen a lot of rookie robots coming in here and going up against veterans with insane records. This may be a little bit more evenly matched. Bad Luck has been having a bit of bad luck at 1 and 4 over the past 3 events. Coming in here against 0 and 0 for Orbiter and Rotator. So it'll be, maybe a closer fight than we've seen throughout the rest of this early setup. But, a lot of multi-bots here in the 3-pounders today is the feeling I'm getting.
Well, when you have a reigning, defending world champion in Repeater being the most successful multi-bot in the class, it's going to inspire a lot of people to try that style of robot, that style of configuration.
We do have different rules this year for how the multi-bots work, whereas in the past you could kind of just shove 2 3-pounders in, or you could, you just get extra weight for putting another robot in, and you could have a tiny one and a big one. That's not really the case anymore. If you have 2 robots, they have to weigh the same, and the weight rules are different now, so that they're each 2 pounds going up against one.
That's right. Yeah, the weight bonuses are a lot different this year. We've made it a little bit more of an even split. So non-traditional locomotion, you get a 1.5% weight bonus. For walkers, you get a 2 times weight bonus, but it has to be a true walker, not a shuffler style mechanism.
What does a true walker mean?
That means articulated walking. Every single leg has to be able to articulate in at least 2 different ways in order for you to articulate, for it to be a walker. You do have a multi-bot weight bonus as well, but it must be equally distributed between the 2 robots, so it's like a tag team, if you will. Weight bonuses cannot be combined. Weight exemption for any AI component. In other words, we don't count that against your weight, and functionality test applies to every individual robot. Everything must move, everything must have a weapon, and everything must be able to turn that weapon off when we ask them to.
So for anyone who's been around in previous seasons and knows the mini-bots that teams used to have, these kind of annoying little wedge robots, I don't know who started that trend. Could have been anyone. But we saw a lot of that, and I think people started to get annoyed by the nuisance robots. They were maybe a little bit too much of a nuisance. And so now not only do the weapons, all the robots need to have weapons, the weapons need to be functional. They need to be dangerous. So we actually have what we call dummy cubes that you have to hit with your robot in the test arenas upstairs as you're passing through safety. If you have a weapon of questionable effectiveness, we say, hey, beat up this little cube. And if you can successfully beat it up to a very specific standard, it will count. And if not, it will not count. So no more little nuisance wedges or little token weapons on your little mini robots. It has to actually be functional. So you're going to see a lot fewer of the mini bots this season, as you're not getting the weight bonus and you need to output a fully operational weapon. What we're seeing a lot more of are true multi-bots, what we call evenly distributed weights, with really big, powerful weapons on each one, capable of damaging the full weight opponent. So we're getting a lot of great multi-bot fight here since that rule change. I think people are really happy about that one.
Now you can see from the jerseys over here, Orbiter and Rotator appear to be coming from Team MIT. MIT, one of the many college teams out here doing some really great work. This is a new offering from them in the 3-pound weight class, going up against Vincent Brymonte and from Rochelle Park, New Jersey, with Bad Luck. Nice little undercutter spinner with Bad Luck. Very interested to see how this match goes. Anytime you have a multi-bot configuration, one of the concerns you have is friendly fire. How much driving have they been able to do together? Oh, there we go. There's only one. There is only one in the box. Does that mean they're underweight? They do look small for a 3-pound robot.
Yeah, I am only seeing 1/2 here. I'm only seeing Orbiter. I wonder if maybe no, you wouldn't be able to switch it out. That wouldn't be how it is.
No, but we are up to speed now.
Now they're both going towards the door.
Yeah. I wonder what happened here. Is it because they forgot their other robot?
Wait.
Look how tiny this little Orbiter is.
Yeah, it
Little
definitely
guy.
looks like half of a multi-bot size-wise.
Yeah. He does look like a shell or a ring-style spinner because he's got wheels poking out the top. Oh, so they only have half of the multi-bot because the other half is not working, and they opted to go ahead and continue the fight with just half of their configuration. That does give them a weight disadvantage. But the box is opening again. That's not a good sign.
No, never a good sign to see the box open before the fight has started. That means someone is having issues. Now, they're allowed, I think, to do a couple power cycles. There's going to be a clock counting down while they attempt to get this to work. And let's see here. Are they both... Ooh, okay, so I'm hearing this is an official forfeit from Orbiter sans Rotator, and Bad Luck is going to be taking the victory here. Nobody likes to see a forfeit. If you have to forfeit, forfeiting in your first fight is the way to go because you're going to be able to fight again. They're going to get, I think, they should get a second.
They should, yeah, they should definitely get a second round option here. But yeah, what good luck for Bad Luck? I guess they you know, easy win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the difficulty here is you want to come in, you want to test your robot out. We've seen a lot of early fight jitters here. Now they're going to take the victory, but they didn't get any testing in, so they'll be doing all that coming in against a robot that just won a fight, right? As they advance into the cusp round, and that's going to be a little bit of a harder matchup than they might have had here, and so, yeah.
Yeah, that first round forfeit doesn't mean you are out for the day. It does mean you still have a chance. So in that opening round, if you lose, you just go down into the redemption round. If you lose twice, though, you are eliminated. If you don't win your bubble matchup, you're gone. The only way to advance to the single elimination tournament and prime time is to win 2 fights in these advancing prelims. So you either have to win your opening fight, your cusp fight, or your bubble fight, and your bubble fight to move forward into the advancing round. Nobody has done that quite yet today. Everybody's still hanging out in that first round. So Orbiter and Rotator do get another chance. We'll have to see how that goes for them. All right, so we are going to head over to Cage 2 to see a fight that I have been very much so looking forward to. This is Attitude Adjuster versus Cuttlefish. Cuttlefish is a fascinating robot from Weston, Connecticut. This is a Omni-wheeled designed robot. It is all flexible TPU body. No self-righting mechanism.
It could be tricky. Now, Omni-Wheel robots always out for my heart. Very excited to see this. An all-TPU robot going up against an overhead hammer saw. Not generally going to end well for the TPU robot most times. We'll see. They've got a huge weapon if they can keep it spinning.
And I will say, I've seen the inside of Cuttlefish. There's a lot of air between anything important and the top of that robot.
That's good. Now, a lot of people hear air, they think, oh, that must be bad. No, air is actually the best armor, as we say. Now, you can see that overhead spinner, if it comes in and slices through and the hub hits before the blade hits anything.
That's good.
That's good.
But you'll see the locomotion from Cuttlefish is going to be really interesting.
And they've immediately flipped themselves over. Now, one of the advantages of these Omni-Wheels is that they can strafe, which is great for vert because then you avoid the gyro forces. But you could see they came out and they spun in place. The other thing that Omni-Wheels do really well is they do spin in place really well.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do that with a vert because you will flip over from the gyro forces. Now, Cuttlefish coming in, maybe they haven't had a ton of driving practice. Made a bit of a whoopsie there.
I have not yet seen the weapon spin up on the blade on Attitude Adjuster. Obviously, that arm is going fine.
Opportunity here with the belly of Cuttlefish. Maybe they're just being nice as the count out now is coming and Cuttlefish unable to self-right.
Yeah, and all of their components are on that bottom plate. That's where all the juicy bits are, so they have a perfect shot at everything.
Now, perhaps Cuttlefish is going to need one of those hoops of shame, as we call them. You put a big hoop of UHMW or other plastic, and that can kind of bounce you back onto your feet. They might need something like that because that was just... I don't think they'll be able to go 3 minutes without flipping, looking at how they were driving out of the gate.
Yeah, and I'm sure if the floor was a little bit more smooth like it was earlier in the day, they might be able to get a little bit more translational movement. But
to me, it just looked like as soon as they rotated, immediate flip. I just don't know how you could be that careful. Right?
Yeah.
But, Attitude Adjuster here, show them some great maneuverability. They're not spinning up. I don't know if that's on purpose or not.
They could be just being nice, yeah.
Just getting a little driving practice in here with the target. Maybe trying to self-right, try to get this fight more evenly matched. Cuttlefish, such a cool-looking robot. Really wanted to see them come out and put on a little driving show for us.
Would have been nice. Would have been nice. Cool-looking robot.
And, of course, the reason we're not getting a count-out here is there can't be a count-out if your opponent keeps attacking you. And so Attitude Adjuster continually shoving them around is going to be preventing that count-out. Now, it does seem like they're trying to get the slam in, trying to self-right. Just can't do it. And there's the tap out.
There we go. Tap out happened.
Cuttlefish doesn't want to give the judges any extra work here. They're going to tap out before the fight's over, unable to get back on their feet. Bit of a disappointing start for the rookie robot. Cuttlefish coming in and immediately flipping themselves over. Attitude Adjuster, their second event, coming in at 3-2. They're going to go to 4-2 here with the tap out victory. Now, if it wasn't working, hopefully they get that fixed. If they were being nice, then that was very nice of them not to take advantage of Cuttlefish being flipped over.
Attitude Adjuster, known for, I guess, their politeness, right? Coming in from Scott Anderson in the United Kingdom. They've been here for 2 events. Overall, 3-2 record. They've got 1 knockout under their belt and 2 judges' decisions, but they now have a tap out under their belt.
Yeah, and I think, Attitude Adjuster, we looked at the last fight, there was a forfeit. You come in, you leave, you get the win, and that's kind of annoying. This fight, didn't have a lot of action, Attitude Adjuster wasn't coming in and tanking a lot of hits, but they did get to drive around the arena for a couple minutes, push an opponent with mass, and now they can have confidence that their drive system, their weapon arm are working well. Again, I don't know if there was some issue with the spinner. I think they were just being a bit polite. But it's good to come in and get that driving down to in a low-risk situation, because you can just get the confidence that your drive, your motors are not overheating. They're working well. You know, it's May. It's getting a little warmer in here. That can affect things like your motors and your controllers. But it all worked, and I'm excited to see Attitude Adjuster later today. They could be one to watch. That was some nice power in the drive system there with those Arena wall slams.
Now, speaking of it getting a little bit warmer in here, we are in for a special treat. Titanium White's cousin is currently loading into Cage 2 right now. Titanium White's cousin is the multi-bot configuration of Titanium White. This robot is a extremely effective flamethrower. Different style flamethrower, though. It's normally a tightly controlled flame, very small but very, very hot.
Yeah. Now, this is another multi-bot here tonight. And for those unaware, Titanium White, it starts with an H. It's White, H-W-H-I-T-E.
Yeah, you got to say it with the white.
That's just how it's pronounced and spelled. You can see there on the side, that's a Bob Ross bust on either side of either robot.
Now, Tailspin, not their normal color, Adam. What is covering Tailspin there?
Yeah, so whenever you go up against a flame robot, it is a customary tradition here at NHRL to cover your entire robot in either silver or gold foil tape to reflect some of that radiant heat. Now, it's not going to reflect all the heat. The conduction is going to probably tend to go through, but you can reflect a lot of that heat power away from the robot. And, you know, there's just the intimidation factor of going up against someone when you look like a shiny little medieval helmet.
So Tailspin, brought to you by Ty Matthews from Manhattan, Kansas. This is their first NHRL event. Undercutter style
5,
spinner.
4,
really great looking
3,
robot. The design's
2,
phenomenal.
1.
We'll see how they
Fight,
stack up
robots,
against
fight.
Brian Mendocino and
Fast.
Titanium White's cousin.
Fast out of the gate. Now, the thing about these flames on Titanium White's cousin is you can't even really see them sometimes when they're on. They burn so bright and clean.
This is the final 3-pound fight of the opening round. After that, ooh,
Yeah,
there we
was
go.
some of it.
So the only time you're going to see these flames is when they've caught a part of Tailspin or something is burning on Tailspin.
This is exactly what they want, to be able to get
Look at
under.
that. Oh, the smoke coming off the back. The tape helps you for a moment, but after that, it's just baking you like a potato underneath.
Maybe they forgot to get the bottom with the tape.
Yeah, now we see our heat cam checking out this fight. You can see the inside of Tailspin is not looking good. It is baking like a potato in there, both from the weapon trying to spin up as well as the heat that has been transferred from those flamethrowers on Titanium White's cousins. Those pin and burns that you're seeing leave lasting damage to the robot, not necessarily very apparent from the outside, but it's doing continuous damage inside as that robot continues to cook.
Oh, it's always good to see Titanium White the flames. Look at the FLIR camera we've got here, as you can see.
And you can really see the damage.
Floor
Yeah.
of the arena from the tires is pretty nuts. Wow.
You see the flames just burying themselves into and lasting inside of the robot like radiation sickness. It's just melting away at all of those components and wiring. This is a dangerous situation to be in. We can see a little bit of flames flickering from the outside to see what's catching. What you don't see is the melt happening inside of Tailspin.
These pins are exactly what Titanium White needs. They can get 10 seconds of continuous heat into the bottom of Tailspin, and that's going to build up. You can see the weapon not spinning, the heat here doing its thing invisibly inside the robot. Wow.
I love it. They've gotten now their fourth big pin. They're going to try to hold it for 10 seconds. The best part about the multi-bot, though, is you don't have to have them against the wall for a pin. You can literally drive with them, track with the robot, and maintain that fire, maintain that pin. There it is. Oh, nasty. The flames reaching out the top of Tailspin. Whatever's inside of Tailspin is now catching so easily every single time Titanium White's cousin gets inside of it. And that back plate on Tailspin is just plastic, a 3D printed flexible material called TPU, I believe, and it's just melting away. Look at that stop and burn. I am so amazed at the durability of Tailspin, able to continue moving after that onslaught of flame. Brian Mendocino has to be so happy with that performance. And this is going to be likely, after a judge's decision, a big win for Titanium White. You see the flame poking out the front of the white side of Titanium White's cousins. Just a little functionality test to show the judges before moving on. No function at all from Ty Matthews' weapon on Tailspin. Surprisingly, Ty Matthews, not a chipmunk. Yeah, just examining the inside of that robot. I'm surprised he was able to pick it up. Lots of flame on that thing. All right, so we are getting ready to change weight classes, and in doing so, we had to change the talent here at the desk. Richard, welcome to NHRL for the second time. It is so nice to have you. How's your day been going so far?
I was gonna come on here and be like, flame on, man. Like I feel like that's the way we got to start the day. If we don't have Dance Dance Revolution mats or Guitar Hero instruments, there's got to be something. So right now, flame on.
Yeah, I loved that matchup. Titanium White's cousin, excellent example of a multi-bot, excellent example of a very effective flamethrower. Not big, beautiful, gorgeous flames, tight, controlled, devastating flames.
I mean, being from Montana, you have expectations of flames like campfires, you know, and just forests, I guess, sometimes, unfortunately. Sure. But that was a good enough flame that I think fits perfectly in the robot world.
Just so hot and pinpoint, able to do exactly the damage where you needed it to do. And I love that overhead heat cam so we could see exactly where the damage is happening inside of the robot.
Yes, yeah.
All right, so we are moving on to our next weight class in qualifying rounds. That's right, we're getting big, baby. Cage 4, 12-pound action coming your way. We are so excited to see it. We're going to have Killigul against Triano. Now, Killigul, been at this competition a lot. It is a robot by David Dreyer. He's from Willoughby, Ohio. Ooh.
I actually had a chance to talk with the driver of Triano. Apparently, last competition they were at, Miles said that they had some electrical gremlins, and those have all been since worked out. But the biggest concern as a result is going to be driving, because they didn't have a chance to really drive it properly because they were working out all the little gremlins. Just don't feed them after midnight, man. I mean, that's really what you got to do.
4,
that is
3,
effective from what I understand.
2, 1.
Triano is an overhead attack style robot. Killigul is this triangular shaped undercutter spinner.
That was a good hit there.
From Kent State, Ohio's teams, David Trainer. Or, sorry, David Dreyer. I'm not surprised about that tap out.
That was quick.
There is not a lot left that is functioning on Triano after that hit. It is dead on the floor.
Well, and that plays right into what he said his biggest concern was, which was the drivability and driving overall of the bot. I still think it's a great bot. Like, when you look at it, it's a track hammer saw bot. I love a good track bot. So I think, you know, now that the gremlins have been worked out electrically, just get some drive time, you know?
You gotta love the MIT team trying new stuff, seeing what works, bringing out new styles of robots, not just kind of running off of their two preeminent designs that they have at the higher weight classes. But if you're going up against David Dreyer, that Kent State team has so much experience at this competition, so many good robots, and Killigul is a reliable performer for them. It's got a 10-6 record. and it barely ever gets the judge's decision. It's always here for the knockout.
Who doesn't love an early morning knockout?
All right, we are going to go directly to cage 1. That's going to be Arsenal versus, that's a lot of TPU.
Not a little TPU? Not even
No,
a medium amount
it's
of
a
TPU?
lot of TPU.
It's a lot of TPU.
And if you're making your robot out of a lot of TPU at this 12-pound weight class, that means you're getting a giant robot, okay? So this is from Dane. They're from Bethany, Connecticut. This is a family team. This is just a big, wide block of TPU with a lifter on it. The wheels are all cleated. This is made to be a control-style bot. You're able to scoop up those opponents, lift them up, and toss them behind you. First time bringing this bot here, but they've brought similar bots to this in the past. One of them is called Tabby. Really interesting design. You gotta love it. And then over on the other side, you have Arsenal from Ricardo. Ricardo is part of the huge Puerto Rican contingent here today. A big Puerto Rican just group of people that have decided to show up at this tournament, and it's really, really cool to see. So they've got an overall record of 4-3. They've been to 3 events in the past. They've got a ranking of 41, and when you're talking about as many robots as we have in the 12-pound division, that's a great ranking.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, it's interesting how the ranking system works, but that's nothing to scoff at. That is a legitimate ranking.
So that's interesting. You
Maybe
don't like it when the bots come out of the box.
Was that too much TPU? Is there such a thing?
No, that's the right amount of TPU.
That's the right amount of TPU. That's the perfect answer, too.
You want a big, flexible TPU robot, and you got to make it weigh 12 pounds to fight here, but why are they not in the box anymore?
I don't know.
All right, so we're hearing from Control they had a powering up issue, so that means they've got to do some opening up of the top to see if they just, forgot to plug something in, honestly. And that they have a limited amount of time that they're allowed to do that before they actually lose the match. So that's the thing, especially at a tournament where you have so many new competitors, so many new robots. We're going to have these kinds of issues, especially during the preliminary rounds today. If you are just a seasoned competitor, if you know how to get your bot into the box safely and reliably every time, this is the kind of tournament you can really succeed without doing a whole lot.
Yeah. And, I was looking forward to seeing that we stopped by them in the pits yesterday. And, it's like this big, glorious, light bot because that's a lot of TPU. So,
it's a whole lot of TPU.
Are you a big TPU fan? You look like
it's
somebody
an
that
amazing material. It is definitely very successful at the 3-pound weight class. We're seeing a lot more of it get implemented at the higher weight classes, and it's able to absorb impact. You want a bot that's not going to take all those hits and absorb it into the motors, into the speed controllers, into the electronics. You want those hits to get absorbed into the body. You want that impact to dissipate all over the place. So having a hard-shelled robot isn't necessarily the best idea anymore.
Yeah. It's the game is ever changing. We talked about it at great lengths last night. How this sport is at such a weird place compared to other sports because it evolves faster than any sport because of what is at its core, which is the tech and the innovation and the things that we see that's
the
a lot
material
of TPU.
science. All right, so as we've now jumped into the 12-pound weight class, if you are just joining us, we are in the advanced preliminary rounds. We have gotten through the opening round of the 3-pound division. We are now in the 12-pound division. The name of the game is if you win twice, you make it into the prime time tournament, a chance at winning the golden dumpster, as well as a chance at qualifying for the World Championships. But similarly, if you lose twice, you go home. There is nothing you can do about it. So you've got essentially 3 chances to get yourself into that tournament today, but if you lose 2 of them, you go home. If you win your first 2, you're sitting pretty, you're waiting for it to go, you're waiting for the tournament, and you got plenty of time to hang out in those primetime pits and get your bot ready.
It's very close to a traditional double elimination style tournament with some tweaks.
You got to tweak it. The double elimination is a lot of fun. It's just hard to follow narratively. You know what I mean? It makes things really complicated. And it makes things a little anticlimactic at the end of the night. So we came up with this really great preliminary round where it essentially is a double elimination preliminary round. If you lose twice, you go home. Now, the Hardage family from Bethany, Connecticut, they brought these giant orange robots. They also have a 3-pound robot. Their team is like the team of Tabbies.
I love it. As someone who has 4 cats at home, I'm like, I want this team to succeed.
Amen. But you can see these grippy wheels, really powerful lifter, and an extremely flexible body that can tank massive hits. They're going to need it, though, going up against Arsenal. Ricardo and his teammates from Puerto Rico bringing a very powerful mid-cutter horizontal spinner.
And this is not my team, Ricardo. I'm not going to Puerto Rico in my free time under an alias. And
that would be pretty impressive. Look at the size difference between these two robots.
It's pretty awesome.
1.
Totally different design
robots
philosophies. This is a weight class, right? It doesn't matter how big your robot is. It matters how much it weighs.
Wow. Impressive cage rush by That's a Lot of TPU. Was not expecting that kind of maneuverability.
Yeah, Dane doing an excellent job here driving this robot, taking full control and advantage of the situation. He's able to hold these pins for 10 seconds, and every time he does, he's picking up points. He's picking up control points. He's picking up aggression points.
I'm seeing some TPU scattered across the cage right now. So.
It doesn't matter. He's got a lot of it.
He's got a lot of it.
It's plenty.
And there's some more of it. Wonder how much TPU is going to be scattered throughout the box at the end of this.
As long as he's got enough left to continue doing these glorious pins and get these, suplex style lifts. Beautifully done there, Dane. Nice driving.
He is driving a fantastic fight right now. Like, this is his fight early on.
One of the most interesting things about this sport is I think Dane's like 10.
Yeah, right?
You know, going up against a full-grown man in Ricardo, but it doesn't matter. It's your drive strategy, your drive ability, your reaction time. You could truly have a 90-year-old take on a 10-year-old in this sport, and it's an even match.
And I'm loving the strategy. I know some people at home will not be a fan of this, but this is what their bot is designed to do. The pins, 10 seconds, you got 3 minutes in a match, you're winning the points battle right there, and you're making their weapon pretty much ineffective by propping them up like that. All you hear is it's spinning. There's no impact. I love it.
Yeah, people can rag on a good control bot just because they think it's less interesting than big hits, but in my mind, you've got to be a perfect driver to make this work, to be successful with it. I'm down for the strategy. I want to watch to see if Dane's going to make a mistake, if he's going to let Ricardo get a hit on that side plate and rip off a huge chunk of armor like you see there. But there's another pin. Is he going to be able to get a good flip on him after this and drive that weapon into the floor?
Wow. Like, this is coming into a fight with a strategy and then basically sticking to the word and saying, this is my strategy, and then you deliver on that. I mean, it's really impressive.
30 seconds left in this matchup. Dane driving a near perfect match. He's only got a little bit of visible damage on that robot, but it does look like he's having some mobility issues now on that right side. It's moving, it's just not quite as zippy as it once was. I'm not sure what's going on, and I haven't seen that lifter go off in a minute. These are not going to bode well for Dane in these judges' decisions.
Ooh, and now some impact there by Arsenal.
Yeah, you can see the movement's intermittent now on That's a Lot of TPU.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, Dane has other robots here with a bigger record and longer experience than That's a Lot of TPU. His other robot, Tabby, is one that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Oh,
Look
there's
at
a
that.
wheel. There were 4, there were 3 at the end of that. So that would explain some of the drivability issues that you spoke on.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting that they left that there. They've done a lot of improvements, and typically speaking, when a team has a very similar looking robot to kind of their main continuity robot, this is the test bed. This is where they try new things, new wheel types, new weapon types, and maybe what they're just learned is that method of connecting the wheels is not the most secure.
So I think that's a lot of TPU's fight. I know that the last, 20 seconds were Arsenal's, but I mean, we talked a majority of the 3 minutes about how well TPU was being driven and just its effectiveness, its strategy. I mean, that was just shy of a perfect fight for them. It really was.
All right, so we are currently going to swap over to Cage 4 for a fight that I've been looking forward to all day long. This is Battle Tots taking on Capsize.
Fight, robots, fight.
Battle Tots, captained by Kevin Biagini. This is Team Pandemonium's multi-bot offering in the 12-pound weight class. They have many different versions of these robots they can swap in depending on who their opponent is. Many different configurations. It's kind of the fabulous Freebird rule. You get to swap in whichever teammate you like best for that particular fight.
There you go. And I will admit, I didn't understand the name of Battle Tots until I saw Tater Tots. Like, I was expecting a brown
No, they're
robot.
just shrunk down versions of famous heavyweight robots, which is really impressive. And they've done a very, very thoughtful job in these recreations, right down to the functionality of the robots. But you can see they are small for this 12-pound division. But look at the hits they can dish out, right?
More of that, please.
Now, this is Capsize from Ithaca, New York. Brand new robot for first time competing.
Wow, another
first time competing.
Wow, another big hit there. Crowd's starting to wake up now with some of these hits. Love to see it.
Let's see if they battle top. Yeah, they're able to continue this onslaught here.
They're really, the driving is impressive. Not just the weapons and what they can do to a bot that's twice their size. It's the driving and the maneuverability for a multi-bot. It's really, what I'm taking away from this one.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And there's definitely a disadvantage when you're a bot like Capsize, who is a lifter mechanism robot. You know, control style. How are you supposed to control a matchup with this much chaos, with this many opponents to go up against? And now I'm not seeing any movement from Capsize. Is Narayan going to be able to move this robot?
There goes the flow. Flow's on the mission. Who needed the unstick? Ah, okay. I guess that would make sense. So as we collectively hold our breath to see what happens with Capsize here for their first unstick, you gotta feel like Battle Tots really just it's a bit more than what the average bot can handle. I mean, not
clearly.
only the design, but the drivers clearly know what they're doing. Knockout.
Team Pandemonium, just an experienced group of folks. And there you see Angel.
Yeah, but you know what? They weren't driven with DDR pads or Rock Band drum sets, so I'm a little
clearly
disappointed.
referring to our last event, where we saw their teammate driving a robot with a DDR pad, a drum set, and a guitar from Rock Band as well.
Yeah.
And actually being relatively successful with it, which was shocking.
Relatively successful. That took the NHRL world by storm to start off the day, and then we couldn't stop talking about it all day long.
You know, yeah.
I love it.
I mean, why would you? Why would you?
No.
Team Pandemonium is one of those teams that is just scooping up top talent as they go through today. Yeah. You will talk to somebody and they will tell you, like, after their first event, if they have any modicum of success, yeah, Team Pandemonium reached out. They wanted to see if they could develop a relationship, see how things could move forward. Now that team is developing into one of the powerhouses here. Yeah. It's interesting to see because this team dynamic is built organically here at NHRL. It is not like they were a college team that came together or that they knew each other from college. All of these folks were individual competitors that met here and have developed this alliance, developed this team. Now they share resources, they share motors, they share CAD skills. Different people on the team offer their skills to other teammates to really help them improve their craft. Yeah. And they've brought on some huge players just this year to really improve that entire system. It's fascinating to see. The two kind of like heads of that team, I would say, are Ariel and Kevin. They are the powerhouse couple. They are the ones that are kind of the driving force
Would
behind
you say
them.
they're the heads of the table?
They are definitely the heads of the table when it
For
comes to
wrestling
that.
fans, they might be the bloodline of NHRL right now.
They're just phenomenal to watch. Them, and if you're looking for other teams to really keep an eye on here, we've got a lot of amazing college teams here. Team MIT is throwing out a ton of new robots today. They might not be successful today, but you're going to see those robots improve and iterate as time goes on. But meanwhile, we're going to look at some veterans here in Cage 1 in the 12-pound division. One of these robots is brand new, but brought to you by an incredibly veteran team. A new offering
5,
by them. They have not been
4,
here for a
3,
good, long
2,
time.
1.
That's right, it's the
Fight,
Derfler
robots,
brothers
fight.
with Knockout 12. Now they're going up against Mark Harrison and the Carolina Reaper.
Ooh, big hit there by Knockout. Going for a knockout, as we can see. You were a big fan of Carolina Reaper in the pits yesterday.
Fascinating design, but if anybody knows how to defeat a big wheel design, it is the Derfler brothers. They are the guys. They know exactly how to drive one. They know exactly how to beat one. And their new bot, Knockout 12, just taking that bot apart. Joe Derfler, the driver and captain of this robot. First event, but don't call it a new design. This is based off of his first robot ever. That's right, in the 3-pound weight class that he designed in college. And he's bringing it out now as this 12-pound design. Carolina Reaper brought to you by Mark Harrison. We spoke to him yesterday. Fascinating idea. He took these go-kart wheels and based the entire kind of shape of the robot around them. Gives him a ton of traction in the box, makes him a very mobile version of a big wheel. But yeah, if you're going up against a guy who knows how to beat a big wheel, intimately knows how to beat a big wheel robot,
right?
you're going to have a hard time no matter what you do, especially if you're less experienced with the design, like Mark Harrison is.
Well, I had high hopes for that fight. I really did. And I'm not saying that it didn't live up to expectations, because we know that that's how fights can go sometimes.
I expected that.
Yeah.
I expected that. It's the Derfler brothers just know what they're doing, and if they're coming here with a new robot, it's going to be a really good robot. All right, we're going to hot swap directly over into Cage 4. Let's see what we've got for you there. Oh, I love these two robots. Okay, so we've got Junkernaut taking on the Empress.
The Empress.
Junkernaut by Chris Rummel. Chris Rummel, one of the best drivers in this weight class. Junkernaut, he's got an amazing record with 4 and 3 overall across 3 events. This is the idea behind Junkernaut is we throw spare parts together. We see what's lying around the shop.
Yeah.
And we put it together as a bot, and then you put one of the best drivers we have in Chris Rummel behind it, and you just watch him go nuts. The Empress from O'Fallon, Missouri. That's right, a Missouri robot. What are they doing here?
Crowd reaction was for a bot that just entered the bowl down here that I think is coming up next fight. So
A little teaser for Cage 1. We have some excitement for Cage 1 coming up. That's going to be a banger.
Great matchup, I think.
But we're going to watch these two vertical spinners go at it right now. Drew is here from O'Fallon, Missouri. First-time robot, first-time competitor here at NHRL. Got a 4-wheel drive vertical spinner that looks great. We're going to see how he matches up against the experience of Chris Rummel, and what can Chris Rummel do with trash. What? I mean, I love a good theme.
That's what I was saying.
I love a good costume. What is happening? Yeah, I heard
we
that
teased
too.
We teased it, and there it is. That was the big reaction from the crowd here.
We're getting later on in the morning here. It's almost the 11 o'clock hour. The stands are starting to fill up. By the time we get to prime time, this place is going to be bumping. If you are in the Norwalk, Connecticut area, make your way over here. It's a phenomenal event to attend. You can feel the impact of these robots in your chest.
Yes.
Your bones rattle with these hits when you're here. We've got food trucks. We've got beverages. We've got an awesome merch area. We've got cool areas for the kids to hang out in. It is a full family affair. Buy yourself a VIP ticket, do a pit tour, check out all these cool builders. And now we've got the bots driving back to the door. Something's going on here.
Junkernaut just forfeited. Womp,
No.
womp, womp.
Oh, no. This is the risk you take when you bring spare parts to the arena and call it a robot.
No.
If you're really experienced like Chris, you can make it work most of the time, but you're going to have those pieces that just can't work anymore. That's unfortunate. So we do have a win. The first win by DQ, or by forfeit for Empress.
And now we get to go to Cage 1, where there was the big crowd reaction, the costume, and a great matchup. We got Glenn with Caldera against this bot called
Benny R. Jom. James LaSalle brought this from Ithaca, New York. I don't get it.
Oh, is it Joom? I think
sorry.
somebody just said it's Joom.
Joom. Benny R. Joom.
Benny R. Joom. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the correction immediately from the crowd. We've got Caldera here with a brand new top plate looking great. There's Benny, I guess? I don't know what's going on. We'll have to
Listening
learn
to you
more.
try to navigate this right now is amazing. You're like, I don't know what's happening.
I don't. It is what it is. We'll see. We're still in the qualifying rounds. We'll figure this out. But yeah, that's
4,
insane.
3,
We got time.
2, 1.
Here
Fight,
we
robots,
go.
fight.
Let's see what Glenn has got up his sleeve. He said he was. Oh, my. What a hit. Ooh. Oh, more sparks are flying. Oh, another big hit. Oh, I love it.
Benny is barely keeping it together. It's able to go toe-to-toe with these hits, but stuff's
after
flying
hit.
off it every single time it does.
Yes.
That right-sided drive on Benny R. Joom is not working, and there goes the wedgelet. That's not good. You need that to protect everything. Is that weapon gone too?
It looks like it is. Oh!
Benny is just rightfully
And there's
tapped
a
out at the
tap
onslaught
out.
of Caldera 12.
Wow.
Glenn Boxall has never won a homegrown dumpster. He's won a dumpster at an away event, ironically in Ithaca, New York, which is where Benny R. Joom is from. But he has never won a dumpster here at home. This 12-pound division looks like it could be his today. That was a dominant performance.
Clearly, Glenn cleared up any issues that he was having yesterday in the pits, because there was some cause for concern as far as safety. But he's like, hey, we're good. I'm good. Everything's all good. And he was impressed by what he saw from the bot and his opponent when he went and scouted them earlier today. But, man, you just can't count out Glenn. Like,
No, Glenn Boxall knows what he is doing in that arena. He knows how to make these bots fly across the floor. One of the things I love best about Glenn is he is not a devil-may-care kind of driver. He is methodical. He takes his shots very seriously. He just picks you apart. And you saw that slow dismantling of Benny throughout that fight. Each one of those hits just hit slightly off center of the weapon, ripped off the side of the armor, ripped off a piece of the weapon module, until the weapon just flew right out. Like there was nothing left to hold that weapon in place.
I just love his approach, his driving, his strategy, just everything about Glenn. Last time it was hashtag Chubby Unicode, but now it's everybody loves Glenn.
Everybody loves Glenn.
Hashtag
Facts.
everybody loves Glenn.
Facts. There is a straight up gash in the ceiling just from material getting thrown up there and ripping a chunk off of the ceiling. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, we built this double-walled bulletproof box to hold in all of this insanity. There you see our house bots going in to try to fix it. Glenn Boxall is just a man who can wreak havoc.
5.
Oh, I love this fight, ladies and gentlemen. This is Carmen versus
1.
Milk Tank.
Fight, robots,
Two
fight.
classic competitors here. This is Michael Shore's Carmen and Milk Tank, brought to you by Lunch Buddy? Milk Tank is this horizontal spinner in all red. Carmen, of course, in all red, looking fantastic with this egg beater style spinner.
Boom! I love those hits early in the day. It
Michael
just really
Shore
perks you up.
is a just devastating driver. He knows where to pick his shots. He can do a toe-to-toe banger with somebody with equal speed and maneuverability to him. That is not Milk Tank. Milk Tank is a little bot that could, except this time, it could not.
No. It could, but it did not.
No, it did not. Tamara's the main captain of this team. The driver of this team was Lunch Buddy. Not sure who that is. But the bot is warped in ways that prevent it from moving. And that's not how you want to end the fight.
We've got some new faces at this event, including another new college team, Kansas State Robotics, man. The college teams are invading NHRL. They've got this little 3-pounder air jail. I'm stoked to see it.
Kansas State, known to compete in a lot of the Midwestern events and in those leagues. This is now them coming to NHRL to stamp their ticket, see if they can make their way into the World Championships here at the end of the year. It's great to see. We love it when people travel here. We love it when they come from across the country. We love it when they come from across the world. Bring it on. Let's go.
I really hope that we get some legitimate college rivalries that we normally wouldn't get in the regular sporting world, I guess is the best way to put it. Like some that were founded, built, and then became great things right here in Norwalk. Like that's what I want to see. I think we're on the cusp of it. I think today's another step in that direction of true college rivalries in the sport of combat robotics.
Coming up in the 12-pound division, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see the return of Huge. First time they have been in the box since the World Finals, World Championships in 2023. Super excited to see that. We're also going to have Grim Ripper 12. I love this machine.
Yeah.
Such a fascinating armor design on this thing. It's going to be fantastic to see. The 12-pound division, as per usual, looking devastating. One of the weirdest stories in the 12-pound division, Torrent. That's right, Donald Sung's devastating old-school style design of Torrent today being driven and operated by Kevin Biagini. I don't know why. They are just on that team. They are just handing out bots, trading them back and forth. They described it as a robot white elephant style theory. If we give the bots to everybody else, they can figure out different things than you might about what's not working, what could work better, right? So if Donald gives his main robot to Kevin to drive at this event, Kevin might come back to him and say, change these 4 things, your bot's going to work better. It's like telling your dad to drive your car. He's going to notice it's making a noise you didn't even pay attention to.
That is a very interesting take on that, and that could be something that we see more and more of. The white elephant effect, is that what you call
absolutely. They're even planning an event later this year where they're going to white elephant every robot on the team. They're just going to pass them around and see what happens, and they're going to see if other people can kind of operate their robots as well as the person who originally designed and has driven it with great success. I mean, Donald Sung has been incredibly successful with Torrent.
Yeah.
But Kevin's one of the best people in the game. He's one of the best drivers on that team. Let's see what he can do with it. Fascinating idea. I can't wait to see how that works out for them today. But one of the things we've got coming up, and I can't wait to see it, is the return of Huge. They are in the box right now. Cage 1, that's right. Huge is back. The Durflers are here. This was the world champion of the 12-pound division in 2022. They qualified for the World Championships again in 2023, but fell short. And now they are here to try to qualify for the 2025 season. And you know what? It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, just kind of a big deal. Not like a very big deal, but, kind of a big deal. I love this robot design. The first time I ever saw it was with Huge, and I said, if this thing works, I'm going to be a fan for life. It worked. I am a fan for life on this design, and I just, you never know. I think this is a good matchup for them, but it will be a challenge nonetheless.
Now, there's a new bot facing them over on the other side. Well, relatively new bot. So this is Matthew Choi from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He's got Tartarus. It's got a new weapon, brand spanking new, in fact. Hasn't even hit anything yet. But I will say this. The weapon motor's on top. The belt is exposed. It's this tiny Little tight, compact, four-wheel drive vertical spinner. Exactly the kind of bot that Huge likes to eat.
So did you say Tartarus? Like if you go through the drive-thru at Long John Silver's and get some fish sticks, and they're like, "You need anything else?" You're like, "Tartarus." Like, is that is that how you said it?
That's how it's spelled. I don't think that's what it's in reference to, but yes, that is in fact how it's spelled. Very interested to see how this goes up. Yeah, Pittsburgh is actually a beautiful town. I don't know if you've ever been there. But they do produce some of the best combat robot builders in the entire world. Look at there he is. There's Huge.
That's the hero shot right there. Huge. The anticipation is killing me because I really want to see these two bots go at it in the cage right now because I feel like it's going to go one of two ways, either epically or miserably for one of them.
Amen to that.
All right, we got some thumbs up around the cage.
Matthew Choi from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a part of the Carnegie
5,
Mellon Combat Robotics
4,
team.
3, 2.
We've got a couple of cool
1.
bots here from Carnegie.
Fight, robots, fight.
And here we go. No cage rush. Waited for the weapons to spin up, and there's some contact
nasty.
early.
You can see there is some gyroscopic force issues on Huge, really preventing them from getting a lot of control.
Ooh.
But nasty hit.
Oh,
That
there's a
wheel's
wheel.
gone. Bye-bye.
We got a
I
wheel.
don't know if Tartarus is going to be able to move. I'm not sure where that wheel came off from. I think it's the front right side. But
Tap
yeah,
out.
I would be
Yeah.
tapping out too. You don't want Huge
Wow.
digging into your bottom plate.
So how about that? It was neither thing that you said that you had concerns about as far as the exposed motor. It was a wheel.
Popped them into the air, ripped a
Popped
wheel off,
early
and
on.
landed them right there on their belly. And they said, no thanks, we're done now. I don't want you to break my robot anymore.
You know, I was talking to Ricky about something like that last night when we were in the pits because somebody had made a design change based on like a 1 in 1,000 thing that had happened at an event. And I said, don't you love that? You plan for everything, and then you're like, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance this will happen, and then it does, and now you have to rethink your whole design again.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that bot is definitely worse for the wear, and it was one of the back wheels that got ripped off, and that really would prevent them from driving around upside down. They also don't have anything to keep their weapon off the ground when they're upside down. There's no kind of bunny ears or keep away sticks that would help them with that mobility issue.
But it could have been either of the front wheels, and they probably still would have had a chance to move
100%.
around. It had to be a back wheel.
Yeah, by chance or by skill, they just happened to snipe one of the wheels that really prevented them from doing any kind of moving after the fact. So that means Huge winning their first fight. That's huge for them. They only have to win one more fight
That is huge for
to
them.
qualify for the tournament. Very happy to see that.
Kyle is on it with the puns today. His wordplay is exceptional.
Thanks,
I
buddy.
want whatever coffee or energy drink you had this morning because I need my game at
It's
that
called
level.
sugar-free Red Bull. That's what I use. All right, here we
3,
go. Grim
2,
Ripper
1.
versus
Fight,
Leonardo.
robots,
Leonardo.
Not my favorite Ninja Turtle, but still top 4.
All right, so Grim Ripper coming at it. Look at this thing. It is so interesting. That's
Pushing
an
and
undercutter design, but full UHMW shield, angled shield on all sides. Is there anywhere for Leonardo to grab onto and throw?
Oh! Well, there goes one of the wedges of Leonardo.
Leonardo gets a weight bonus for being a shuffler-style robot, so it has unconventional locomotion, 1.5% of the weight that it's allowed to have. But I don't know if that matters against a weapon like Grim Ripper 12s.
There goes both wedges scattered across the cage right now, and Grim Ripper is ripping Leonardo apart. And now trying to square up on Leonardo for another hit, maybe start working on removing the forks from the front. Oh, and then it runs into the side of the cage and now seems to be out of control and upside down. Still driving, but wow, what a turn of events in there.
Yeah, no joke. This Cornell team, Combat Robotics at Cornell, bringing Leonardo. It is a very impressive, durable machine. Despite its kind of spindly-looking weapon,
Yeah.
They've got a lot of force behind that lifter. Are they moving now, though? It seems like we're at halfway point, and there's no movement coming from Leonardo. No movement from the weapon. No movement. Yeah, there you see our referee counting them out at this moment. We've seen nothing come from them. Grim Whipper could be winning this fight upside down. Oh, no, the unstick is called. That's what you see, that lighting change in the arena. That's an unstick.
So it wasn't anything technical, per se. They just looked like they were hung up on a piece of debris, maybe a piece of themselves.
No, this is really, maybe it could also be them just vying for a little bit more time. It's a bit of a timeout call when you ask for that unstick. So they could be waiting for something to cool down. They could be waiting for a transmitter to kind of kick back into place. They could be hoping a little percussive maintenance from Flo will jar something back into position, but now they are tapping out because they don't want any more of that Grim Ripper smoke.
That was a fight that had 3 very different turning points in it. So there was the start, and then, the Grim Ripper just goes in there and starts picking pieces apart on Leonardo. You have a wedge here, a wedge there, a fork here, and then they get flipped, and you're like, oh, what's going to happen now? And then ultimately, it just ceases to move on Leonardo's end, and you're like, oh, that was very back and forth.
Now, I want to give a quick shout out to the Skeleton Crew's patriarch, Nelson Byros, captain of that team and driver of Grim Ripper. He's got a 12-9 record, but his rise and ascent with skill over the past few months has been really impressive to see. You saw it in that fight. Very strategic driving, powerful weapon. The bot's getting better every single time. That is a bot on the rise in this tournament. Keep an eye on Nelson Byros. Now we're going to do a hot swap directly over into Cage 1 where we have bots loaded in and ready to go. Let's see what we've got here for you.
We've got your probably fan favorite bot, and like you were fanboying out about this Charno Alpha bot.
5.
Okay, come on, dude. Alexander Richmond brought something so bizarre, and I love it. It's a direct tangent drive. Boom! Nasty.
Wow.
Going up against Seivert by Matthew Lantry. Seivert is, it's 2-2 overall record. Matt.
Wow, man.
Ow.
I'm glad they're different colors because these two bots.
Yeah, very similar style robots.
At the start, I mean, not so much anymore. As you see, there's pieces of alpha all over the cage right now. But man, this is a very good fight right now as far as the action. And just like that, a tap out.
Now, you've seen Alexander Richmond win before with his other bot, Amphisbaena. This is a new design of his. It's tangential drive. It's got double weapon motors with a gear-driven center pivot. It's an insane-looking robot. He even put in these weird 4-bar lifter like vents on it and all these LED lighting elements that move. It is like a fully mobile robot that's expressive in and of itself.
Yep.
There you see Alexander's 2 buddies. That's Lars and that's Johnny Sumpas. They have kind of a loose team together that they've been working together over the past few years. High school kids. I mean, these guys are all like around 18, 16 now, but they've been working together to improve their robots. They've been on that Discord channel with each other now for years, just helping each other get better and better and better. Its new design didn't work out quite as well against Matthew Lantry's Seivert. Matthew, one of the best drivers here, period, the end. You see him working with his team, Team Pandemonium, just absolutely helping everybody with wheel design as well as driving tactics. If you need somebody to drive for you in a pinch hit, you call Matt Lantry. He's just reliable every single time. And you saw great weapon hits from Seivert there.
Yeah, it was just great driving all around, and 2 bots, but the better driving wins when you get into a situation where you have 2 near identical bots. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Identical in style, definitely different weapon weights, different weapon speeds, and definitely different weapon densities in that. There's a lot more in that. There's a lot more min-maxed on the body and the motors of Cherno Alpha than they are the actual weapon itself. The weapon on Seivert's giant. It's a huge machine. But yeah, Matt Lantry, the wheels stuck to the ground better, the weapon worked better, and he was able to tear pieces off of them until they had to tap out. Some of the welds on Cherno Alpha were like, I would say stylistically left a little bit boogery. That's the nicest way that I would
Okay.
put it. But you don't
Boogery.
know what's under those boogery welds either, which is why pieces were flying off. That is a technical term, by the way. If your welds are
coin
boogery,
it. Yeah.
it's not good.
That
It's
is
not what you
technical
want.
as they come. But how about the field of the 12-pounders that we're seeing, man? Like that is
death,
that is something.
Death and destruction in the 12-pound field.
Yes.
This is something that we've been seeing a lot lately. The 12-pound division is just where you go to kill your bot. It's just a scary place. It's a little bit more wide open today. There's new bots in there, right? We've got bots that we've never seen before, and we're seeing some people test some things out. But those people that are at the top, right? Your Killijules, your Battle Tots, your Calderas, your Carmens, right? Those people are going to take full advantage of that today. That final four, those people that you're seeing qualifying for the World Championships, it's probably going to be these names that we know, right? They're going to work their way through these new guys like you wouldn't even believe. If somebody that's brand new makes it into that final four in this 12-pound division, I'd be shocked, and that is going to be somebody to watch for the rest of the season.
Now, and speaking of 12-pound, we are going to send it now to another 12-pound matchup. How about that? We have Avalanche and Guppy.
5, 4,
I couldn't think of anything for Guppy. Sorry.
I know. That's fine. That's fine.
Robots fight.
Okay.
Avalanche, we've seen many times before. Powerful vertical spinner. It's been to 7 events with an overall
nice
5
hit.
and 9 record. The thing hits hard. It has some reliability issues, but we'll see how it's able to hold up today.
Guppy's dishing out the hits right now.
Guppy is a brand new robot from Bree Rainey. Spoke to Bree a little bit in the pits. Feeling pretty confident about this robot. Not their main focus today.
Yeah, but
She's got some other things she's working on, but this bot's looking great.
yeah, I mean, oh, lighting change. Did somebody accidentally bump a button again?
No, we put covers on the buttons now. It's harder to do that. We did. We 3D printed these little covers to keep
I know,
it.
I know. It's just funny because that's literally something that happened last event.
So
I couldn't help it.
we've called for a pause. Head referee, let's see, what's going on with the pause?
It looked like he was cleaning debris out of the cage.
Different cage, but yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Different cage, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very confused as to why we've paused this match. We're waiting for word. So we'll have to see what caused this.
Well, while we wait, I hope you have like some knock-knock jokes ready. No?
It's not really my shtick, you know? I don't do the knock-knocks. I will say I'm very curious as to why we paused this matchup. That's not typical.
It is not. And things were going well, too. It was abrupt.
Very abrupt pause.
Just all of a sudden, light change, paused.
We've got all the competitors are kind of standing by, trying to figure out what's going on. Micah Ferris with Avalanche. He's from Severn, Maryland. He's had 7 events here. 2 knockouts. 3 judges' decisions as far as their wins go.
No word yet from the voices in our head, or in our ear.
Fascinating. So you could see right there is a crack that is formed on the Lexan door.
Wow.
Now, these are double paned. So clearly so this fight will go to the judges because once there is a breach of one of those panes, and this isn't a full breach, but this is definitely a structural failing on that piece. It's been damaged.
Wow.
So you don't want to continue the fights depending on how big that damage is, right? If it's a small little nick or something, you're fine. But we've calculated exactly how big of damage to a Lexan piece needs to be, or a polycarbonate piece needs to be before we call it. That's definitely too big as far as like actual length of damage for us to continue with this matchup. So this will go to the judges as is, and then our crew will go in there to swap out that piece, which is designed for a very quick and easy swap out. The inner layer of the polycarbonate is actually slightly thinner than the outer layer, The idea is that inner layer absorbs all of the impact. It absorbs all of the kinetic energy and dissipates that energy before it then is translated to the outer layer, which is much thicker and able to take much more damage. So it's pretty foolproof in the sense that you can't really damage the outer layer because that inner layer is going to be a little bit more flexible and absorb all of the impact before you even get there.
If you have that kind of crack in your windshield, you are getting pulled over and probably ticketed.
Oh,
that's,
yeah.
That's a reference
Yeah, you
for
gotta
those
call
watching
those-
at home.
yeah.
Like, that's the kind of crack we're dealing with right here.
Yeah, you've got to call Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace right away. This is not an advertisement for them. It's just the right idea.
it's the right thing to do right now.
I am very excited about these two bots. This is
5,
Marshmallow
4,
versus
3,
Inertial.
2,
Inertial by
1.
Lily Lynn. She's from
Fight,
Brooklyn,
robots,
New York.
fight.
What a strange little robot. First time competing here. But Marshmallow, Tom Wynn, he's from Cambridge, Massachusetts. That's right, MIT.
And Marshmallow, not a flamethrower this event. So if you're wondering where's the fire, there won't be one in this fight.
No, ooh,
Tap
Wow.
out.
Okay.
yeah,
Blink
I can
and you
see
missed
why.
it.
I can see why.
Oh, battery fell out is what we're
Yeah.
being told from the powers that be.
It's expensive. When your batteries fall out, you don't want to get those ruptured if you don't have to.
Yeah.
And you can see head referee Jim Haney, head referee for this event. He's keeping an eye on what's happening there. It seems like the competitors are a little concerned about where the components are lying, where the battery is on the machine, and it seems like maybe that battery is wrapped around something to do with their weapon system.
Safety first, Kyle.
That
Safety
battery does look like it came from Inertial, which I love the look of Inertial, but yeah, there's not so much of what we would call armor on her. She's just got these plastic pieces that cover up all the components inside.
Yeah. So that's been an interesting series of events these last few fights. We had some great ones that went to decision and then knockout and then a tap out, and now we're having these bots with just pick a cage and there's something that you haven't seen every day.
Yeah, and you can see the MIT team is a little bit concerned about where that battery has landed. They don't like its proximity to their weapon, so they're talking to Jim about, I guess, the safest way to separate these bots from each other and from that battery. We saw earlier today there was some arcing from a battery lead touching a weapon. So we definitely don't want to have that happen again. Makes it a little bit less safe for anybody to get in there and pick anything up. Now, the batteries are not producing the same amount of electricity as you would be getting from, say, a light socket in your house or something like that. Like, you definitely have more dangerous amounts of electricity flowing through your home. But it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant to touch something that's arcing in any way, shape, or form. And you want to keep everybody as safe as humanly possible.
Yes. Absolutely. So they're going to get things sorted out. They're having a discussion. We are waiting for word on what the official word is, I guess, because if it was a traditional tap out, I feel like they would have cleared the cage by now.
Yeah, it does look like that battery got launched out of Inertial and kind of landed within the weapon assembly of Marshmallow. And if there's any kind of a breach or just a micro breach on that battery, it could erupt into flames. We've seen it many, many times in here. And that's not something you want to happen while there are people in the cage without proper safety gear and protection on. So this will take a little bit of planning to figure out what to do about it, probably moving everything to the door. You can see Jim is already getting his spacesuit ready so he can avoid that lithium polymer smoke if that does happen to erupt into flame. And they are getting the dumpster of sand ready so they can safely transport the battery as well as the robots out of the arena just in case they do catch on fire.
Another semi-exciting moment. We get to see what we don't normally get to see because, one, you hope it doesn't happen. But when it does, you're like, oh, how does this work? This is how it works, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching from home, this is safety first at its finest. This is why we play the game of safety, is for moments like this. They are experts, they are pros, and they're going to get this situation handled here.
Can I also make a quick comment about Lily Lynn dressing really nicely for this tournament? Like, just wearing a nice dress, coming formal, you know, looking like they're here for business. I really appreciate that.
You didn't
And
like
she
the,
matches her color scheme of her robot, too. Like, come on. That's just on point.
You didn't like the samurai or whatever costume that was earlier?
I didn't understand the theme, right? She's just got a nice aesthetic theme where her dress matches the robot. She looks good. I don't understand the samurai. It looked great. They obviously put a lot of work into it. I just wish there was more context for the samurai.
All right, fair enough. I will give
There's
you
no
that.
context needed here, right? Like, I get it. The aesthetic choices were made for the robot and the driver.
I do like that Team Pandemonium wears its team jerseys. Like, there's no hunting
Team
them
Pandemonium,
down, right?
Team Defective, the Skeleton Crew, they wear their jerseys out. Yeah, they're a team that wears that. Now you can see Jim has taken the battery itself and put it into the bucket. They're going to cover the bucket so that no oxygen can go towards the battery. The battery is not necessarily ruptured yet. We're not sure. But obviously moving it could cause those micro fractures, those abrasions to kind of open up and allow oxygen into that mix and allow them to set on fire. So we don't want that. We want that out of the building before that happens. So we have safety protocol in place to make sure that happens. That metal bucket with the airtight lid is how we do it. We get it outside, we open it up, and we just let it sit there for a little bit. But if it's going to catch on fire, we want that to happen outside, away from all of our spectators and competitors, where it's safe to let that burn.
And like I said, you don't want that to happen. You hope that it doesn't. But that was, this is why they train, and this is, all the meetings and the protocols are in place for things like this. And so as you just witnessed, well, if you were ever wondering what happens in this situation, that is exactly what happens in that situation. There is, no corners are being cut when it comes to the safety here in the fishbowl. We have fans in attendance, friends, family of teams, and it's, safety first. And I love that approach.
Yeah.
And they're pros at it. I mean,
safety first, second, and third. Absolutely.
Safety first, second, and third. All the safeties.
You got to when you're working with death machines. All right, so let's just take a moment. If you are new here, we are currently in the advancing preliminary rounds.
Yes.
So we are in the 12-pound division, the first opening round. If you lose this opening round, you still have 2 more chances. You can go down to the redemption round. If you win that, you get to go to the bubble round. And if you win that, you get to go on to the main primetime tournament, the single elimination tournament at the end of the day. The name of the game is 2 wins and you're in, 2 losses and you go home. So this opening round is crucial to determine the trajectory of your day. Are you going to win this, win your next one, and then take a nice long break before you have to go into the single elimination tournament? Or are you going to lose this and scramble for the rest of the morning trying to claw your way back into that tournament with less parts, less pieces, and more fights under your belt?
I do love the name for both outcomes, the cusp and redemption, because if you win, it's like, all right, you're 1, you need 1 more. No pressure, right? But then on the other side, if you lose, it's like, here's your shot at redemption, man. Like,
yeah,
go
you only
get
get
it.
1. If you lose that one, you're donezo.
This is your shot. It's not 8 Mile. You don't only get 1 shot. You get 1 shot, and then you get 1 more shot to make it count. But the cusp and redemption, 2 very fitting names for 2 very different outcomes in the opening round. But man, it makes for some great matchups and storylines as we get to the bubble, and then eventually, if you're advanced. So that bracket work is something, and I am excited to see how the rest of it plays out for the day. There's been some matchups I've been eyeballing as potential ones. Will we see them? Won't we? I don't know.
We've got 2 bots coming up in our next fight in Cage 4 that I am very excited to see. We've got Kevin
5,
Biagini captaining
4,
Torrent.
3,
And over on the other side,
2,
we have a brand new bot
Fight,
from
robots,
Carnegie Mellon
fight.
University called Lasagna. It's
Lasagna.
It's experimental. It's an interesting design, and
It's in pieces.
I was worried about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Jonathan from Carnegie Mellon had a lot of interesting ideas that he put into this robot. I was very curious to see if the weapon would be able to hold up. In that particular case, the weapon never even got up to speed, so he called for an unstick.
Yeah, here's Flo
This
at
is
work.
the attempt at an unstick. Now, you get to call for an attempt at an unstick.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean the unstick has to be successful.
No.
It just means that it has to be attempted in good faith, in earnest. And
Nope.
I'm not sure if Flo's the right. There we go.
All right.
And yeah, Kevin gives no quarter. He says, "Okay, just not. You can't give up the speed." Ah, nasty.
Oh, wow. And right back at it again.
Yeah, when we spoke to Jonathan last night, he said, I'm very concerned about my ability to self-right. I don't necessarily have enough torque in the weapon. And that has proven to be the case twice. And you only get one unstick, ladies and gentlemen. You only get one.
And that is how our opening 12-pound round will conclude this morning. Torrent with a big win over Lasagna. I'm a Garfield fan, but that Lasagna was not sitting well with me. So we'll see if it's back to the table and maybe the drawing board for a bot like Lasagna. We stopped by their pit area yesterday and had a nice little conversation with them. It's an interesting concept. You know, it's an Omni wheel, brushless, self-righting, but obviously that was their biggest concern, was can it self-right? And it needed an unstick, and then it got flipped again, and there's not two complementary unsticks, so clearly their concerns were merited as far as can it self-right on its own. But I asked, why Lasagna? And he's like, well, because so many bots are noodles, spaghetti noodles, where they go front to back, you know, left to right, one direction at a time. And he's like, this one is like lasagna. And I thought he meant like kind of sliding off the plate, like a thick, juicy lasagna chunk does. But he's like, no, it expands. So the Omni wheels allow it to kind of go in every direction, which is not wrong. That's just not what I was thinking when he said, yeah, the design is like lasagna. So that was an entertaining conversation. And hey, Kyle, you look different. I'm just kidding.
It happens sometimes. You know, you go through changes, get a little older, a little wiser, a little more handsome, and here you are. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the voice you know and love, the man who his shirts are undefeated. It is Ricky Willems. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm having a, excuse me there.
Busy morning?
Very busy morning. We have so many new builders in the house, and it is really exciting for me. That's one of my favorite things to see here at NHRL. A lot of times that means that they need a little assistance, a little nudge, show them where the bathrooms are, show them where the fights happen. Such a great group of, honestly, a great group of kids, I want to say. We have so many college students, and so many great fights have already come out of that. What are some highlights for you so far?
Highlights of, well, obviously, everybody loves Glenn, as we talked about our hashtag for the day. Everybody loves Glenn Caldera doing Caldera things in the 12-pound, and that was fantastic. There were some safety concerns last night, and he's like, nope, I'm good, we're good, everything's good. And clearly, he's still very good at what he does. And then, we had some bots. We had some fights that were entertaining, but, I don't like to focus on the tap-outs or the ones that were forfeit. I like the good matchups and win convincingly and move on. So I think so far we've had a pretty balanced, plate as far as the matchups. And you're here, perfect timing, because we now get to see our first 30-pound matchup. So
I'm gonna call that fortuitous. Let's watch if. Oh, and this is going to be a good one. Two big, scary vertical spinners in the arena for you today. And look at the color coordination we have going on, Richard.
Yeah.
I love it.
5, 4,
Somebody did their homework.
3,
Somebody did.
2,
Yeah.
1.
Let's
Fight,
see how it pays off
fight.
fighting-wise.
Wow, an
Whoa!
immense hit right off the bat. Dead Rise taking a big bite of Overlord.
Sparks a flying.
Battle of the verts.
Jeez.
Overlord has done the thing. Can they get out of this? Are they going to need an unstick? We're going to be finding out very soon.
Okay, they have called for the unstick. So Dead Rise still hitting them. Not sure if they're supposed to do that, but now Overlord is right side up again. Okay, that was short-lived too, because they're right back
You
upright.
don't see this from Overlord. Wow.
Wow. So Dead Rise, great paint job deadly weapon. That was some fantastic driving, and the cage rush at the beginning really set the tone for that fight.
It absolutely did. I think that the tone actually for Dead Rise was set long ago. I spoke to the builders last night, and I asked them about any pre-fight jitters. What are they working on? And they just looked at me and they were like, "No, it all works. Wow. It's all dialed in. It's all like we handled this forever ago." I was like, "What problems are you having?" I was like, "We're here already. We can't have. Why would I have?" And I was like, "That's a level.
Wow.
That's a level of preparation where." Sure, you can't know everything. You don't know it till you get in the box, but they were prepped. They were ready. They did their homework. They did their after-school extra credit work.
Jeez.
Ready to go.
That's a level of confidence that I can't even begin to relate to, because in the world of sports, it's just unheard of. I could do 1,000 broadcasts for events like this or like it, and I would still not eat in the morning because I'm too nervous, and go over like my opening, my breathing, all that stuff. Doesn't matter how many times I do it. And yet here's a team that comes into a competition cool as cucumbers and tells you straight out, "Oh, we're here, we're good."
Yeah. I was impressed. I was really impressed. You don't hear that kind of confidence every day. At least not here at NHRL. It's overwhelming, some of the talent in the building. And and even then, a lot of folks still, it's like, no, that motor's a little tweaked, or this has been used for 7 events, or I'm nervous about my wiring, whatever it is.
Yeah, like, you're a veteran of the game. I mean, you still, I bet, got nervous all the way up to the last fight that you had, right?
Yeah, it's every single time. You know that there's something you could have spent more time on. And they were literally spending time, like, polishing things. So, there's I think Penske was the guy that came up with this idea of you keep your race car clean. Because if you had time to clean the race car, it meant you had time to test. And if you had time to test, it meant you got your robot done ahead of time. Oh. And if you got your robot done ahead of time, it meant you weren't rushed when you built it. And if you weren't rushed when you built it, it means, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So look out for those robots that are in the crowd or rather in the pits polishing. They're going to be threats. Or they're so hopelessly over the top behind that you might as well polish it up.
Had to throw that in there. And we are going to go to Cage 2 now, where we are in the second round of the 3-pounders. So let's see how that goes. And what matchup are we treated to now in Cage 2? Looks like Tabby on one side.
Hairy thing is in the blue score.
Tabby.
You can tell by the mustache. Or the mustache.
Okay, the stash gives it away. Got it. That's good to know.
We'll stash you a question.
They are going up against Titanium Tabby. Like I said, the team with the cats. I love it. I love it. And this, 2 similar looking bots, but as I've been corrected a few times today, they can look similar but be very, very different. So let's see how this goes.
Fight, robots, fight.
Right off the bat, quick movements from Titanium Tabby and a massive hit.
Oh, wow.
Roof shot. A hairy thing having a hard time with its mobility today.
I've never seen a hairy thing like that fly around the cage like that. Wow. Boom, another one.
The weapon engagement that Titanium Tabby is getting is fantastic.
Yes.
You hear that motor, it's a little lower pitched. They're actually running that slower than a lot of the competitors here. Wow. And that's what causes this throwing action. It's a little less of a, piece gets taken out of the robot, but you really go flying.
This is robot carnage, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if you're watching at home, are you not entertained? That was fantastic. I mean, maybe not so much for a hairy thing.
No, look at the side eye hairy thing was given its opponent.
Wow. So Titanium Tabby, not a cat to be messed with.
Knockout.
Wow. And we get a knockout to start off the second round of the preliminaries for the 3-pound bots. An impressive knockout victory for the team of just some cool cats, man. Titanium Tabby.
Yeah, Titanium Tabby is an archetype that we see a lot. It's a good-looking robot. It's low slung, big weapon. I think the difference we're going to see is how this weapon is used. Again, I think they were running that a little bit slower. Those are going to give you those big launching hits rather than the concussive, like sparks fly, explosive kind of things. I would not be surprised, though, if Titanium Tabby has the ability to turn that weapon up for those big hits if it needs them later. So keep an eye on it. It's probably has the option to go for either strategy, depending on the opponent it's facing.
Father-son team, I love when you see that robot fighting is a family affair. I think that's a great, expensive hobby to have, but a great hobby to have nonetheless.
Yeah, well, you know, in the 3-pound world, it's reasonably affordable. You think about what a set of soccer cleats and some private lessons cost or something. It's
registration fees and jerseys and travel if they do that. Yeah, okay, I get it. I think you're right.
I think what I'm really loving is seeing, again, with all the schools here, with the family teams, with the father-son, mother-daughter, child-sibling, whatever it is, it's really getting looked at as a sport. And you can tell, like, look here at the pits, these folks are the focused. They came ready to play and ready to work. Everyone is in their little zone, busy little bees.
Beauty in that chaos, man. There is some beauty in that. Like, you just... to see that and then watch it play out in the cage, that is something. That is probably one of my favorite aspects of this sport, is to go from that to the fight and then ultimately the finish and the outcome.
I got to say, Richard, looking relatively calm for the pits at this time. Everybody's working. Everybody's focused.
Yes.
But at the same time, I'm not seeing people rushing. I'm not seeing large groups of people. I'm not seeing explosive gesticulation. That's a good sign. And with so many new teams, a lot of times there is a little more panic.
Maybe they heard us up there in the pits when you were talking about that team that came in just cool and collective, and everybody started to be like Michael Scott and be like, stay calm! Everybody stay calm!
Just yell it louder and they'll be calmer. Well, folks, in case, like some of our competitors this time, you are new to NHRL, we're going to take you through a little guide here. We've got some Havoc 101. Here at the House of Havoc, we have 3 weight classes. We have the 3-pound class, the 12-pound class, and the 30-pound class of robots. These robots fight head-to-head in 3-minute matches, and your goal is either to destroy your opponent or get them tapped out, knocked out, or win through a judge's decision.
Yep.
You get an unstick, so if a robot is to get hung up on the arena floor or the wall once per fight, they can ask for an unstick. A house robot, these big cinder block looking metal cubes, will come out from their lurking corners and try to free you, but you only get 1 per fight. At the end of the day, the top 4 robots from this event will qualify for the World Championships at the end of the year, and they will walk home with handsome cash prizes.
Yeah, a traditional road to the Final Four, if you will, where it's all about the top 4, but there's still a champion to be crowned. That's the Golden Dumpster. And now we're at Cage 2.
Very exciting.
Another good fight
yeah, this
here.
is a great fight.
Yeah.
We've got Turbo Fiend going up against Titanium White's cousin. White. Yeah, it is actually spelled, folks, HWI.
Yeah.
It's not the other way around. Titanium White's cousin, a multi-bot flamethrower.
4.
Very impressive
3,
last event with
2,
Titanium White's
1.
cousin. So
Fight,
let's see if they can
robots,
duplicate it.
fight.
Ooh.
Turbo Fiend is a terror. You can see them wearing this gold armor that's supposed to be fire resistant. I don't see flames from either of Titanium White cousin multi-bot segments. How do you pluralize Titanium White's cousins? I don't know how you do that. Giving us an impossible task here.
Well,
so far, there's a little bit of flame.
Yep, saw it a little bit. The thing I'm most impressed with early on, though, is how Turbo Fiend has not strayed away from the taking them on basically from the middle. Like that's Titanium White's approach, is to try to corral them but Turbo Fiend is like taking them head on and said, hit me with your best, let's go.
I think their size is just right, where if they can keep that head-to-head horns locked stance, if you will, it really pays off. Look at the damage they're doing here.
Sparks are flying.
I have to comment, too. Ooh, there's the flame kicking in a bit.
Okay.
Turbo Fiend's weapon is so dialed in, it's almost silent.
Wow.
That, I think it is keeping it dialed down a little bit. But that really speaks. Some of these things seem like they're about to blast apart, just spinning up before they even hit anyone. Turbo Fiend is rock solid. They are completely unshaken by their opponents.
Wow. But yeah, I've seen bots at the last event try to take on Titanium White kind of one by one, almost backing themselves intentionally into a corner so that they couldn't get trapped. Turbo Fiend has done the exact opposite. He's put himself in between the two bots like, come on, let's go. Let's get this thing rolling. And man, is he taking it to him.
Absolutely.
So one of the Titanium White's cousin bots immobile right now, but the one that is just got popped up in the air. I was going to say had some flame going, but now...
There you are. That is the end of Titanium White. Dima Papazian taking home a win. She's got to be really happy about that. That, not the best showing from Titanium White that we've seen. I don't know if it was an issue with drive. We certainly saw a little bit of a struggle with the weapon igniting, getting that flame going. We had a brief period of time on the infrared camera. You could see the fuel was coming out because it was cooling the area around the flamethrower rather than heating it. Something's going wrong. So they're going to have to figure that out in the pits. It's a talented team. I think they can do it, but can they do it in time?
So they're on the bubble now. Good for them. Titanium White's cousin, I'm not going to give them a bad review because based on what I saw at the last event, which really impressed me through the, I think, 3 fights that they had, it's like going to a restaurant. You have a great time, 3 times and then maybe 1 bad experience. You don't hold them against the, you don't hold that experience against them. So I think they're still a bot to watch as far as like, do not take them lightly.
Not at all. And I think it's also important to note here, as much as we've seen flamethrowers take off here in the last couple of years, which has been wonderful, this is still novel in terms of combat robotics. It's still a lot of uncharted territory, not just in how to make it work, but then how to make it reliably work, how to make sure that you've got a approach and agenda for every type of opponent. It's one thing to go at, I'm making up examples here, but it's one thing to go at a vertical spinner and know I'm going to pin it this way. It might be completely different to go up against a horizontal or a lifter or whatever else. And that knowledge only comes through experimentation, and we are still very young in that process, very early in that process.
So let me ask you a builder question. We're going to go inside the mind of Ricky Williams right now.
Danger
so last event, Titanium White's cousins, from the strategy to the boxing the opponents to the weapons functionality to the driving, it's like everything that could go right did, and they were very impressive. But now you have an opponent like that takes you on unexpectedly from a certain approach, but then there's also, it doesn't look like the weapons are working fully. Was this too much going wrong to overcome, or was their opponent just ready for them?
If I was looking at this like I was one of the competitors fighting, what I think I would have realized after looking at this fight is that for Titanium White to really deliver, both sides need to be punching at least 50%. I mean, if you are down to one half of your multibot, your path to victory has essentially evaporated.
Yes.
And that is the case to some extent with all multibots. Obviously, not having half your robot is a difficult position to be in. But if you're a robot like Titanium White that relies on your robot being pinned so that you can then do damage over the course of 5 or 10 seconds, rather than something that can come in with hit after hit after hit, it means that you really, really are beholden to whether or not both of your segments work. So
Still a very entertaining fight.
Very
though.
entertaining.
I was not expecting that kind of fight. I mean, the outcome 50-50. Obviously, when there's 2 bots in there, 3, I guess, if you want to get technical. But based on what I saw last event, I was like, okay. And now I'm starting to wonder if people are starting to figure it out. Are they watching the tape, so to speak?
Well, one of the other things that happens here is obviously each of these multi-bots weighs less than the robot it's fighting, and you can't be afraid to go after them. These are robots that when you hit them are going to go flying much farther than your average opponent. And what we saw Dima Papazian do there, she went in aggressively and really hit hard and threw each segment across the arena. And if you come with that kind of aggression and put your opponent on its heels and they can never get that coordination between the 2 halves, that's a possible strategy you can take. So I don't know if that will work against every opponent, but it was Dima's path to victory in that match.
Yeah, something to watch. And what we're going to watch now is Cage 2, where we have Gordon and Forklift Certified. Let's see how this one
5,
plays out.
4, 3.
There are some playful
2,
names today.
Aren't there?
Fight, robots, fight.
Okay. Cage rush by both. And Forklift pins Gordon up against the house bots.
Very solid pin. We've seen this. We haven't seen a lot of these style robots this year. The lifter.
Wow, what a hit.
Some big impacts, not only on each robot, but on the arena walls. Arenas have been taking a punishment today. Oh, Forklift Certified is inverted, and they don't seem to be able to right themselves very well. Their wheel, let's see, left wheel is spinning, right wheel is down. They're going to call for an unstick. I don't think it's going to help them.
No, and this is the exact opposite of what happened earlier today with That's a Lot of TPU, where they were a wedge bot that pinned their opponent, which was much like Gordon.
Yes.
And the weapon was essentially ineffective for every 10 seconds because it wedged him in a way where they could not get any kind of contact, and they controlled the pace of the fight.
Now we are going to come down to a count out here. This is about to be a knockout. Gordon's walking away with a relatively easy win.
Wow.
Here it goes. There is your knockout. Gordon walking away with the victory.
So yeah, earlier today you asked about kind of takeaways or fights, that stood out to me. And if I would have known, if I would have seen this after the 2 bots in the cage after Arsenal, and That's a Lot of TPU, I would have thought it was going to go the same way, and this was the complete opposite, that's what I love about this sport, is that you can't just see one fight with similar bots and expect that outcome to be for the next setup that happens to randomly have the same kind of designed bots in there. But like I said, That's a Lot of TPU goes in there with this strategy of I'm going to wedge this bot upright so that its weapon just spins and it can't touch me. And I'm going to do that for 10 seconds at a time. And yeah, at the end, probably the last 20 seconds is when they quit playing around and finally got some good contact by Arsenal and ripped a few pieces off. But at that point, 3 minutes, 2 of them were controlled by That's a Lot of TPU, and it was just really impressive driving.
Yeah, and a really impressively designed robot. I'm very excited to see this year so far. We haven't had these many of these lifter robots, these wide slung, large plastic robots, and it's a really interesting archetype. It's a really it messes with the meta in a way I really enjoy. It keeps you guessing what's going to happen as the day progresses a lot more than the horizontal versus vertical versus hammer saw versus whatever else, because so much of it is driving, so much of it is design, so much of it is attention to detail in the configurations they use. It really throws any of your predictions out a window. You were saying earlier how you couldn't predict this fight just based on That's a Lot of TPU.
Yeah.
That's intrinsic, I think, to some extent to these bot designs.
Yeah, it's one of the beautiful things about the sport where you can just never predict like how fights are going to go, no matter how similar bots look. It's the internals really is what it's all about. You know, the weapon speed, how heavy is the weapon, the motor, the battery, wires, everything, belts.
And I'd love to get some shots. I think a lot of people at home might not realize this, but as much as these robots look diverse on the outside, the insides are also completely different. Some of these are tidy. They look like they were, I don't know, laid out with Legos. They're perfect right angles everywhere. Yeah. And other ones look like, you know, that suitcase that you're, keep under the bed that just has all the old wires from like a 1992 MP3 player and like old power cables and a telephone you don't have anymore. Some of the robots just look like that inside.
Yeah.
And it's not that one's right and one's wrong. There's actually some advantages to having a wires nest in some cases. You don't know watching these fights unless you're us and you've been up in the pits to say, oh, that robot is built like a tank inside, or that robot is going to be really amenable to being bent in half and springing back, which happens sometimes, right? So just the moral of the story there is anything can happen with some of these robot designs, and you can't judge a book by its cover.
We had a fight earlier today that there was a four-wheel vert that had one of the rear tires popped off. And what was funny is Kyle made a point to say, oh, wow, the battery's exposed, the gears are exposed at the top, and it was going up against, an overhead weapon, a hammer bot. And we've seen plenty of times in this sport where it's like there's that 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 100,000 shot. And as a builder, as somebody who's competed in this sport, does that change everything, or do you chalk it up to, okay, that was the one, never going to happen again, we don't need to change a thing?
There is an inclination to just fix every problem that comes up. But there's also, I think Jonathan Schultz is the big originator of this in the combat robot world. Don't change anything. You have to be really careful that the things that you're fixing aren't breaking what has led to your success so far. Oh, boy. All right, I'm excited. Open Hell is going up against Help. I like to think that there's a question mark at the end of that, an implied question mark.
Yes.
Open Hell is a hovercraft melty brain robot. And if that sounds like a mouthful, it kind of is. Melty brain robots are the
new thing, man.
Yeah, they're the new thing. So to explain what this is a robot where the entire robot is the weapon. It spins around its own axis, and it uses a complicated set of sensors and math to figure out if I change my wheel direction just a little bit, or my wheel power, I'll drift this way or that way.
3, 2,
very powerful robots, very complicated internals. Right now, Open Hell doing a whole lot of sitting there. Oh, there it goes.
Okay, I'm hearing it now, and it's moving around.
Meanwhile, Help is biding his time. Open Hell really struggling to get going. One of the troubles we have with Melty Brains is a problem that's compounded with a hovercraft. The arena floors get torn up. It's dirty in there. There's wood shavings and battle bits everywhere.
Which is funny because when we talked to the team that made Open Hell, they said that their biggest concern was wood chips. And look at that floor in there. Like that's their worst nightmare right now. In this redemption fight, you must win to move on to the bubble.
And I think, Richard, it might actually be functioning better upside down. Of course, it can't do any damage since the weapon is now about 2 inches above its opponent.
Wow. What a turn of events here to see this function both the correct way and seemingly the incorrect way here. Turned into a dreidel bot there for him.
Yes.
But Help, really not needing any help right now against Open Hell as it pins them against the house bot for a count of 10 here. And then we'll see when they free up if Open Hell can get out there and get up to speed.
A good pin here from Help. Help! Do you think I'm helping?
I think he's trying his best. We all want good fights in the cages, you know? That end in a knockout with like 2 seconds left.
I will notice this. Even when open hell is spinning properly, it doesn't seem like the weapon blade is really landing hits on its opponent.
I noticed that as well, and it's something that they talked about last night. They were confident, you know, in the pits. They acknowledged what the potential weaknesses were for the bot, which, as I mentioned, wood chips, oddly enough. But I get it also because of those air vents. But yeah, they didn't seem to have really any concern for the primary weapon or its functionality, but I think we were all curious just to see, okay, how is this going to go?
Certainly the robot is able to transfer and move. I just don't see the level. It's making contact.
Yes.
Let's be really direct here. It's making the contact it needs to make. It's just not doing much when that contact happens. And I'm not sure if that's because the metal isn't landing or it's just not spinning fast enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's the desired contact that they had in mind, because you're right. I mean, it is moving around, so it's mobile, it is making contact, but it's just not getting that big contact hit like I think they had hoped going into this.
Right.
And so that fight will conclude. Or is it pausing for an unstick? I heard applause.
That is headed to the judges.
Judges, okay.
We'll wait a little bit. I'm sure we'll get the results soon enough on our lovely results ticker.
So, who do you have in that? That was kind of a pushing and shoving match.
I think because we were never really able to see open hell effectively show aggression with its weapon, it was always kind of on its heels, trying to get up to speed. It was never really clear that it was attacking its opponent. I would be pretty confident in giving that to help. But, you know, judges are mysterious wizards who sit atop a tower
things have happened
on their base in the dark side of the moon, at least as far as I'm concerned. So you never know, but that would be my read on it, is that that's a very helpful whip.
Yeah, so Ricky and I both agree that one is going to judge's decision. If we were the judges, probably give it in favor of help, just because of not one or two things, but a few of them. You know, the aggression, as you mentioned, and with open hell just not being able to really fully display what it's capable of, which that's always my biggest disappointment with some of these fights and these bots that you go up into the pits. You've heard a lot about them, and you're just like, man, I really want to see this thing function the way that they're telling me that it can, and how I hope to see it function. And so you see that, and you're just like, like, I hope we get another one, maybe, but unfortunately, it won't be in the tournament.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but so it goes. I think it's one of those things in the judge. We have a judge's rubric, of course. You know, there's very specific qualifications for what counts or doesn't count for points when they're making up these decisions. This is one of those cases where every single point is just colored by, did they do that on purpose? Is that really what was going on? How do you interpret it? So this is one of those places where the judges have to flex their discretion a lot more. It's not like we saw 12 hits from one robot and 10 from the other. It's that every one of these interactions, there is a question of intent, of control, of, to put it vaguely, vibes, you know? Like, what is the case? Thankfully, I think it is relatively clear, and the way rules are set up, that it should be relatively clear. But it's a very different judging experience than they normally have.
So the two events now that I've been a part of, and I've seen a share of melty brains. I'm not going to say like a fair share of melty brains, but enough where it's just like, I'm not sold on this design yet. Are you?
There is such a long road for melty brains ahead of us. I think full body and full horizontal spinners always have some struggles with them. I think we are eventually going to see melty brains take over the majority of the body spinner market, let's call it. Okay. The physics are just there. I don't know that the technology and the software and the hardware is there yet. That will take some development.
Something on the horizon.
And it's a slower development curve because there's fewer of those robots competing. So that's the way it goes.
Omni wheels were unheard of until it seemed like Adam, and Shatter brought those to the table. And I've seen a lot of those come a long way and work. So we'll see what the future holds for Melty Brains.
Oh, baby. All right, we've got Thing 2 going up against Verticalizer in a redemption fight. I'm excited about that.
Winner to the bubble, loser goes home.
Richard, have you been introduced to Verticalizer as of yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Verticalizer, I believe we gave you a crash course on Thagomizer-style robots.
Okay,
recently,
yes.
right?
Yes, you did.
So what happens when you take a Thagomizer-style robot and instead of a big horizontal spinning disc, you throw 2 vertical spinners on that tail?
You get me intrigued. That's what you get.
Well, you get what you got in Cage 2 right now with Verticalizer.
Verticalizer.
It's 2 FingerTech beater bars stuck on the end of a Thagomizer-style robot. It is wacky. It's wild. It works better than it probably has any right to work.
4,
And
3,
it does silly
2,
things in the cage,
1.
which we're about to see.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, here we go. No cage rush, but Verticalizer snaking its way to Thing 2. Interesting approach.
I think Thing 2 is a bit of a junior entry. Just looking
Okay.
at the assembly, it
Okay.
seems to be made mostly from spare parts.
Is that duct tape? I see?
There's definitely some duct tape on there.
Okay, I like it.
There
I don't
are
hate it.
some Home Depot style cheese grade hardware sticking out from the side of the robot, and there's a high centering issue causing it to have trouble moving from its pink corner. So a lot of times when you're an experienced competitor and you see that, you take it a little easy, at least for the first few moments, because you don't want your robot's opponent to explode if they're going to have to go back to Home Depot for parts.
It's like boxers. They touch gloves, and then they kind of feel each other out a little bit, but then the second that somebody lands a punch, it's like, okay,
Right.
here we go.
Yeah. We're still waiting for that land a punch moment.
Yes. So Verticalizer waiting patiently. We're waiting patiently right alongside them to see just what's going to happen in this fight. You had me all pumped up for Verticalizer there, Ricky.
Well, you're on the edge of your seat.
I am, quite literally. But that is a knockout win for Verticalizer, and they will move on to the bubble. So good for them. I don't think it's probably how you want to move on to the bubble, but at this point in the prelims, a win is a win is a win is a win.
Absolutely. And I think with Verticalizer, it's a robot that is not brand new. This is a known entity. It's wild design, but it's not like it's highly experimental. It's not here for the first time.
Yeah.
They're going to be pretty excited to take an easy win at this point, especially with the fact that the robot has a lot that can break on it. A less stress in the pits is kind of a nice thing.
Well, the day has had a little bit of everything. I don't know if you saw. Well, of course you did. What am I thinking here? You were probably part of it when there was that battery issue, and we got to see firsthand what you guys practice behind the scenes, kind of like EMTs. You have them there. You just hope they're never called into action. You know,
it's a lot of getting called into action. There are so many processes in place here at NHRL. This is one of those days where all those processes seem to get pulled into effect, but are resolved, and they do their job. It keeps us busy. It's going to be a very worn-out Sunday, but as long as we walk home and everyone's got all their fingers and toes, and everyone had a good time, we're good.
So you mentioned it before that fight about Verticalizer. You're like, that bot has no business being as effective as it is. And I keep seeing memes on social media about certain songs and movies, like Powerline from a Goofy movie. It's like it had no business going that hard,
Yeah.
So if you had to look at the landscape of the competitors here this weekend, or really any event, what's a bot that sticks out to you that's like it has no business working as well as it does?
That's a great question. I'm going to have to think about that one, Richard.
Okay.
There's definitely a few contenders. It's also tough because so many of the robots we have at this particular event are new designs and new builders. We don't know yet. There's a lot of robots where I'm skeptical and I'm waiting to be colored and pressed later in the day. So I'm sure I'm going to be walking out of the May event saying, well, that's my new has no business contender for May.
I think one that sticks out to me, but it's got to be the driving ability, and it's mainly from how they did last event. We talked about them before. Titanium Flight's cousins, multi-bots that are a flamethrower, but not your traditional like napalm flamethrower, like from Vietnam War movies. There's definitely, a strategy there and an approach, and they had that going very well for him last time. But I looked at that and I was like, this will be fun, but I didn't think it had any business performing that well last event.
It's a very good example. We're going to go over to Cage 2. We have another 3-pound fight for you right now. Oh, baby. We got the arena floor going up against Midnight Chill. We were talking about Melty Brains earlier. The arena floor is a pretty good example of that.
Let's see how arena floor does against the cage floor.
5,
looking pretty
4,
scuffed up in there
3,
after a good morning
2,
of competition.
1.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. The arena floor doesn't run the usual tread. Ooh,
okay.
Smack into the arena is pretty good. Hockey pucking around.
So as the arena floor continues to ping around like an air hockey puck, this is a redemption fight. Winner to the bubble.
So the arena floor has rubber tires, kind of a rarity now in the world of Melty Brains. Gets a little less grip and is a little more prone to do that hockey puck maneuver. Ooh, that was a good hit on Midnight Chill. Midnight Chill lodged into the arena wall. This is arena floor's moment to strike. They've missed their moment to strike.
It's like they're trying.
Yeah, they are.
Give them credit for trying here.
It's a game of billiards. Look at the heat that they're putting into the arena floor just from their tire traction. Incredible. Now they're smoking. I don't know if that smoke is from the motors or just from the tires tearing themselves apart.
Wow.
We're getting no movement from Midnight Chill. Arena floor may walk away with an easy win here. I thought they were just biding their time, but they are frozen. You can see just a little bit of motion from the belts that drive their wheels. Not enough to get those wheels to spin any appreciable amount.
Wow.
This is a very, very strange... Oh, I see Midnight Chill is moving now. That will be enough to avoid a count-out, just barely. Oh, they have called it. Oh, this is interesting. I heard a knockout called.
Wow. I thought they had a little bit of second life there as well with the granted brief movement that they had, but the arena floor, it was like that Samsung screensaver pinging around. You're waiting for it to hit the corner just right. It kept bouncing around Midnight Chill. I was like, come on, it's almost there.
Well, much like Windows 95, arena... What a segue, right? Much like Windows 95, unfortunately, our chilly friend, Midnight Chill, is going to be headed home. Hopefully to be seen again, but probably to be in a basement corner with a lot of other electronics for a little while at least. We're going to have the arena floor moving on to fight again.
To the bubble with the floor. And it's funny. Now, I know a lot of it was on Midnight Chill and not being able to maneuver or show movement. But we had just talked about bots that had no business being that good. And here comes the arena floor. And they got their hits in, and they were effective. I just don't think that they had any business being that
This is actually a great example, Richard. So granted, not a lot of those hits landed. But those hits that did land did some serious damage. You could feel the impact. I mean, even here with a small robot cage on the other side of the building, you could feel that.
Yeah.
That's what a robot like Open Hell needed to be doing with each one of those hits. That's what was missing, and we had none of that. Now, if you can have the controllability and the consistency of a regular robot with a good multi-brain drive system with the big impacts that we just saw out of Arena Floor, then you'd really have something. And the potential is there. We've seen it before. I know we'll see it again. The question is, can Arena Floor do it today before they get sent home?
Fair enough. Well, we are resetting here for the qualifying round, as we're being told. So that means that we're going to take another look at how the tournament works. Ricky?
Yeah, let's take you through here. So, when you show up to NHRL and you want to make your way through a qualifying section of our event, you start off with an 0-0 record. If you win that, you're on the cusp. You only need 2 wins to advance into the bracket, so you're on the cusp of doing that. You get that second win, you advance. However, if you lose that fight, you get knocked down to the bubble. That bubble, well, you're 1 fight away from losing, you're 1 fight away from winning. It could go either way. On the other side of the picture, you've got a 0-1 record. If you lose that first fight, you are in a redemption fight. You get 1 more chance to either move up to the bubble or you're headed home and you're eliminated.
Well, great breakdown or rundown, whatever you want to call it, for how it works here at NHRL. I mentioned to Kyle, I love the names for the cusp and redemption. Very
evocative.
Yes, very motivating for whichever spot you find yourself in. The cusp, you know, I'm right there. Got 1 more fight, and then I'm in. I've achieved my goal.
And we talk about this sometimes. It's such a different mental space being in each one of these places. The bubble's probably the most neutral.
Yeah.
At that point, you've had all the highs, you've had all the lows. It's do or die, it's go home. It's kind of like when you first show up for a day, only you're a lot more tired and your knuckles are probably busted up from working on your robot. That's a lot different than going into your first fight and losing, or going into your first fight and riding the high of a win.
Very true. And now we toss it to Cage 2 for our next matchup.
Got Chainsaw Massacre going up against Blink.
Hopefully not a blink and you miss it fight. I'd like to see one go the distance, get some robot carnage in Cage 2.
Such a pretty robot. The yellow and black combo, it's just eye-catching.
You call the robot pretty.
Yeah. Listen, everybody's
like it.
entitled to their thing.
Very true.
We don't shame around here, Richard. I know you're new, but come on now.
It is a pretty paint job. I will admit that. I do like the aesthetic, and I'm excited to see how this one performs.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots.
Away we
fight.
go. This is a Cornell versus WPI throwdown.
Wow.
Excuse me, MIT.
So, Chainsaw Massacre with its guts spilled out.
It has belched a battery right off the bat.
Wow. So, Blink.
It's still
doing some
driving
work.
just fine. I'm worried it's going to tear up its own battery.
Jeez.
Wow, it is just it's like an anglerfish.
That's the perfect analogy. Wow.
Oh, now there's 2 batteries.
Wow.
Horrifying. Those batteries are going to get safely disposed of. Now they've become flails. The batteries are now weapons. I think I saw a little puff of smoke from one of those.
So nice victory for Blink.
Absolutely.
Impressive.
It's going to walk itself into its next match. Minimal repairs. Great place to be. I do want to take a second just to talk safety here. We can do this. So look at this robot. Its internals spewed all over the arena. Most events shut down a fight as soon as the batteries are exposed.
I was going to ask you that. From what we saw earlier, what is the difference here?
The difference here is that all of our arenas are equipped with a ventilation system that safely moves all of that toxic smoke outside, and we have, we'll say, oodles of fire protection equipment throughout the building, including chemical respirators to make sure that we can handle these batteries safely, move them outside if they do catch fire, fireproof gloves, tongs, every kind of fire extinguisher you can imagine. So we're very well equipped to handle these batteries if they do catch fire, and we're very well equipped to keep the building and the competitors and the spectators safe from any fumes or other malignancies that might result from a battery catching on fire. So we're very privileged that we've got that ability here, but I don't want folks at home to see these batteries getting dangled and damaged and think that they shouldn't be treated with the utmost respect, because these batteries can be dangerous if you don't show them the respect they need, and if they are abused or otherwise damaged and not handled properly.
So earlier, the fight was essentially stopped when a battery was exposed. This one was not. Was there something that happened in that earlier fight that caused them to basically shut it all down? And
I don't know. I don't think I caught the fight here.
Okay.
It would be very unusual for us to stop a fight simply for the purposes of a battery being exposed.
Okay.
There may have been other issues at play.
Gotcha.
That caused the arena to be deemed not safe for the rest of the fight, but it most likely wasn't the battery being exposed that caused the fight to stop.
I see. Okay. Because I wasn't sure if once the battery is out, if a weapon makes contact with the battery, if it can cause some adverse reaction that we try
You'll
to
get
avoid.
a giant plume of smoke and sometimes a big fireball, and that's more than welcome here at NHRL. We love a good fireball. One of the taglines we try to push a little bit here is that we do unsafe things safely.
I like it.
Dangerous things safely. You can see Safety Rob here with the proper PPE. He's put those batteries into a sand bucket. That bucket allows him to safely carry these things. You don't want to hold them in your hands in case they suddenly catch fire while you're moving them. And you don't want them in a bucket that doesn't have a airproof lid, because suddenly that smoke could fill the arena, fill the venue, rather. I'll say, too, we do keep a ventilation system going here, both in the cages. I think the air is swapped over every 15 seconds. And in the building, it's swapped over relatively often as well, and HEPA filtered and all that sort of thing. So there's a lot of work that goes into making that safe. If you ever have any questions, you're going to do this at home. Richard, I know you've been angling to have your backyard bot beat down.
Yeah,
if you want to do that, feel free to reach out to NHRL. We are doing our best to support competitions all over the country, all over the world. We can give you some advice. We can give you some tips, pointers, maybe even point you towards some people who could help you get your event off the ground and make sure that it's safe, fun, sustainable, and not going to give you cancer in 60 years.
This is very much not a don't try this at home sport. Try it at home, but safely, please. And how many hours a week or a month do you guys spend just on safety to make sure that NHRL does not cut any corners and that everything is up to the standard that you guys have made for yourselves?
It's more than a full-time job. It takes a whole it takes a whole staff here who's on board with it, in addition to having an explicit safety director role, in addition to leaning on the talent and the knowledge of an entirely pre-existing combat robot community that's full of very smart, very educated, and very wise people. So we're both lucky to have staff here, including myself, who focus on it, as well as just a almost unlimited level of knowledge that we can reach out to for people who also think that this is an incredible sport, and that the only way we get to keep doing it is if we do it safely.
Absolutely. It takes a village, and fortunately we here at NHRL have a village of engineers and people that deal with safety protocols all day, every day. It's beautiful to see it all come together. Like I said, it's at sports with the EMTs. You hope you never see them in action. Like I always ask them, and they'll tell me a good day is when they don't have to leave the ambulance. They just sit in there from the sidelines and enjoy it. But should they be called upon, They know how to respond, and that's what we've seen all day. So everybody that was wondering, how does that work in the world of NHRL? First class education today.
We have definitely dusted off sections
few things,
of the rule book and the procedure manual that haven't been in action in a while.
A says this, step 1.
Step 1, don't be on fire. Step 2 is stop being on fire. That's how it goes.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
I mean, that works for me, but that's, like I said, very entertaining morning, not in the way that you traditionally expect for a NHRL competition, but we've got an education in the process. So I feel like I've learned something new every day and more every NHRL event.
Stick around, you'll learn some more. In the meantime, we got a fight over in Cage 2. One of my favorite robot names of the day, Colon 3. That's not an anatomical reference. That is, if you draw it out, it's a little, smiley, lippy, cheeky face kind of guy. They'll be fighting. This is the first fight of the day I've gotten to see from them. Have you gotten to watch one of their earlier fights, Richard?
I have not. No. Okay. So we're in this
is
together.
Exciting for both of us. As we're talking about having busy days, I have been pulled 6 ways from Sunday. So when I am not on screen, I am. This is actually the calmest I get to be all day.
As I was sitting up here with Kyle, I would glance up. I'd be like, "Oh, there's Ricky again. Oh, there's Ricky again." It's all over the place, back and forth.
I got to say, the staff here today, though, is doing such a good job. It's important that I show up and, check boxes and make sure that the process is being followed. But they did a fantastic job. Almost everything I've had to do today is just checking their work rather than saying, no, we got to do this.
Which is good.
That is great.
Yeah.
And it helps. We've got some of our all-time best referees and safety folks here. Rob Sarakin, we've got Rob Masick, we've got Jim Haney. These are very experienced, talented folks in-house. And, of course, Jimmy Gibson handling operations 6 ways from Sunday. It's a great team. We're really lucky to have
And
them.
for me, it's easy to be passionate about my job. Commentary, pit reporting, all that stuff. It's easy for the builders to be passionate about their bot, about the sport. It's not necessarily easy to be passionate about safety and protocols, but the team, from what I've seen today, they live and breathe it.
Yeah. No, it's you go out, and if you put it this way, if you go out at night, you get a couple of root beer floats in one of these guys, and he starts, getting a little loose-lipped with what he's talking about. They're going to talk about their passion for safety processes here at NHRL.
Robots fight.
Here we go. Razor Beak.
Razor Beak, that is right.
And Colon 3.
Razor Beak, wow.
Wow, that was a nice
This is
hit.
impressive. Razor Beak has a hole saw on the front of their robot. Intended to drill their opponent. Very unusual approach.
Razorbeak all over the cage right now, running literal circles around Colon 3.
Razorbeak has a strong play school, like preschool brand vibe.
Yeah. After school special bot vibe, very much so.
The Little Tykes, little cruiser red car vibe.
And now Colon 3 starting to get some good contact in on Razorbeak as you see pieces of Razorbeaks thrown across the cage floor.
Colon 3, what I might call a point-and-shoot robot. A lot of times it has this kind of slowish turn a lot of times and then a very quick strike.
Yes.
But we're not seeing them put it to use very well. They're having a hard time aiming or even driving straight when they attack the way that they're designed to attack. Oh, nice little heart flag on the bottom of Colon 3.
Okay, trying to get out of the corner that they were in with the house bot and back to contact as we are under the 90-second mark here.
Neither of these robots slowing down dramatically, but pieces progressively being taken off of Razorbeak.
And it's still going as if they were 100% whole. That's impressive. And now both bots maneuvering just almost erratically, and a big hit by Razorbeak.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that you really want to do if you're a robot like Razorbeak. You've got those big AR, those big armor-plated forks on the front. You need to ram those right into your opponent's big spinner and get them to go flying across the arena. So far, impeccable job doing that. They have. Now notice, look, wow. Richard. Razorbeak has lost its primary weapon. Oh, now they're high-centered in the arena. They're unable to drive. Looks like they're going to go for an unstick. Less than three trying to fend off that unstick. Bold move.
Yeah. Okay. Some good hits there. Man, this is impressive by Razorbeak. Not only the punishment that it's delivered, but taken in the same time.
This is headed to the judges. Now look, that's a great shot. You can see the weapon has been taken off of Razorbeak entirely. So it's going to be struggling going into the judge's decision. That is a big piece of damage. However, it was clear they showed aggression pretty much the entire match. They seemed in control the entire match. That's going to weigh heavily as well. It's just a question of which is going to weigh heavier in the end for the judges.
So is that a peek at Ricky's judges card? Did we just see how you would score this one?
I think that's a peek at it. I would go back personally, review the tape, figure out when they lost that weapon and how that affected their ability to be aggressive towards their opponent. But my feeling there is that Razorbeak, their control and aggression throughout that match was enough to offset the damage that they suffered and that they would take home the win.
Some would look at shots like this and say, wow, Razorbeak really just got the crap beat out of him. But you'd have to watch the fight to know that was not the case.
It's important to note a rules particularity we have here. It's not exactly clear to me which of this armor is ablative. So ablative armor is armor that's meant to be torn off your robot, and the process of it being torn off is what protects the core of your robot.
I see what you mean. Okay.
The red covers that you saw earlier that covered the wheels on Razorbeak, very clearly ablative armor. However, you see that big dangling strip of red on the side of Razorbeak? Probably not ablative armor. So I would need to look very closely if I was a judge to say which of that armor was designed to be torn off and which of that armor was torn off involuntarily.
The difference between a bumper and a door. You need the door. The bumper kind of, optional
if
there.
If the bumper gets beat up, that's why it's called a bumper. If the door gets beat up, you're probably having a bad day.
Yeah, that's having a real bad day.
That's what it comes down to.
So that was a peek at Ricky's judge's card if he had one. Hypothetically, we were going over what he saw from that fight. And that's just the name of the game. You see these last shots of the two bots in there, and it does not do the fight justice whatsoever. No. You're looking there and you're like, wow, you're just tuning in. Well, don't. You need to be here for the whole thing.
There's a race car mantra that some builders use here as well, which is if your robot doesn't, the robot version of it is, if your robot doesn't fall apart the moment after the judges make their decision, then you built it too strong. And you say that because every bit of durability you put into your robot, you're probably pulling out of somewhere else. You're sacrificing something to make your robot more durable most of the time. So if you can get through a fight and your robot looks like an absolute disaster, but it still works and it did what it was supposed to do, that's a valid strategy. It's not the only strategy, but it's a valid strategy.
Okay, I see that. Fun thing I wanted to mention to you.
I love fun things.
Is that after the last event, we now have new fans in the great state of Montana that are brand new to the world of combat robotics. Shout out to the 406, you guys watching. This is what it's all about. This is why you tune in. Welcome. Honey, love you. I know you're watching back home, but yeah, we have new fans from Big Sky Country.
Beautiful.
So that might be a state to watch that comes out with a
I
probably a
will-
bison-looking bot, but if I had to venture a guess, but you know,
I could go for a bison. We're going to go back to cage 2. I don't think there's any bison bots in there right now. Maybe in time. But a little more 3-pound action for you in the meantime. I will say that whole area of the country is starting to see growth, especially in the 3-pound division.
Yes.
I would not be surprised if folks are able to tune in to a Montana-based event in the near future.
That'd be awesome. Sign me up for some robot fights in Big Sky Country. And this is one of our Kansas State teams, I believe, who I had the privilege and pleasure of talking to up in the pits. They're on a mission similar to Cincinnati last event, where they want to be mentioned in that same breath as MIT, WPI, all those tech schools. So I'm
5,
excited to see
4,
what this school
3,
brings to their first NHRL bout.
Fight.
We
Robots
will
fight.
see. Away we go. Tailspin off to a quick start. I don't know if they're themed after the cartoon or not, but I'm just going to say they are.
Bonus points if they are, Ricky.
Yeah. Liberator also off to a relatively quick start, but Tailspin clearly in control of this match early in the fight.
Some contact with the wall there, not necessarily with each other. And now doing a robot tango, so to speak, or
You can see-
do-si-do.
Liberator had its weapon inverted at some point. It's running with the blade on top of the robot. That's going to make it very, very difficult for them to make any headway against Tailspin.
Yeah, there is some contact, but not the desired contact they're looking for. And then it got quiet in the cage for a moment as they maneuver around each other.
Oh, interesting. Tailspin up against the housebot Brett. Clearly their left side drive is struggling. Their right isn't much better, and their weapon is down. They're asking for an unstick, but I think this is going to be the end of the line for Tailspin in short order.
Now, Liberator still functioning, it looks like about 75%. Maybe 100 now that that weapon was up to speed. And upside down once again.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the difference in Tailspin versus Liberator. Tailspin's so planted, maybe a little too planted right now, but so well planted on the ground, and Liberator bouncing every which way in its hits.
But this is one of the things that you run into at this point in the day for the prelims. Is, I mean, you look at the condition of that cage floor and these bots and how low to the floor they are. They're only running 2 wheels, and so much of what they do is
Liberator
reliant.
has been beheaded. Their weapon has spun off. It just decided to take a small vacation. It's a nasty blade, but it's not going to do anything if it's not attached to the robot anymore.
Wow, it's just laying there next to the house bot.
Very angry, nuzzling match now. Liberator stopped moving as well. They've asked for an unstick. Yes. There we go. See if it makes a difference, but I don't
30
think it will.
seconds.
Oh, it has.
There we
I've proven
go.
wrong immediately.
But there's almost no ground clearance for these 2 bots. So it's
No.
no wonder they're having to almost crab walk at each other.
We will be going to the judges. I keep jinxing myself, Richard.
It's like, you can say that at 10. You can't say that at 15, Ricky.
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell if this is a count-out countdown or a end-of-match countdown.
I'm waiting for the graphic.
I am as well. They're doing their post-fight functionality checks, so that is going to mean it's going to the judges.
Wow, that was close. I thought that was a knockout countdown, and they had about a quarter-second difference between the fight clock and countdown.
Very, very close. Dang, remember, the countdown is a audible countdown. That is vocally spoken by the referees. and what we see on screen doesn't always match what's going on auditorily next to the cage, so it can throw things off a little bit. But it will be going to the judges. The judges, of course, are looking in 3 main categories. They're going to appraise the damage, first and foremost, that has been inflicted during this match, what broke over the course of that 3 minutes. They're also going to be looking at the aggression. So who tried harder to damage their opponent?
Pretty even in my mind in that category.
And it's important to keep in mind, Richard, it makes it, I think, even more even to me. Whether or not your robot had a functioning weapon is not important in terms of who's being aggressive. You need to be aggressive with your weapon if you have one. But if it breaks and you are making an effort to be aggressive anyway, you can still score aggressive points. Finally, we've got control. So think of this as who is making the opponent do things that they don't want to do. Who is dominating the flow, the pacing, and the events of this match.
And normally in sports we say a tale of 2 halves. This was really a tale of 2 minutes. 3-minute fight and 2 very different minutes at the start. It seemed like one had it and then that momentum got shifted to the other. A weapon comes off entirely. There's an unstick. I do not envy the judge's decision in moments like this because, based on my experience, I could tell you what I liked, what I saw, but you have done this. You've been in the mind of the builder, of the judges, of everything, and so you kind of know more about the finer things.
Sure, I do. I try on occasion.
You try.
I agree. This is not an enviable place to be. I do think this was a situation where, especially with the intermittent issues that were shown, Tailspin may have suffered a lot through the fight, but their opponent was never really able to take that situation and capitalize on it with aggression or control.
Yeah.
So while Tailspin may have suffered damage that put it on its heels compared to its earlier point in the match, that doesn't necessarily mean the pendulum swung back to the other side. It just kind of meant it swung back to the middle. That's how I would look at it.
To the starting point.
Back to the starting point.
Neutral.
And so if you look at it spent a bunch of time over here and it spent a bunch of time in the middle, that's still a win for over here. So we'll see how it plays out. Of course, I'm not a judge, and I'm happy for that at the moment. Bet all these people in the pits are happy that they aren't judges right now as well. Let's do a little bit of Havoc 101.
Havoc 101. So there are 3 weight classes, 3-pound, 12-pound, and the big old 30-pound. Each fight is 3 minutes in length. The goal, destroy your opponent's bot by whatever means necessary. There is tap out, knockout, or judge's decision as far as the results or outcome of the fight. Tap out means, well, exactly how it sounds. You have tapped out of the fight. You want no more of this smoke. Knockout, though, you did what you set out to do, and you knocked your opponent out to the count of 10. And the judge's decision, like we just mentioned, not an enviable place, but sometimes that's just what it comes down to. Each bot can use 1 unstick per fight, and the top 4 bots qualify for the World Championships.
And what a place to be. They'll be walking in with, of course, our prize for the event is a golden dumpster, and then at the championships, they have a chance to win a golden Brett.
I've never wanted a dumpster more in my life after seeing what the golden dumpster looks like up close. It's like, I'm a fan of
Sounds
dumpster.
like you don't have enough
5,
junk in your
4,
house.
3, 2,
Away we
1.
go. This is an
Fight,
exciting
robots,
fight
fight.
for you folks. I love
Yes.
Cuttlefish. This is a redemption fight between Cuttlefish and Caldera. Look at Cuttlefish move.
Whoa, that was a gnarly hit by Caldera there, and that
is
might be enough.
Not a good place for Cuttlefish to be. They appear not to have a self-righting mechanism, at least not one that works at the moment. They've asked for an unstick from Brett.
So Glenn's 12-pound Caldera has already advanced to the next round. This is a redemption fight for Glenn and his 3-pound Caldera bot, which is very unfamiliar territory for him.
Oh, looks like Cuttlefish has successfully been self-righted just in the nick of time. But they cannot get into that position again.
Oh, nice hit there.
That was one of those feel it in the chest hits. And another one. Like you said, this is a redemption fight for oh, there it is again. Unfortunate.
Man.
Oh, they have got to work on that. They've got to work on this self-righting situation on Cuttlefish. Caldera's being... They are saved by that. That was going very much in Cuttlefish's direction.
It was there. I was a little bit like, is this happening right now? And
yeah. A good set of forks is probably the second most threatening thing to a big horizontal spinner like Caldera. It takes a lot to have a set of forks that is designed for a horizontal spinner, but when you do, it really can unsettle a horizontal spinner like Caldera and cause some big problems. The other thing that can really intimidate a horizontal spinner is a good omnidirectional drive system like the one on Cuttlefish. So there was a lot going just, archetype-wise, rock, paper, scissors sense of the word for Cuttlefish. In the end, though, if you can't put yourself back on your feet when you get knocked down, you're going to have a bad time in combat robots.
So after the result of that fight, that now means that Glenn's 3-pound is on the bubble, where his 12-pound, though, is on the cusp. So both very good positions to be in right now. It's still odd to see any Glenn Caldera in the redemption fight.
The problems we've seen have been very strange.
Yes.
Now, granted, some of it is learning curve. There's been some upgrades, I guess, to the 12-pound Caldera. The 3, I think, is pretty much where it has been. And some of those things just take a while to shake out. And that's what we saw yesterday.
For sure.
I'm sure we'll see it a little bit more as time goes on. It also just tells you the depth of knowledge that can go along with things. Things that I would consider maybe second nature for some of the hardware that's being used in the 12-pound Caldera, completely new to Glenn. On the flip side, some of the stuff that he was showing me last night, he's like, I don't understand why this doesn't work with this. And I'm like, that looks like black magic to me. I don't know how that works with anything. So, and that's me, as a person who builds a lot of robots.
Well, and I remember stopping by his area in the pit yesterday, and there was that safety issue, and he said, "No, it's no big deal. It's fine. I'm going to be fine." I'm like, "Glenn, I know. We've all learned that Glenn's going to be fine," but he mentioned that it was the result that he had changed something up about his controller, his configuration. If you're Glenn, why do you change anything? Like, you know what works, you know what doesn't.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the controller that he's upgraded to, that's something that's used on much larger robots.
Okay.
And so that gives him a lot more overhead to push that harder and to really punch out of his weight class in some sense. This is a weapon controller this isn't his RC controller. This is the speed controller in the robot that has been upgraded. And this is now a much heavier hitting device that he's put in there. Gives him a lot of overhead and increases his reliability for the future. But comes with a whole new learning curve when you jump manufacturer to manufacturer or archetype to archetype. So.
Okay, well, at least he's trying, I guess.
We're headed to Cage 2. We got another fight for you. I love a good multi-bot fight.
Zmeya and Brute Locust. Those are some names. You were mentioning names earlier today. This is a good matchup of good names.
Yeah, Zmeya coming from Taylor Lindsay all the way up from Pennsylvania. And Root Locust, also a Pennsylvania team coming from Pittsburgh. So probably some good matchups here.
5, 4,
Yeah,
3,
I've talked to Zmeya's builder a few times. Taylor was concerned about whether or not this robot was going to pass some of our functionality tests. We can talk about that in a little bit. It absolutely did. It was not a worry whatsoever. They were just being extra cautious to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. And look at that.
Wow.
These lifter flippers are fantastic.
They are. That was impressive. That was fast by Zmeya.
And smooth. I think
very
smooth. And that's something funny to say about a flipper, right? But they didn't launch their opponent. They just gently put it exactly where they wanted it to be.
So they get back on all fours, so to speak, and now Zmeya trying to square up against Root Locust for another flip, possibly.
Oh, this is a great pin. Half of Zmeya holding Root Locust up against the wall.
Now listen to that primary weapon spin up. Sounds like I'm at the dentist right now.
Yeah, it's designed for some serious damage, but Zmeya's just not giving him the chance. Giving her the chance, rather.
Great driving by Zmeya, and that's, I think, the key to multi-bots. We mentioned it a few times, and they seem to be sticking to the strategy, pinning and flipping. Pinning for a count of 10 and flipping, not that they can't function upside down, but we saw them pinned up against the house bot. So clearly if they can replicate that a few times over the span of 3 minutes, then this one will be in Zmeya's favor should it go to the judges.
Well, it's really impressive as well, considering that Zmeya is a new robot. So this level of driving and coordination, especially from a multi-bot, is fantastic. This is a fantastic showing.
Less than a minute, and right now, really Zmeya's fight. Root Locust needs to do something to make up any kind of ground if this should go to the judge's decision, which I'm not going to say what Ricky said and that it will or it won't, and then we get the opposite. But certainly all signs pointing that way, and big hit there. Half of Zmeya's bot.
Oh, look at this lift and carry.
Look at that.
Now, this is a great point to talk about a specific rule. You are only allowed to pin your opponent for 10 seconds before you lose basically credit for that pin, let's say. But you can lift and carry your opponent around the arena, locked horns, for a long, long time. It's really when your opponent is immobilized that we say that pin officially starts, or completely unable to affect its own motion. Oh, look at that.
So it did go the distance.
Wow, look, Root Locust having a hard time moving whatsoever. Really, I wonder what damage must have happened there internally.
Not sure yet, but we have our favorite gladiator, so to speak, back in the bowl area, hyping up the crowd.
Yeah, this is a Cornell mascot.
I guess. We were trying to figure it out earlier.
I'm going to call Captain Cornell, probably. I lived in Ithaca for several years, and I got to say, this is the best thing I've ever seen come out of Cornell.
Looks like a cross between a Gundam and a gladiator. Interesting mix, but
I can go for that.
Yeah,
I dig it.
Right? That's a mashup we've all been waiting for.
Well, if you're just joining us, folks, my name is Ricky. This is Richard. This is NHRL, and we are here in our May qualifying event for the NHRL Open season.
Yeah, it's all about that golden dumpster at the end of the day. And wow, speaking of which, what a moment last event.
Yes, absolutely stunning. Emotions were running high in our April event, and we had some of the, I think probably the hardest won golden dumpster that we've ever seen here. And what an introduction to you, that being your
Couldn't
first.
ask for more.
Tell me about that experience, getting the whole swath of emotions over the course of a day like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you go to a movie without seeing the trailer first, and then you end up being blown away by that movie. And you're like, I wish I would have had like a little bit more context or hype going into this. I mean, it sets a bar, where now you hope it lives up to that hype. But man, not really knowing a whole lot of backstory, but going into that primetime tournament and just watching that all unfold, I was like, wow, like this is impressive. For somebody who's a newcomer, a rookie to this, I was just so blown away by, like you said, the emotion, just the way that it played out. It could not have been written any better.
Well, Thankfully, we don't have to write them because I don't think I'd be able to live up to that standard. We are going to Cage 1. We got some big robot action. The winner is moving to the bubble. The loser is eliminated. This is going to be a great fight. Cage 1 has been having a interesting day. Some big hits,
5, 4,
some big changes.
3, 2, 1.
All right,
Fight.
so
Robots
Benny
fight.
Arjoom, I believe, is how they corrected us. That's a big hit on Tartarus. Wow.
Look at that. That entire body, especially the armor, but the entire body on Tartarus has been tweaked. Those titanium plates on the front now dragging a bit, and the wheels. It's missing its right side wheels entirely, I believe.
Oh, it's just a mess after one hit. And I hear a countdown.
Benny and June not moving very well, but it's not going to matter if Tartarus can't move at all.
All right, so the house bot is hard at work as we not pause, but
No, they are entitled to an attempted unstick. It is doing a little bit, but not nearly enough to prevent a count out. I think we're going to see Tartarus headed to the knockout in just a few moments.
what a hit
Yeah,
by Benny
that was
Arjoom.
intense.
And a tap out rather than a
Going
knockout.
Wild.
All right, Cornell, we see you. We see you. CRC doing work. And that's something, Ricky, that their first matchup of the day was against Glenn and Caldera. And that's, I don't think, a tougher trial by fire than anybody could ask for. And now they go and they do that. I mean, had they not faced Glenn and Caldera, I think we could easily be seeing them on the cusp.
Oh, easily, yeah.
You know.
I think, at this point, I think we'd see them probably through.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
That was
wow.
impressive.
It was. And this, again, Benny Arjoom is a new robot. This is a Cornell team that, I'll say for the purposes of NHRL, they're definitely in a juvenile state.
Okay.
Not that the team members are by any means. I'm sure that there's a lot of experience
No,
there.
but I get what you mean.
But there's a lot of learning to do,
Yeah.
just event to event.
Very
Coming
much.
and fighting at NHRL is a very different experience than fighting anywhere else in the world, in a lot of good ways, but in some neutral, like you just have to learn kind of ways. To come out hitting with those kind of hits right off the bat,
You
very,
gotta
very
love
impressive.
the team camaraderie that you're seeing from them, though, because the first fight, like I said, couldn't have picked a tougher matchup for your first outing. And even though it was a losing effort, they were still down there. They were just as hyped. And now a convincing knockout win or tap-out win like that, and that was just incredible to see the whole team down here rally behind their bot, regardless of the outcome. So good on Cornell. You guys are awesome.
We're going to head back to Cage 4, another big robot fight. Maximizer going up against Killigul.
Ooh. We had some people in the chat earlier asking if Jake and Maximizer were here. Yes, as
Yes,
you
they
can
are.
see, Maximizer is here.
Jake has been a bit of a terror. They always are energetic, but I think they're starting to lean into this, the understanding that they're a robot to beat, or a robot builder to beat. Killigul, not a slouch by any means, but definitely carries a little less of the sense of ominous terror that comes with Maximizer. It's also going to be tough. The undercutter design on Killigul really poorly matched to the wedge on the back of Maximizer,
4,
and going to have
3,
trouble hitting,
2,
a lot of meaty bits on Maximizer. So this is going to come down to really good driving. I say that as Killigul immediately hits the arena
As
wall.
they run into the wall.
The first blows sent Killigul. Oh, wow.
That was a nice delivery there.
Jake giving very measured hits. Maximizer's a tricky robot to drive. All these Thagomizer-style robots are. You can see Killigul a little offset there. And now their weapon is down. It's really just Maximizer's turn to pick apart Killigul at this point. And they may have done it.
Tap out.
Yes, that is a tap out. Your winner, Jake and Maximizer, adding to an impressive 13 KO record. That'll be 14 KOs to their belts. Overall record of 28-8. It's amazing the amount of fights that we've seen Maximizer in. Feels far higher than that, but they just make such an impressive impression with me and with the crowd. Excellent work by Jake. Killigul, built, or rather driven by David Dreyer, Willoughby, Ohio. They're going to be headed home. I doubt it's the last we're going to see of Killigul. That's a robot with a good bit of experience. They've been here 10 times in the past. They've definitely brought it each time, but I've seen such a increase in the competitive nature of these robots. They are going to have to dial it up if they want to keep seeing success in the future. Oh, well, would you look at this? Look at these, like, blue, teal, green, pinstripey situation.
Yeah, it's a seersucker. You know, lightweight, spring summery suit, you know.
Fantastic.
Wanted to dress for the weather.
Yeah, well, dress for the fact that our break room doesn't have any air conditioning. Welcome to the desk. How have you been liking the fights today?
Been a ton of great fights today, a ton of interesting robots. Cool to see people coming out with, you know, unorthodox designs. Been seeing a lot of multi-bots doing well here.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, they're bringing it for sure. I'm going to go out on the limb here. I'm going to say 2025 is a year we're going to see huge strides for multibots.
Yeah, I think that's true. You know, we had a big change in the rule. Almost everyone was technically a multibot last year, but we're more like true multibots this year, and they're doing well. I was a little worried the rules might, you know, kind of negate some of the benefits of multibots, but I don't think that's the case. I think they've been doing really well.
I think one of the things very few of us anticipated with the change in multibot rules is that because now mini-bots are no longer favored by the rules as much, you don't have a smaller robot to fend off multi-bots. So it truly is one robot versus multiple robots rather than a big robot and a small robot going up against two even-sized robots and all these kind of complex dynamics.
And with the new rules, you could make a mini-bot, but the problem is that whereas previously you'd get like a weight bonus, right? You won't get the multi-bot bonus if you make a mini-bot. That would just come out of your weight. So you'd have 30 pounds, and you could make a 2-pounder.
Yeah.
But combined with the weapon rules, how are you going to make a 2-pounder that could actually damage a 30-pound robot? Which,
exactly.
You know,
exactly. Let's talk a little bit. We're going to go into these weight bonus rules. We do still have weight bonuses. If you have non-traditional locomotion, that is, if you have a robot that doesn't have wheels, maybe it shuffles, maybe it vibrates, maybe it kind of like lumbers across the arena, you get a 50% weight bonus. If you have a true walker, that's something that looks like an insect and has articulating legs and walks across the arena floor, you get double weight for that. And that's because those mechanisms tend to weigh a heck of a lot, and we let people kind of make up for that fact that they need that extra weight.
Yeah, and you can not combine these. This is another big change from previous seasons. You could make a non-traditional multibot and combine those weight bonuses, get the extra 50% from each. You can't do that anymore. You have to choose one. Are you a multibot or are you non-traditional? That is a choice now. There is a weight exemption for AI components. We do have an AI robot fighting here. Ironically, all of their AI components are exterior to the arena and don't count for the weight anyway. But if you were to make a computer inside your robot to drive it, that would come out of your weight. That would just be free weight. And functionality tests, we touched on this. This applies to every individual robot. Every part of the multi-bot must be able to damage an opponent. So you can still make a very small robot and put it in there. But how are you going to damage our dummy, our designated unit for, what is it?
Minimum yield.
To measure minimum yield, yes.
Yeah. And we can talk about those dummies in a little bit, but right now, we got some big bot action in cage 1.
4, 3, 2.
Adamant Barrage
1.
going up against
Fight,
Arsenal.
robots, fight.
Adamant Barrage, one of my favorite robot silhouettes.
Adamant Barrage is the large red robot.
Yeah, such a big weapon and so much just put into the aggression of this design. Look at that!
Oh!
It's pierced the top of Arsenal.
It's embedded inside Arsenal.
Look
Wow.
at that, damn it. You can see some smoke starting to make its way out of Arsenal. They hit something gooey and delicious in there, Adam.
Yeah, now Arsenal, not a robot that looks like it has a lot of empty space inside, and when you get a weapon buried that deep, that probably hits something. Now they're going to be taken to the door. They're going to use the precision safety crowbar to get a separation here.
Surgical application of crowbar is about to happen.
Now Arsenal, ranked 41, has been to 3 events, 5 and 3 overall record. Adamant Barrage, also 3 events, ranked 27. They're 6 and 3. So these robots have been coming, getting better and better. We've seen Adamant Barrage really evolving the last few events. It's getting a lot sturdier looking.
Yeah, it's amazing the difference those little tweaks can make with a robot like Adamant Barrage. They, well, let's take a moment here and look at this application of crowbar.
It is really stuck in there.
It is really, really in there.
There are a lot of people hovering around the arena here to look at this.
We might need to have some bigger cage-sized crowbars. Those are junior crowbars compared to what you need to get this Laffy Taffy situation extradited. Extradited, that works, but extricated was, I guess, really what I meant. You want a personified weapon blade, it can be extradited.
And when you're sitting here in your arsenal, you got to hope that this prying is not forcing Adamant Barrage's weapon into something else important. It's just like digging around inside of the chassis.
It
looks
that,
like
that moment, you know, when you get stabbed and then someone else takes a knife and stabs that in there to try and
literally
pry
twisting the knife.
you pry the knife out of you. Yeah, literally twisting the knife.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. You can only do so much. These metals get all entangled and they work like barbs and become very difficult to pry apart.
Especially when you have weapon impactors that often have teeth on them, it becomes a whole different set of.
It seems they are turning off or safety locking the weapon.
Yes,
here.
very wise. We sometimes will end up with a situation where we don't necessarily need to do that in the short run, but when you get to this level of involvement to get these things broken apart, you really do want to keep your weapons safe, keep your robots able to be handled best as possible. We have got to be coming up on our limitation here.
Yeah, it seems like we may be hitting the time limit on trying to separate these robots. If that does happen, it'll go to the judges, and they'll have to decide who won that.
Yeah, we do have that as a possible outcome, but of course we want to see this fight continue if we possibly can. Well, that looks like a promising little move.
I'd love to see the replay too. How did this happen? Were they spinning upward and they came down? Were they reverse spinning downward and just hit the top? what happened. Looks like they're taking the robots out of the arena at this point. Never a good sign for continuing the fight.
Yeah, you can hear there our referee Jim Haney saying that this is headed to the judges. These robots cannot be safely, reasonably separated cage side. They will have to be disassembled to do so. Wow, I don't think we've had that happen in literal years here.
It's been a while, and that was a tricky one, just really embedded. But
Gets in there. That's the thing that happens. To me, looking at that, I think I'd say Adamant Barrage probably got the better of that.
yeah, I mean it's hard. I'm trying to remember what happened before that hit.
That's tough, right? Like we got pretty invested.
Yeah.
There was a separate mini game of can you get the robots separated, and you're rooting for an entirely different set of teams, the safety team.
In that particular engagement, I feel like you'd have to give it to Adamant Barrage. I mean, they sliced so far into the armor you couldn't get them out. That feels like a win on the engagement front.
Sure.
There's people who will argue, well, they need to be able to release the pin, as it were, but it gets tricky in these types of situations.
Well, we will see shortly. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Cage 4. We have a big bot fight for you. Buzzkill is going up against Knockout.
5,
Buzzkill,
4, 3, 2,
very experienced
1.
robot. Knockout,
Fight.
a robot
Robots
coming from very
fight.
experienced competitors, but a new robot here today. That was a big hit right off the bat. Knockout 12 has one of the sharpest weapon blades that I have seen in this competition.
And that's something, too, I don't know if everyone realizes the advantage of a sharp weapon. You know, we look at these, and I think the first time you watch a fight, you think they're knives slicing through things, and that's not really the case. They're large, flat impactors banging into things.
Sorry to interrupt, but Buzzkill is up on the rails. They're going to ask for an unstick.
Knockout's
not going to let that happen. They're going to get a little bit of a freebie. Wow. Whew. I talked a little bit with the Durflers earlier. That blade is a custom machine. There's a lot of engineering in the blade on Knockout 12. Custom machined from Pittsburgh steel. Homegrown steel for a Pittsburgh robot. EDM'd and custom machined. And heat treated. Look at that! An incredible pose up on its nose. And I just rhymed by accident, Adam.
Knockout 12 having their way with Buzzkill here as they remain planted, and now
they've lost a belt from both drive sides. Now keep in mind, their robot can drive just fine on two wheels. The front wheels on Knockout 12 are redundant.
Well, it's going to hamper the mobility a bit. You know, they've got a lot of weight up front, and without power to the drive up front, that will hamper the drivability.
It's true.
You can see them struggling a bit here.
Wow!
Whew. Doesn't seem to matter as they're still able to deliver weapon-to-weapon hits.
Knockout 12 is a very old school design. There's design methods that you just don't see anymore used in Knockout 12. And what tends to happen is it works great at first, it takes these big hits, but if it does fail at them, it gets blown. So they're going to try not to hit the smithereen point. That's really all that's going to come down to.
Classic advice, don't get blown to smithereens. And yeah, where you see these sharp blades come into play is when you go weapon to weapon like this. If you have a dull blade, you can kind of bounce off. And if you get that sharp blade, you'll dig in. You'll dig into armor. You'll dig into opponents' weapons, and you'll get the better of those engagements. And that's really where that hard, sharp edge comes into play.
Right now, Adam, it doesn't make a lick of difference because the weapon on Knockout 12 has not been spinning for some time.
Oh,
in
you
fact,
can see it's quite
becoming
askew.
dislodged.
Ooh.
And now the robot has shut down entirely. In the nick of time, Buzzkill is going to be taking home massive points for damage.
Yeah. So all that at the end there, seemingly disabling the drive. You can see the wheel trying to spin a bit. The weapon, that's going to be huge damage points if we don't see any function here. The judges are going to be shown like the function test, which we can't quite see right now. And if that robot doesn't come back to life, that's going to be a huge, huge damage deficit.
Well, headed over to cage 1, Junkernaut. I really enjoy this robot.
Versus
5,
Capsize.
4,
Capsize, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
The first event for Capsize going 0-1. Junkernaut at 4-4. This is the third event. Oh, and that's not looking good for Capsize as they are propped up against a wall and are going to need to use their unstick. I don't know if they've even requested the unstick yet. They're going to get counted out. There's the request.
Interesting that they waited for
I
that
guess they
request to
just
run.
really didn't want to use the unstick if not necessary.
Oh! The armor has been ripped entirely
There is
off
no
of Capsize.
top panel on that robot. There's no wheel on that robot.
Look at that battery.
There's no
we talked
battery
earlier
in that
about what
robot.
happens when one of these batteries gets hit. Oh, that is going to be a big deal. I don't think it was noted that there was a tap out and there were some late hits that could be dealt with fairly severely.
That could be demerits. That could be a lot more depending on what is ruled. We've got a big battery fire now. For those unaware, we have a negative pressure system inside these arenas that's going to pull that smoke out of the box. So it is a safe environment here inside the building.
We are, however, going to wait for it to stop actively exploding with more smoke. So that will take a little bit of time.
Yeah, we've got basically a chemical runaway fire here, and that'll burn itself out.
Yeah, it's just about there, actually. You can actually count the cells and figure out how many little plumes of smoke will be ejected from the robot. I think we've reached the last one for this particular one. There may be one cell left hiding in there. But, oh, no, yeah, there's that last one. Look at it going. This exhaust system is actually doing this job incredibly well.
Yeah, I can see that smoke being sucked right up and out of the arena and the building.
We're going to have our folks headed in and doing a retrieval of this battery shortly. You can see our safety official and referee Jim Haney suiting up what we lovingly call the space suit.
Positive pressure filtration system that'll make sure he doesn't breathe any of that.
Paper, as it is abbreviated. That little backpack gives a pressurized source of air to Jim's face so that he doesn't have to breathe any of the nasty soot floating around in the air.
Yeah, and
he's going to go in with these good welding gloves, some fireproof options, snatch up that battery, plop it in a fireproof can, and whisk it away to the outside of the building.
now our house robots do have fire extinguishers inside of them when we get other materials lit on fire. It doesn't do a lot for these battery fires, which is why we didn't really see the fire extinguisher from the house robot there.
Yeah, the fire extinguishers can cool a battery, which can sometimes slow or stop a fire. But the normal fire extinguishing properties, which is to starve a fire of oxygen, it just doesn't work against lithium batteries because they're self-oxygenating. The components that are needed for fire, they're all enclosed in that battery from the time the battery's made.
Yeah. So quite a destructive fight there from Junkernaut, able to rip the top off of Capsize and then tear the battery entirely out from the frame, causing that fire. Now a bit of confusion at the end of the fight around the tap out, where the fight was stopped and then Junkernaut seemingly went back in. Did not see the tap out or hear the tap out.
Goes. That's properly chilled. Right into the bucket. Bucket gets capped.
Buckets are filled with sand. Sand a great way to suffocate these fires.
These particular buckets, while fire can be suffocated with sand, the sand is mostly so that the battery doesn't melt a hole or burn a hole in the bottom of the bucket. Let's get the replay here. We can see this dramatic moment of disassembly. The top ripped completely off.
There's
that
the
battery coming, getting.
There it
oh
goes.
Wow! Direct shot on that battery.
We've
Look at
seen a
that
lot
smoke
of batteries
go.
take direct shots today and not go up in flames. That one did go up in flames. I think initially I thought that was the wheel getting tossed across the arena. No, that was the battery.
You know, it's hard to get a more immediate stop to your motion than having your battery entirely ripped out of your robot, no longer having any power source whatsoever. That's what we get to see.
Yeah, you usually like the battery to stay inside the robot is helpful. I think we've all been there with the battery trailing behind. Usually you don't win when that happens.
Yeah, you're walking around with it on a leash, essentially.
Oh, we're going to hop over to cage 4, where we've got Caldera 12 versus Huge.
5,
now this
4,
is an interesting
3,
matchup.
2,
Huge style robots traditionally don't like to see a horizontal spinner, but Huge is pretty dialed in.
That can be their Achilles heel, but the wheels on Huge are very durable. Whoa, there goes the wheel on Caldera 12.
Immediately ripped off, but look at the pieces that have been taken out of Huge's wheels. They are not going home without damage. Caldera not moving at all now. Oh, there it is. It's come back to life. Struggling to move, but yeah, it's going to be headed to a tap out. That's a win for Huge. Very decisive victory. Caldera headed to the bubble. Huge headed to the bracket.
I mean, that was a lot faster than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I did not expect, with a robot like Caldera that just has such a history of reliability behind it, you think it's going to take a few more hits. That must have been just the right shot with the weapon on Huge to hit that wheel, do that damage, and send them to a tap out that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and it was quite apt. We're talking about the durability of Huge's wheels, and then we see Caldera's wheel go flying.
Very impressive. That is a Durfler special right there. That robot is meant to strike from above, hit those tender, juicy pieces that don't usually get hit by other robots.
Yep.
Exactly what we saw.
Textbook Huge fight.
It is. I'm excited. We've got even more big robot fights for you right now. We're headed back to cage 1.
This is Leonardo versus Avalanche.
Good combo. Who's your money on in this fight?
That's a good question. We've got a lifting shuffler going up against a 4-wheel drum robot. And I saw this shuffler in the pits, and I'm always a big fan of shufflers. Now, the difficulty of a shuffler lifter is that shufflers do not ride smooth on the ground. They're going to get some vibration. But they need to win the ground game. So have they dialed in those forks for the vibration that their shuffler system is going to give them? Do they stay low enough to get under the drum of Avalanche? You can't have them vibrating and bouncing into the air. That's going to be key. Of course, you know, Leonardo coming in is going to have that 50% weight bonus. They're going to weigh 18 pounds against the 12 pounds of Avalanche, so they're going to have that mass on their side. You know, they're coming into this fight 0-1. This is their first event. They're going up against Avalanche at 5-10. They've gone through 7 events, so some experience. Let's check it out.
Away we go. Leonardo off to a very slow start. Interesting. Avalanche doing immediate damage, but it's to the arena, not their opponent.
Wow.
You can hear the crowd is going
loving
wild.
Leonardo's performance here.
It looks as though a few of the competitors and the crowd members have nicknamed Leonardo Nardo. I think that's adorable.
So I believe...
Look at this. This is an incredible pin. Leonardo effortlessly pushing Avalanche into a corner and just keeping them there. You can hear the pin countdown.
So is this a robot out of Cornell? Am I right? Or am
Yes,
I
I believe you are correct.
Woo! Leonardo controlling this fight entirely as they get another pin. You can hear the pin count in the background. You can hold this for 10 seconds, and then you must release.
Yeah, a lot of Cornell pride. Alex Jenkins, the builder of Leonardo. I don't know what the inspiration was, but whatever it was, it's, oh my God! Avalanche absolutely spastic today.
Avalanche, so much power and
just
unable
so
to deliver it.
It's just so exciting. It's just happy to be here.
It's taken off the entire left front fork assembly on Leonardo, but it needs to be more controlled if it wants to win this fight in the second half. The fragile underbelly of Leonardo getting rampaged by Avalanche.
Look at it spitting materials out. A tire has fallen off of Avalanche. I have no idea what's going to happen in this fight.
Avalanche having a real hard time driving now. They weren't very controlled before, even less so now. As Leonardo keeps crawling forwards, controlling this fight. It's very imposing the way Leonardo slowly vibrates around the floor as it approaches Avalanche.
This reminds me of a movie, The Horribly Slow Murderer with the Extremely Inefficient Weapon. Leonardo is just absolute. You should watch it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Leonardo's absolutely unrelenting, and it's paying off for them.
Yeah.
Never give up. Never surrender. Keep it going.
And apparently put all of your armor weight into the base plate. They're still going, albeit slowly, as Avalanche is just unable to do much damage to Leonardo.
This is going to be headed to the judges. Avalanche barely moving. Leonardo lumbering effortlessly but incredibly slowly. The
crowd, I think, has given that one to Leonardo. We'll see what the judges
make of it. It won in our hearts at the very least. Look at them. They're going bonkers.
They are stunned and excited in the performance of their robot. Tanking those hits for 3 minutes, making it to the bell. Avalanche just looked a little confused, unable to deliver all of that power. Doing some function tests here for the judges.
Can see, I believe that's Alex Jenkins on the
weapon
side.
Totally works. Yeah. I think they just launched their transmitter across the room accidentally.
Oh. That will happen sometimes.
Batteries fell out. They're laughing. Oh, that's all good. Wow.
I'm delighted. That's the kind of fight that really just gives me smiles for days.
Yeah.
And I have to imagine that when Alex gets back upstairs and they take apart Leonardo and someone goes to ask, like, you know, what's next? And they're going to go like, I never expected to get this far. That's the vibes I'm getting off of this.
That was what that face
said. That's that face.
Yeah.
And I love it. I'm 100% here for it. And that has been the spirit of what everyone's chasing here today in this May event. We have so many new teams. We have so many student teams. We have so many college teams. Yeah. We have so many new robots from experienced teams. Everybody wants that, like, it did that? Richard was on camera with me here earlier, and he was asking me, he was like, what robot had wins that it had no business having? And that, I think, is my moment so far for the day.
Yeah, I mean, you see these robots come in, Avalanche, small, dense, dialed in, vert, 4 wheels.
Just seems like an absolute killer.
Yeah. And then you see Leonardo lumbering around, slow. There's pieces hanging off of it. It just looks like it's ripe to be torn apart. And Avalanche comes in, gets these shots underneath, and what happens to Leonardo? Basically nothing. You know, their forks got torn up, and it slowed down at the end. But it didn't get torn in half. It didn't come out bent like a potato chip. Didn't lose shufflers.
I got to pause you right there. We have breaking news coming in over the headset. I'm about to be given it. Over at Cage 4. Okay. Empress has forfeited. Okay, so we were about to go to a Cage 4 match between Empress and Battle Tots.
I do really like Battle Tots.
Yeah, I'm a little bit bummed to hear about this, but Battle Tots sailing forward with a forfeit-based win is going to be great for them. We'll see them in another high-stakes match later in the day. I got to wonder what happened to Empress.
Yeah.
They've had some interesting struggles in the last couple events that they've competed in. I'm not really sure what's going wrong. Hopefully we can get a little bit of info from the pits later today. Rich would be a great person for that. We'll find out later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Empress from Drew Washnicht out of Montana.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about Montana robots. Like, they exist. They're not a figment of my imagination, much as I try to put them out there.
Montana's real.
I didn't say Montana was real. Montana robots are real. Right. I don't know where. I've got nowhere to go with that joke. Oh boy. So anyhow, let's talk for a second, just a little bit more about that match. That was a robot I wasn't even sure was going to be able to do a good job delivering pins and hits. Like you said, a shuffler robot that's meant to be a control bot, not always able to deliver.
And what's crazy is you see a control bot come in and all of a sudden the wheel of their opponent is rolling across the arena.
Right.
That's not common.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty rapid or pretty dramatic disassembly of their opponent. Of course, a lot of that is reactionary forces. Yeah. When you've got a big spinner and you get knocked across the arena, that can hurt you too.
Yeah. But we didn't see any shufflers rolling across the arena.
No,
so
not a single one.
Quite a mismatch. It'll be interesting. It was really surprising to see early on Leonardo able to come out and get those pins. Mm-hmm. And then later on, when they were taking the hits, I thought that could really be a turning point.
No, there's a lot of armor there. There's a lot of space. I imagine there's a lot of air-based armor on the underside of that robot.
Air can make great armor. You have space so people can pierce your outer skin and not hit anything. That's huge. Of course, the problem is that as you try to use air as armor, now your actual armor is covering a much wider area. So the actual armor and frame, you get much lighter. So it is a huge trade-off. But if you can successfully get that air space, that air gap, it can save you a lot. It's really hard to achieve.
Well, anyhow, if you are just joining us here today, my name is Ricky Willems. This is Adam Wrigley, my co-host at the moment. We are here at NHRL, the National Havoc Robot League, for our May qualifier event. We have robots of all shapes, of all sizes, in 3 different weight classes, battling for your pleasure and for mine. It's a great day to fight some robots.
Yeah, beautiful May day here to see some robot carnage. We were talking earlier about the dummy.
Oh, it's true.
And we've got some here.
We do, yeah. They're a little bit hidden behind the cold, dead eyes of Billy. He's going to guard the dummies from public sight while we go to Cage 4 for another fight. We will get back to the dummies here in just a minute.
So this is going to be Grim Ripper versus Guppy. This is a shot from our new Sky Cam, which is mounted above the stands here looking down. This is a 12-pound fight. Grim Ripper coming out of Franklin, Massachusetts, going out of Guppy out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania.
Fight. Robots fight.
Grim Ripper is the low, sort of upside-down bowl shape, deceptively simple robot, sitting at 13-9 overall record, very durable. It's the first competition for Guppy, sitting at 1-0 today. Guppy upside down, not where they want to be, as Grim Ripper trying to chase them down, deliver that undercutting blade. Oh, and there goes a belt. That is not good. It doesn't look like the wheel on Guppy is designed to work without that belt.
It's not when it is upside down, Adam. That's the real trouble. It can drive pretty well right side up with that belt disassembled. Once it's upside down, it just doesn't have that clearance anymore.
And Guppy is going to tap out with that off, save the bot. They're going to be going into the bubble round. We'll try and win that third fight and make it into the bracket. But that does mean that Grim Ripper is going to make it into the bracket, and they're going to advance with that victory.
We're going to head back to Cage 1. More big robots fighting for you.
We've got Carmen versus Sievert in Cage 1.
Exciting. Carmen, a veteran robot. Lots of big hits out of this robot.
Ranked 22 in the class is Carmen.
5, 4, 3.
Sievert,
2,
big, heavy hitter.
Fight, robots, fight.
The second event for Sievert here. 13th event for Carmen.
Whoa! Incredible, incredible hit. The front of Carmen has been ripped apart.
Unbelievable damage to Carmen as they tap out and save the robot.
That is ridiculous. The damage done to the front of Carmen, I've never seen it ripped apart like that, let alone in one hit.
Wow.
That is nuts.
Sievert showing what they can do here. Have they dialed it up to the next level for their sophomore competition, as Carmen has a lot of work to do in the pits. That is their front wedge entirely cracked and every single stud ripped out of the robot.
Ridiculous amount of damage for one big hit. Yeah, in a 12-pound robot, the energy that I've felt coming out of that arena, I know we talk about it a lot, but you don't get at home just the...
Let's take
it's
a
like
look
a
at the
small
replay
car
here
crash
real
going
quick.
on. Look at this. Here it is.
Wow.
Amazing. Keep in mind, folks, that a wedge like the wedge on the front of Carmen is kind of kryptonite, historically speaking, for a horizontal spinner like Sievert.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to hit.
Usually when you see these verts and horizontals come together and the vert has a nice wedge like that, yeah, it's game over.
Yeah.
The horizontal's going to go flying. And they just hit with Sievert just straight through the wedge, just kind of sent them flying. That was incredible. Incredible power in that hit, and we'll see if Carmen can get it back together. That's going to send Carmen to the bubble, and that's going to send
A lot of
Sievert
work.
on to the bracket.
I know Carmen is a robot that usually has a couple of spares kicking around. That's one of those moments you're just going to have to bounce to the spare robot. Maybe later on in the day when you get a break, you can work on trying to repair that thing that just got damaged. But that's a pile of parts now. That's not a robot anymore.
Yeah, it looked nasty. Every so often it's one of those things where maybe it doesn't take so much to put it back together and it looks worse than it is. Who knows? But quite a powerful hit there. And, they didn't want to take any more. I think they figured they were going to the bubble either way at that point.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. So, whew, that was a little jittery after that. That was a big hit. Yeah, give me the vapors.
Fan myself.
Yeah. Anyhow, long day of fights still ahead. Really, this is stacking up to be a pretty good bracket just based on who we think is going to make it so far. I got to say this too. Fewer teething issues than I expected. I thought, given all the new robots, given all the new builders, that we were going to be staring down a lot of gremlins throughout the course of this day. They have happened.
Yeah,
They
early on we had a few, but
Yeah.
we're dialing in later in the day.
Yeah.
So we're going to hop over to Cage 4. We've got Milk Tank versus Cherno Alpha. Now, Cherno Alpha, one of my favorite new robots here today. It's just really, really cool looking. So they lost their first fight, sitting at 0-1. They're going to be going up against Milk Tank. Also lost their
5,
first fight.
4,
So this is winner
3,
is going to go on to the
2,
bubble. Loser is going to
1.
go home.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away it goes. Now, Cherno Alpha is a reference to Pacific Rim.
Yeah, giant undercutter spinner with some beautiful aesthetics and lighting. Oh!
Milk Tank's entire weapon assembly is not assembled anymore. It's not an assembly. It's just a weapon.
Now you can see that Cherno Alpha also took a little bit of damage in that hit. They've lost the side of drive, but Milk Tank seems to be stuck I don't know if they're stuck or they're just so warped that the wheels aren't hitting the ground.
A little bit of both,
Cherno
perhaps.
Alpha coming in and just taking advantage of the situation as the unstick is in progress. That's allowed by the rules. The unstick is not a pause.
No, you are entitled to interfere however you like, however you're bold enough to do. But it usually doesn't work out for you.
Oh, and it looks like maybe the drive is intermittent on Cherno Alpha as they started driving straight for a second there. That's going to be a tap out from Milk Tank. That's going to end their day. That was a bit destructive. We don't see a lot of tap outs in the redemption rounds because it just sends you home. But I don't think they could move.
I think you are correct.
So Cherno Alpha is going to be moving on to the bubble round. That's a really interesting round. I think that's where the mental aspect really comes into place as 2 1-and-1 robots have to up their confidence and go in and pull the victory out to make it to the tournament. But
yeah, absolutely.
they've got some sort of gremlin there on drive they're going to have to dial in, but what a cool robot.
Yeah, that's not the kind of hit where you want to see a drive side failure that early. That tells me something is maybe it's designed the way they intended, but what they intended probably isn't working.
Yeah, that robot runs a very interesting drive system, a tangential drive, and what that means is they've got the shaft of the motor just pressed up against the wheel, and that's the gear system. Those are interesting types of drives. In some ways, they're very simple, but they're also susceptible to tolerancing, and other types of things that can just kind of mess it up.
Yeah, and the trouble with that, we see that a lot in smaller robots, where the fact that your robot might warp a little is a smaller amount of actual net warping than you would expect, right? So if you are relying, let's take Billy here. Let's say that the way Billy was being driven was a rotating disc that pushed up against the wheel,
Like
a rod,
little shaft.
a little shaft
just
that
here
pushes against the rod.
Spinning the wheel.
Well, the bigger your robot is, the easier it is for that whole assembly to warp, and the farther that little rotating rod can get away from the thing it's supposed to rotate
Just
against.
doesn't work anymore.
And just physics are not on your side as you go progressively
It
bigger.
can get a piece of wood stuck in there. There's a lot of little things that can happen because it's a fraction of an inch that you're trying to drive it. Really cool looking mechanism. That's a beautiful robot up close. I don't know if it was that system that failed, if it was an electronic gremlin or who knows what. But first competition jitters for any robot happen.
They do.
But they can possibly get it dialed in because they'll be back in the bubble.
We will see them soon. Whew. Let's go to cage 4. We've got another robot fight for
That
you.
is Torrent going up against Marshmallow.
That is correct.
It's another 12-pound fight as Torrent, ranked 25, their 9th event. They're coming in at 21-13. Is going up against Marshmallow, ranked 47th. This is their 2nd event. They're 3-1. Both of these are Massachusetts robots. Torrent coming to us from Kevin Biagini. Marshmallow coming to us from Tom Huynh. You can see Torrent there on the left in red, Marshmallow on the right in silver and black. And the difference in strategy here is Torrent is a narrow robot, narrow and long, and Marshmallow is a wide and short robot. Marshmallow, maybe the more traditional shape of vert that we're used to. Torrent, a bit old school in their proportions. Reminds me of the robot Minion in some ways and in how it's shaped.
You see where you're coming from.
You don't see that a lot because with the gyro forces, you kind of want to be wide to counteract them. But Torrent works really well. They are 14-6 when the fight goes to a knockout, which is pretty incredible record there. Very destructive
5,
robot
4,
and
3,
well driven.
2, 1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we
fight.
go. Marshmallow, a little bit of a slow start, seems to have some traction issues.
Oh, and Torrent winning the ground game right off the bat and making Marshmallow bay.
Woo! Lots of metal tape being torn off
Yeah,
the
it looks
bottom
like
of Marshmallow.
Kapton tape is the entirety of their base plate.
They've asked for an unstick, but I don't see any wheels spinning.
Well, it can't hurt.
Yeah. It's definitely
maybe
possible that it could help, but today it did not. Today we got a tap out.
I think they saw the same thing you saw. Just wasn't coming back to life. Dominant performance from Torrent, able to come out and just start to quick finish. Deliver the weapon to Marshmallow, win the ground game, and get to the base plate.
I got to say, Torrent has been through a few design revisions. I really like the way they've stylized this one. And, of course, a victory like that speaks for itself. They're doing a good job with the mechanics of the design as well. But I just got to give them a shout-out for the aesthetics. It looks great. Like, really sharp, really mean-looking. And I agree, it kind of harkens back to some, really
It's just kind of an
distinctive
old
design.
school proportion. You know, the weapon isn't old school. It's a beautifully machined, like, disc spinner, very modern. But the proportions just feel fun. And,
Something about it.
Yeah.
It's amazing how that works.
But very well driven, very fast, very well controlled. It's just it's a little counterintuitive. I look at it, I think it's going to have gyro issues. It's not going to be able to turn, but it really is able to come out and drive well, deliver hits, deliver power, and they've got that system really
Torrent's
dialed
also a robot, and I don't know if it's intrinsic to the robot itself or if it's just something that's, driver style. It's very carefully driven in terms of the speed and power that goes into the motor. So they're not running that full bore all the time. And I think that's part of the ticket to its success. If it had to contend with that level of gyroscopic force, if every time they were spinning that weapon full blast, it's not going to handle as well, and it's not going to get any hits in, let alone the good hits it needs.
This is something we saw earlier today with some of the newer vertical spinners where they were flipping themselves over because they had their weapon dialed up.
Yeah.
And then they would try and turn and just flip from the gyro forces. And you'll see this in a lot of the veteran robots is they're not always spun up all the way because the maneuverability is more important. And then you'll dial it up if you're going in for a big hit or if you have your opponent lined up. And that ability to control the speed of the weapon is a huge part of driving them. And it's something that takes a bit of time to learn. And it's difficult to learn because you can't practice that too easily outside of the safe cages that we have here.
Right. We have another fight for you right now. 30-pound fight in Cage 4.
It's Colossal Avian versus Dead Rise.
I love both of these robots. Colossal Avian, a very fun hammer saw configuration. I don't know if they're running a true saw or an impactor, spinner today.
Looks like an impactor. They're coming out of Fremont, California, so a long way out to get here. Dead Rise out of Lexington Park, Maryland, earlier today had an amazingly fast knockout. Both these robots sitting at 1-0 on the day. They're on the cusp of advancing. Winner is going to get into the bracket. Loser will be going down to the bubble, so their day won't be over, but it will be taking a hit as it will be more difficult for them going forward. Colossal Avian here ranked 21. They've been to this is their third event, sitting at 4-3 overall. Dead Rise unranked, their first event here, but they're sitting at 1-0 on the day, again with a massive KO victory.
Yeah, Dead Rise, I spoke to the builders.
They're not moving.
Yeah, that is worrisome, to be sure. Now, the way this works is you get an opportunity right off the bat to just do a basic power cycle. I don't want to say no harm, no foul, but that's not too big of a deal. We see this pretty often. Oh, I hear some beeping, so maybe there was some success there. I'll hold back and we'll see if it moves. A little bit of issue getting the arena door closed, it looks like.
Yeah, a lot of these new controllers, well, I guess not even that new, it's been this way for probably a decade now. They need a neutral signal from the transmitter until they will arm, otherwise they just won't do anything. And sometimes if your trim is a little off, they won't arm. So potentially that's what happened here.
Colossal Avian clearly ready to go. Up there! Whoa!
Well, that didn't look right.
Yeah, that seems like maybe some kind of programming issue on the controller.
Yeah, it seems like the robot is fine, but there is some sort of transmitter issue or something in the transmitter and receiver system that is acting up.
So the question is, what do they do about it?
Yeah,
They do have an opportunity to do a little bit.
I heard RF issue.
It is something to keep in mind. We have a lot of robots in this building. We have a lot of cell phones in this building. We have a lot of Wi-Fi in this building. Video signals of all sorts, shapes and sizes floating around. Sometimes that can mess with your receiver and your transmitter that make your robot go. It's not a way anybody wants to lose, but it does happen on occasion. I think we're going to get one more power cycle out of Dead Rise. I didn't ask them how that gets stressed. Is it Dead Rise or Dead Rise?
Or is it Dedrize?
Clearly.
Diadrize.
Diadrize,
Yeah.
No, they're going to try to get Dead Rise over to the arena wall again so that it can be power cycled. Power cycling, for those that might not know, is simply turning it off and turning it on again. That fixes an alarming number of issues, especially what Adam was touching on. When you have a robot that might be getting intermittent signal issues or signals it doesn't expect, what can happen is that the robot will go into a protection mode of sorts and just not function until it's properly reset and, all fit and happy. So they're going to try to do that. But to do that, they need to get the robot over to the wall.
Now they're on the wrong side of the arena.
They're trying to have that done via the house bot, and the house bot isn't, of course, doesn't want to hit Colossal Avian, so they have to be very careful. And it's just a slow process here. So. In the meantime, we're going to go over to Cage 1. Waddles going up against Kratos. Now, of course, Waddles has been a heavy hitter here for several events. Kratos, we have been promised that this robot is a heavy hitter. It has an absolutely stunning weapon system driving this, this big spinner. It just has had a lot of teething issues thus far, and we haven't seen it perform in the way that we know theoretically it could. So we'll see if this is their match or if the gremlins will persist. Arena doors being closed.
This should be a very interesting fight as we have two massive horizontal spinners going up against each other. Waddles ranked 5 in the class at 21-9. Kratos, newer robot, 48 in the class. This is their second event, 2-2. They were unable to get it very dialed in at the last event.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. It looks like a great spin up for Kratos. And a couple of glancing blows.
Kratos has to be careful here. They've driven into the walls about a half dozen times.
Oh, the weapon is no longer spinning up quickly on Kratos.
Chunks of the armor of Kratos flying about the arena as Waddle's able to deliver.
Drive side starting to fail.
Ooh, this is a very expensive component.
Yeah, that was a wise tap out. Each one of those hits was, well, as Adam said, very expensive, but dramatic.
The chassis on Kratos is a beautiful piece. Less so now. But it's a very scary robot, Kratos, when it gets up to speed. They've been having issues controlling it. We've seen this now in both tournaments, both events they've been in, where they just can't keep themselves off the wall. You drive these big horizontals, you want to be in the center of the arena, you want people to come to you, you want to hit them into the walls, and you got to be careful, because every one of those wall hits, we could see all those gashes, that is sending huge current spikes through your weapon motor if you're not turning it off when that's happening. And it didn't look like they were, and you could see it just kind of wear the bot down, and just eventually it wasn't spinning, and that left their chassis exposed. Waddle's taking full advantage.
Especially when you have big custom motors like that are hard to predict. Those electrical demons can be a real pain in the butt. We're headed to cage 4, though, right now. We've got that Colossal Avian and Dead Rise fight. Sounds like it's ready to restart. We can finally get into the fray. Let's hope that Dead Rise is having a little bit better luck now.
And it's not in the corner yet.
It's not a good sign.
No. And I think that's going to be it. That is quite an unfortunate second fight for them, as they came out swinging in their first, and now they're going to be headed to the bubble.
Yeah, that is not the experience that they wanted to have today.
Dead Rise came in. They were ready today. They had no last-minute jitters, no rushing around. They were calm, ready to go in the pits. And it looks like there is some sort of issue they're going to have to work through before their third fight. And that is officially a Dead Rise forfeit.
Unfortunate. That is a robot that we were talking earlier. Such a high level of preparation. Everything seemed very dialed in earlier in the day. I am aching to know what is it that went so wrong here.
This is one of those things when you win so quickly that you don't really see any of the flaws in your robot.
That's a great point. You don't have a chance to really pressure test a lot of the robot's systems and see what's going wrong. It could be as simple as a piece of electronics that got smacked into the inside wall of the robot and destroyed it.
Little loose wire that in the first fight was in the right place, this fight was in the wrong place, and they just didn't notice it.
Could be anything.
A bunch of things. They also have 2 of those robots. I don't know if it was the same one.
Great point as well.
One.
I believe it was the same one. They've got 2 different weapon blades, and last I checked, they had one reserved for one blade, one for the other. So I do think it was the same chassis, but you're right. For all we know, they could have switched it up.
Yeah.
Could be that robot chassis had never fought before.
Interesting.
Hard to say for sure.
Yeah, it's always the risk.
Great fights in general, though. I hope that we get to see both of those robots fight soon. I really like Colossal Avian, but I really, really like Dead Rise. I think they've got a lot of potential here looking forward.
We do have some more 30-pound fights getting loaded in.
Excellent, excellent. I'm excited to see. Yeah, I see Cage 1. A lot of action is going on. I think Aries is being loaded, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
They're going to be going up against Lunch Club. Aries, of course, is the brutal vertical beater bar spinner out of MIT. Lunch Club coming to us out of Ridgewood, New Jersey from Eaton Schneider. It's their first event. They're sitting on a 1-0 record.
Okay, all right.
But we're going to go to Cage 4 first.
That's exciting. I thought for sure we'd be at Cage 1.
Yeah, this is Synthesis 30 versus Light Force, 2 brutal vertical spinners. Synthesis 30 has been at 12 events. Overall, they're 14 and 18. They're about they're a hit and miss robot.
It is interesting because, they may be hit or miss, but boy, do they hit hard.
Yeah, they're hard hits and they're hard misses.
Yeah.
This is the first event for Light Force. They're sitting at a 1-0 record. I think they might have gotten a forfeit or something earlier in the day. I'm not seeing any sort of KO or judge's decision record for them. But Light Force, a bit of a familiar look to a 4-wheel drive vertical spinner. This is from Kevin Biagini out of Pittsfield, Massachusetts.
2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Go.
Oh, boy. Wow. Talk about spinning up all the way.
Wow, look at that. I
What
think that
was
took
that?
the entire...
Oh,
I don't know.
boy.
It was the tire fork assembly from one side of Light Force gone. Now the weapon's gone. The drive side's gone. You can see some kind of glowing
Wow.
light
Now,
from the electronics.
I think both robots died in that hit, and if they hadn't have tapped out, it might have gone to the judges. I think we know how it would have gone, but what a massive hit.
Light Force just splayed out.
It's broken in half.
Yeah.
Now, Light Force is a mostly plastic robot. So is Synthesis 30 in a lot of ways, but
You ever see that movie Misery? That Light Force looks like it had a sledgehammer taken to like the whole front leg of that robot.
that was a massive hit. I mean, that's basically if Synthesis. Why did he name with so many S's?
It's a lot.
30.
It's good that we think we don't have lisps.
Yeah, no, I do when I say that. If they had come out, I think that's how they would have designed the opening bout of volleys. Of course, I don't think they would have wanted to kind of break at the end.
They might have wanted to avoid that. It's a possibility.
And they'll have to look in it. I mean, that's what we said. It's hit or miss. You know, they sometimes have these reliability issues, but boy, are those hits big ones.
All right, now we're going back to Cage 1. We get that Aries fight we teased a little bit earlier. Pretty excited for that. I would say who's your money on. It's hard not to bet on Aries. that robot is like a bat out of hell.
If I'm looking at the shapes of these robots, the materials of these robots, the provenance of these robots, you've got to give it to Aries. But we've seen all day, time and time again, that that's not always how it goes. So let's take a look at what happens here. But Aries has to be happy with this matchup because there's a lot they could do to Lunch Club. And Lunch Club is going to have to be perfect to keep that from happening.
Yeah, it's possible, but it is an uphill battle.
Fight, robots.
Away we go. Slow, cautious start from
Oh, boy. That is not what Lunch Club wanted to happen.
One hit KO.
That's got to be one of the fastest tap outs we have ever seen in the 30-pound class.
It's a 3-hit match. Aries hits Lunch Club. Lunch Club hits the ceiling. Lunch Club hits the floor. And you know what? Bonus 4th hit, they hit the tap out button.
Wow.
Wow.
That was wild. Now, the craziest thing about this is that Lunch Club looks entirely unscathed.
Yeah, it's still in one piece, which is incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, when I looked at these, I look at the geometry, and you see Lunch Club is basically an elevated cube. It had some angles in the front, but they were going to have to drive a perfect fight to keep those pointed at Aries. Aries came out, timed it right, hit one of those back corners, and that's you couldn't design a target better to launch for Aries there. But I am surprised, and congrats to the team. Lunch Club stayed in one piece on that hit.
Yeah.
We saw just in the fight before that what can happen to Light Force getting split in half. Lunch Club took a harder hit and maintained its singular form.
It's definitely a little feather in its cap, even though the cap got kind of knocked clean off its head. But Lunch Club got a good.
Wow.
I don't know how to put it. You're right. The best thing that we can say is that it stayed in one piece, and that is impressive. But Aries is terrifying.
Aries has to be right now, from what we've seen, the best looking 30.
Of today, yes, for sure.
Yeah, I think coming into the tournament, they've got to be the odds-on favorite to win this one. Lunch Club still not eliminated. They're in the bubble.
They have a shot.
They can still make that bracket.
I'm interested to see. I don't have the chart in front of me here, but there we can see Lunch Club just walking past us.
It still looks all in one piece.
It still looks like a robot, and that is impressive. Yeah. But it was a robot that hit the ceiling and immediately stopped working.
Yeah.
So Anyhow, let's do a quick update. Let's talk you through where we are. Actually, let's talk you through how we get there. This is how the preliminaries go. We're in the preliminaries right now. Basically, we are trying to figure out who is going to get put into the bracket for becoming the winner for today, and who is going to head home. To do that, you basically get 2 to 3 fights to prove yourself. You need 2 wins to prove yourself. You need 2 losses to go home.
So we just saw a whole bunch of cusp and redemption fights. We're going to be heading into bubble fights soon. Oh,
In
this
fact,
actually, I'm hearing
yeah,
a bubble
we are
fight right now.
That's where we're headed. Let's do it.
So the loser of this fight goes home. The winner
5,
makes the bracket.
4,
Yeah,
3,
Titanium
2,
Tabby back again
1.
in the blue
Fight,
corner.
robots, fight.
Interested to see how they do after a mixed situation earlier. They're going up against Jackaloupe from our lovely Gwen.
Jackaloupe is looking speedy.
Yeah, Jackaloupe is a really fun robot that just has a lot of experience behind it. The lifter spinner combo is just really does a good job. Titanium Tabby seeming to have drive issues already. Very surprising. It seemed so dialed in earlier.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a driving battle here. Whoa! Titanium Tabby going flying. You can see Jackaloupe's strategy here is to speed around the arena while Tabby was trying to kind of stand still to sit and spin, but it looks like Tabby's weapon has gone down.
Yeah, Titanium Tabby's weapon is actually substantially askew at this point.
Oh.
It's not sitting in its cradle very
Oh,
well.
Jackaloupe getting them stuck here and then unsticking them. Well, everyone gets 1 unstick request per fight for 1 unstick attempt. It doesn't always work.
Very bold there, was pushing into Brett.
Yeah, Jackaloupe having a bit of those gyro issues we mentioned. Tabby unstuck. Jackaloupe coming back in for more.
Able to move, able to fight, not able to do very much to its opponent.
Jackaloupe not wanting to hit the weapon. Of course, the weapon made of hardened steel. It'll dull their own weapon. Coming around the side, hitting the chassis, getting more damage done. Yeah, they got to be careful here with the gyro. It's their fight to lose at this point, but it doesn't look too good to the judges when you're unable to control yourself like that.
An impressive amount of driving strategy out of Titanium Tabby.
Yeah, they are able here to keep Jackaloupe on their toes a little bit. Like we mentioned earlier, Jackaloupe has been trying to get around the sides, around the back. Titanium Tabby using
there
that.
it is, Adam. Titanium Tabby doing the thing. They are stuck.
Yeah, you can see just how bent their entire chassis is from this view.
Little victory dance from Jackaloupe, very well earned.
Titanium Tabby already used their unstick earlier in the fight. Can't use it a second time, and that's a KO victory for Jackaloupe. Gwen is going to be moving on to the bracket. Seeing in the chat here, they are saying that we are so Backalope.
Yeah. Well, I know Gwen has been chanting that silently. Jackalope. I think there's a spiritual connection. I've seen a couple of stuffed jackalopes in the pits. There's a level of identification with that particular completely real and not at all fictional animal. And yeah, I think there's a special sense of pride in getting Jackalope back in the ring. And of course, Jackalope's doing well. It's coming from an incredibly talented builder and driver, for that matter.
Yeah, of course, Jackalope, a combination of multiple animals, very real, and the robot, a combination of multiple weapons.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the lifter and the spinner combining.
And away we go. I enjoyed that. I really am. I can't oversell this enough. I really enjoy Jackaloupe getting back in the mix.
Yeah.
And there's something that works really well about having that spinner. And it's not exactly clear sometimes as we watch these fights how this lifter works, because there's a spinner and then immediately next to the spinner is this lifter. It only works on one side. And what you get from that is this really wonderful situation where you go forward with your lifter, you lift a little bit, and then you drive under it, and suddenly your spinner is hitting the tender underbelly of your opponent. And that kind of 1-2 combo is, first off, very damaging. You can do a lot of good work and be very successful. But also, it's such a great way to show off your driver's skill, because you need to have this sense of timing that simply doesn't exist for other weapons.
Yeah, it's sort of like a powered fork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a fork-assisted feed system for your spinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're using a fork in a more literal fork sense to fork your opponent into your mouth.
That's a good point.
That's I think what makes it such a magical approach to me. So, this might be a good point in time to talk a little bit here. We've talked about some of the unusual weapon designs. We've had more lifters this event than we have in the last couple events. And one of the things that we do here that not every competition does is we require a weapon, and we require a weapon to be of a specific caliber, let's say. You need to have a way to demonstrate that your robot is able to disadvantage and hurt your robot. And what we've developed here at NHRL is the dummy system, the functionality test, which relies on these
Let's
dummies.
get these robots
We'll make a little room here. And we have here on the table the 3-pound and the 12-pound dummy. Ooh, that's heavier than it looks, folks. And basically,
and that's an acronym.
It is. Yeah. You want to guide them through it?
Yeah, the designated unit to measure minimum yield.
Yes, exactly. And the idea here is that when you got a robot, let's say your robot shows up to NHRL, and we're not sure, like, does this really have a weapon? Is this weapon really going to do anything? We throw you in an arena with one of these, not threatening at all. I was going to make a joke that they're incredibly threatening. No, these adorable little dummies. And all you really need to do, it's a low bar. We don't need you to have the world's greatest weapon, but we need you to be able to do essentially one of two things in most cases. You either need to put a hole in these arena walls, and they're made of plastic of a specific thickness, excuse me. So you either need to put a hole or crack in it. And you can see someone here just barely did that, put a nice crack and went through that little bit of a hole there. Or let's say you're a lifter robot. We've got one right here. This one doesn't function. It's been made safe. But you need to be able to run up, scoop underneath your robot, and flip that robot on its back.
And you can see they have these little feet, so there's plenty of ground clearance here. That wouldn't be an issue. If you can't get under and lift this, then your lifter really doesn't work.
Right. And I think the idea here is that this is a pretty easy thing to do. We just need to make sure that you're working in good faith to have a robot that can fight and not just hang out with another robot in our beautiful cages.
And this is one for 3-pound robots. This is the one for 12-pound robots. It weighs 12 pounds. And the interesting thing here, the big thing here, is that if you were to try to put a mini-bot in the arena, let's say you have a 12-pound robot, you have a 1-pound mini-bot, your 1-pound mini-bot needs to go up against the 12-pound dummy. Can your 1-pound mini-bot damage it? Can it melt it? Can it flip it over? That's not that easy for a small robot to do. And that's the real big change here that I think these dummies have done, is that you want to come in with a mini-bot, you have to make a really effective one. You can't just have a door stop. You can't just have a token lifter that can't actually lift anything. It actually needs to be able to lift and flip these heavy dummy cubes.
Yeah, and to be fair, we've seen some robots do that. There's been a couple of 2-pound robots. I think they were in the 30-pound class, which is even more impressive. But, like, looking here, if I flip this, the whole table shakes. Like, that's a lot of force. To make a little 2-pound robot that can do that is pretty impressive. And frankly, as long as you're doing something that's entertaining and playing by the rules and technically interesting, more power to you.
And the great thing is that we don't have to make a judgment call. It's, do it.
Yeah, just show us.
Yeah.
It's right here. And of course, you know, we don't need to go into the technical details, but all these things are swappable. So if there's any question of it, we can just pull the panel out and like we can write, you know, Adam's lifter bot on the side. Well, not lifter bot, hammer bot on the side with a little point to the hole that goes through the plate, and then we'll know for all time. They're like, okay, yeah, Adam can put a hole in that plate, no problem.
There we go. So we're going to go to cage 2, where we've got Titanium White's cousins, or is this just regular Titanium White going up against, this is regular Titanium White. Going up against another multi here. In, Zmeya.
Yeah, Zmeya, this is going to be a great fight because one of the things that we've seen with the new rules updates for 2025 is that multibots have a new lease on life. Yeah. However, one of the reasons that we've seen that is because multibots are truly usually fighting against one robot.
Yep.
So now you've got a multibot on multibot fight. It's going to be a little more chaos. It's going to be a little more crazy. And we get to see whether the strategies for each of these robots hold up.
The ref giving a little talk here about what to expect in a multibot versus multibot fights. We don't see these a lot. I think this is the first one of the day. We've had a lot of multibots here. I guess the easiest thing, the great thing here is that back when we used to have the doorstop wedges, it was hard to tell who was on whose team. But it's easy to tell which one is Titanium White's cousins and which one is Zmeya here because both robots look exactly the same as each other. So should be good viewing pleasure here. Each robot weighing, I think it's 2 pounds. So we'll have 8 pounds in the arena. One half of Titanium White's cousin is not moving at all, and the other half is crab walking, and that is not a good sign because the fight hasn't even started yet.
No, and as we said earlier, Titanium White really relies on having good control for their system to be functional hardly at all.
The other half of the robot is intermittently working. Could be an arming issue, as we've talked about. You can see the flames coming on, for those unaware. Flame robot.
Yeah, this will be really interesting to see. It does seem like Titanium White has a relatively different design in terms of its wheel system, drive system.
It's a very interesting drive and a very interesting ground game.
Yeah.
Armor, the whole package
5,
is unique and it
4,
works. Is
3,
crazy thing.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go. Excellent engagement from the green half of
Wow,
Titanium
taking
White.
on both halves of Zmeya. I would think if I were Zmeya, I would go after, you know, the compromised Titanium White, score some points for the judges here. But Titanium White, off the bat here, really taking it to Zmeya. It's now half of Zmeya also looks to be compromised in drive. You can see on the heat camera that flames heating up the floor there, leaving a hot spot.
Yeah, I mean, we think about these flames as only doing damage for the moment that they engage their opponent, but that damage kind of keeps lingering for a little bit.
Yeah, it's cumulative. I think it's something that's hard to notice, and for newer fans of the sport, they might not realize kind of how hard everyone's pushing the electronic components in these robots, and that means that they're getting warmer. And for a lot of robots, at the end of 3 minutes, those components are right at the limit. They're right about where they'd start to overheat.
Some of them you can't handle at all.
Yeah,
Like they're
and-
literally too hot to handle.
And when these flames
Oh, look
come
at that.
in-
Hold on. That is an excellent pin and a great burn on Zmeya.
That is exactly what they want to do, because that's going to heat up all those components, and they don't cool back down. They just keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter for the duration of the fight. So any extra heat that can be added in by those flames is one step closer to thermal failure.
You know, we were talking about how the different strategies of these robots would play in. I think we're seeing that Zmeya really relies on the fact that they're a multi-bot. The 2-on-1 action is key.
Yeah.
Because they're not able to do that, and they're paying for it hard.
The flames on Titanium White just really getting into the chassis on Zmeya here. And you can see Zmeya is just kind of going slower and slower as the fight goes on. Look at how hot the frame of Zmeya is on the thermal camera.
Zmeya flailing their mini-bots, really trying to get him freed. Having a hard time with it, though.
Yeah, I mean, even without the flames, they're just getting dominated. You can see here now one half of Zmeya is not driving at all. Could be thermal issues or something else. The flames can do a lot. They can overheat belts and start to make them slip. They can overheat bearings, and that can create an effect that galls and seizes the axles. So,
well, I gotta say, this is a turn of fate a little bit here as we go into the last 30 seconds. That was a pretty good pin and attack from Zmeya.
And now we have a double pin from Titanium White's cousins here.
Yeah, every time Zmeya gets a little bit of a foothold.
See that torch burning hot and blue on the front of the purple Titanium White's cousin there.
Yeah, we're going to come down. This is going to a judge's decision. Every time it seemed like Zmeya had a little bit of a foothold, they came back and, yeah, Titanium White's cousin just bullied him around.
I did see Titanium White's cousin get stuck on the wall right there at the end of the fight. Now, the interesting thing is you saw half of Titanium White's cousin with a maneuverability problem, but that was for the entirety of the fight. That's not going to count as damage because they were damaged coming in. They were unable to move. Whereas Zmeya was working great at the beginning of the fight and then wasn't at the end. So that's an interesting difference there. We'll see how they score it.
We actually do, at this point, damage is damage.
But I guess if you come in unable to work at the beginning of the fight, does that still count as damage at the end?
It does.
Yeah?
Yeah, however, it doesn't, when we appraise what your aggression was and your control and stuff, you're not going to get...
so if I come in with half drive, I'll end the fight with half drive anyway. Interesting. I didn't realize
I believe that is the case, yeah.
Right.
We've gone back and forth on it a little bit.
Okay.
But I believe that was one of the the changes here. So we'll double check it a little later, and we'll see how this match ends up. But I got to say, I was worried for Titanium White there because, yeah, the beginning of the match, they barely were able to drive into their own corner. They really seem to have a talent for being able to make it through a match in we'll call it a lesser state than ideal. I'm stunned, but bravo to them. We'll see how the judges react shortly.
Yeah, I mean, both robots making it to the bell there is impressive, especially for Zmeya to be taking the heat for that long. I mean, to me, it seemed like a lot of aggression, a lot of control, and then some damage coming out of Titanium White there. So that's who I would give it to, but it was fairly close overall. It wasn't a complete dominance.
No, I think I'm in the same boat as you, though. It definitely feels that there's an advantage to Titanium White there. So we will see shortly. In the meantime, we're going to continue to take you through our preliminary rounds. We've got robot fight after robot fight, and then we've got more robot fights later if you want to join us for prime time, which I believe starts at 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight. In the meantime, I'm Ricky Williams. This is Adam Wrigley. We're at NHRL, and we are taking you through our May qualifier fighters. May qualifier fights. I knew I could get it. Pretty great fights today overall. Really surprised with the minimal number of hiccups. We've had really robots delivering a lot of new and interesting designs, some upsets. What's the thing that's got you most excited so far?
I mean, I've been really enjoying a lot of these multibots, and the teamwork they've been able to show in the arena has really been just evident today, and that's been a lot of fun. The 30-pounders have had huge hits as well, which has been very exciting. I always like the big robots sending each other flying, and you just feel it reverberate through the room.
I take for granted you feel those reverberations. And I take for granted the fact that we're wearing headsets. Like, it's muffled for us. If you're sitting in the front row, the hearing protection is actually pretty important sometimes. They're monstrous hits.
Of course, we have complimentary hearing protection here at NHRL for the fans.
We do, and then I believe we've got some deluxe over-ear hearing protection if you want to splurge the, $5 for color-coded hearing protection options.
They're very cute.
So, anyway, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a fun day, and a lot of good fights left to come.
Yeah, we're getting to that part of the day where people are starting to get eliminated. And that's, of course, a sad moment for anyone who has to go home early. But that means that for us, the viewers, we're getting to see more and more dialed-in robots. As we go further into the day, these are machines that are operating at the peak of their ability.
Yes.
And it's really great to see because the competition is going to get better and better as we go forward in the day.
Yeah, which is incredible considering the damage that these robots sustain. So, speaking of damage, we're going to get to see some right now. We're going to cage 2 for another 3-pound fight. We've got Attitude Adjuster going up against Red Pearl. So I haven't seen Red Pearl in quite a while. Attitude Adjuster is a pretty fun hammer saw design, but I don't know what Red Pearl's been up to lately. I don't know if they've had design upgrades. I'm going to see if we can get some intel to walk you through. Attitude Adjuster, though, really punishing hammer saw when it works. It's had a little bit of trouble here off and on through some of the fights today. Well, it seems like it's certainly working now. A good hit, a good spin from its hammer saw. What's not to love?
Five.
Love the
4,
colorway on
3,
Attitude Adjuster
2,
here. Very bright.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
They're coming here out of the UK. Red Pearl out of Stowe, Ohio. You can see Attitude Adjuster's forks getting stuck under the wall there.
Yeah, they have to be very careful what they drive. Basically, they want to avoid the areas of the floor that have pieces missing because that's where they're going to dig in. So they want to stick to the areas that are more pristine. And if Red Pearl plays their cards right, that will allow fewer moves for their opponent, and basically they can cut off certain areas of the arena if they so choose.
Now, have we seen Attitude Adjuster's disc spin up at all yet in this fight?
Only before the fight to show off that it works. But Attitude Adjuster is one of these opponents that tends not to spin their weapon until they start the pin. They'll keep it off and then do this dramatic moment during a pin where they spin up and then strike.
And it makes sense that, it doesn't use any battery, and that way you also don't get any of those gyro forces.
Red Pearl spending most of this fight upon their head.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Oh, there's the hit and a great penetration.
Wow, that had to have gotten something juicy. That is right near where you'd expect a motor, ESC, or even a battery to be located.
Now, that was a deep one. Attitude Adjuster, I think, is going to have an opportunity to do a little more.
Oh, they're back. It looked like they lost drive for a second.
It is a glancing blow from Attitude Adjuster. Now, we've seen Attitude Adjuster get in trouble before where their weapon arm goes down, even though their spinner is still up.
Yep. Now, you can see about 2 minutes into this fight, Attitude Adjuster, I think, being a bit more aggressive with the shots they're taking. They were being a bit more conservative early on. Oh, you can hear him spin up, coming in for another hit. Oh, just missing. Able to deliver a side blow, but not really getting anything juicy. There you go, right into the center of the base plate.
Oh, that is a deep hit. That is a juicy hit. Red Pearl's still moving, but that had to hit something.
How is Red Pearl still operational after all of these surgical hits from Attitude?
That's deep in the guts right there.
Now they're trying to release this. They're trying to come out, but that is embedded. And this fight is going to go to the judges here.
man, what a fight. Those were just textbook hammer saw moves. And the geometry, let's take a second here. The geometry that's in play. Look at this. This is a great shot of it. When that arm is fully extended, the weapon blade is hitting an area that it couldn't be any more perfectly. Yeah, you can see the multiple cuts. But like that weapon arm is just perfectly calibrated for where that hit needs to happen.
You see 3 great cuts, 1 kind of deflected. And yeah, I mean, the geometry of the arm there, too. It's not perfectly flat. It's got a bit of a curve coming down so it can hit from above.
Bravo. Yeah, that is just getting to see design intent play out very directly. I don't know, the little robot nerd inside of me, heart goes pitter-patter. They're still very stuck together. I don't know if we've lost the crowbars. No, I see. We're looking for proper PPE before we open the arena.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to be a bit careful in these instances as well because you don't know where that is sliced into. The act of prying it apart could puncture something, could short something. We don't know if it's shorted right now.
Yeah, and it's less so a problem than it used to be, but there's also the possibility that as soon as these things are apart, they spin back up.
Yep.
Now, granted, we have people put down the controllers. A lot of times we'll install weapon locks if we deem it important to do so. There's other aspects here. With brushless motors, this is less a thing. But with older brushed motors, when there's a short, that can cause the robot to fail on.
Yeah.
And suddenly it just, away it goes.
Yeah, the old, I guess we just have to leave this for an hour until it spins down.
Right. So, thankfully, they are free. Wow, look at how is it still going?
It's just, is there anything inside the robot at all?
I think the robot is a myth. Red Pearl isn't real, but it can hurt you. Oh, that's some dramatic stuff, right?
That's a fun little dance.
A little diddly-do.
No, it's sort of a tradition in combat robots to have a little bit of a dance, usually a celebration dance. But these days when you have to show function to the judges, sometimes people will show function with a little bit of a dance.
Yeah, it does appear, though, that they're setting up to restart the fight. Which I thought...
I thought we hit the bell.
I thought we hit the bell, but what sometimes happens when there's a stick situation is that the stick doesn't always stop the countdown timer. So we end up in a situation where there's time left on the clock, even though the literal clock that we're looking at doesn't stop.
Interesting.
So we're going to have to see here.
So I'm hearing it will be going to the judges. You can see him shaking hands here.
Got it. Okay. So it did not conflict with the clock or cause the clock to be out of sync.
Now, earlier we were talking about damage points. I did look this up, and you were right. I think I got confused. The first line of damage is the condition of the opponent bot at the end of the match compared to how it started. So I was like, oh, yeah, compared to how it started. But I kept reading, which is important.
Usually is, yeah.
And it says, if a bot's active weapon does not work from the very start of the match, or if its drive is compromised at the very start of the match, this will count as damage. So that was that new line that you were talking about.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction there between how it started the match versus how it started the day.
Yeah. Yes.
And there's also an aspect here, too, of... well, we talked about the dummy system earlier. Some robots are clearly designed to work better than they actually ever end up being. And we have to be very careful not to hold that against them because we don't want to disadvantage the people who are just learning, right? So you look at a robot in the beginning of the day, you figure out generally what does it do, what is it supposed to do, and you try to base it across that.
But if you're coming in with gashes in your armor at the beginning of the fight, that doesn't
exactly.
Yeah.
So, and that's a great point to make. Your robot can come in looking beat up, but be fully functional, and exiting looking still beat up is not going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But exiting not working when you worked earlier in the day, that's on you.
Yeah, and entering not working, also counts as damage. So that will, for titanium white in that judge's decision, that damage they entered with on the side of drive will count against them in that judge's decision.
Correct, yeah.
Because earlier in the day, it was fully operational.
I believe the only caveat there is that if it comes down to like a coin flip level, they both have similar damage, and one person started with it versus one person ends with it. I think there's a little bit of a lean on the people who started with it being advantaged.
Interesting.
But that's getting way into the details. We're going to go to Cage 2. Hopefully this isn't too detailed of a fight. Air Jail's going up against Caldera. Glenn Boxall back at it again.
Caldera earlier today with a rough loss.
A good spin up from Caldera. It's a robot known for reliability and delivering for the most part today. All the hiccups that they've had haven't prevented them from having good fights, which now granted the fights might not have gone the way Glenn liked, but still, robot that spins up, wheels that turn.
So this is a bubble fight, so the loser goes home, the winner is going to make it into the bracket. Air Jail, this is their first event. They're coming out of Manhattan, Kansas, a bit further than the standard Manhattan. Built by Zane Zollers.
Boy, that's a comic book name if I ever heard one. I talked a bit earlier. I was like, I knew the name was Zane, but the
5,
Zollers really
4,
sells it for me.
3,
Good alliteration.
2, 1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we
fight.
go. Air Jail, a little. Oh, wow.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
that's the entire head of Air
the
Jail.
front fell off.
Very non-standard.
Yeah.
Talking about damage and comparing the beginning of the fight to the end of the fight, that's going to be a big example
a
of
lot
the end of the
different.
fight
Lot
being
more
very different from the beginning of the fight. I like that it's got a little tail. Or a beak, maybe. I don't know. Could be both.
Maybe it was an ablative weapon. Caldera just, piecing away the armor here, hit by hit, as Air Jail, to their credit, being very aggressive.
Yeah, and holding together pretty well. They have an impressive armor package on the outside of Air Jail. Really fends off horizontal hits very well.
Once they shed that vestigial weapon, they've been looking pretty good. Although now it does seem Air Jail's lost a side of drive.
Right-hand side is down, unfortunately. Left side still running just fine.
Yeah, this is Caldera's fight here. This is how they like it to be. They just, beat away at the opponent, grind them down. Caldera, very durable robot. It looks like that's the tap out as Air Jail lost the other half of their drive, piece by piece, disassembled quite literally by Caldera.
One step disassembly.
Air Jail is going to be going home with a 1-2 record. They get a win at their first time out at NHRL. Not bad. Caldera should be making it to the tournament. Yeah.
Oh, man. Adam, I don't know if you can see in the background. We're going to have a replay here for the moment, but there's some fun, exciting action to come.
Let's take a look at the replays here. Credit where credit's due. Air Jail did not give up until their robot was completely dead, losing the weapon on the very first engagement and just shoving their face into the many fists of Caldera. Sending Caldera flying a couple times, sending themselves flying a bit more. Unable to make it to the bell, but quite a performance from both robots here. As we're going to go to Cage 1, and we're going to take a look at Killigul versus That's a Lot of TPU.
I'm very excited. I have been delighted by That's a Lot of TPU all day. TPU, for those of you who may not know, is a type of plastic that is used commonly in 3D printers. It's gained a lot of traction in the last few years. It's very flexible. It's very resilient. It's fairly lightweight, and it's strong.
Thermoplastic polyurethane.
Exactly.
It's basically a fancy type of engineered rubber.
That's a good way to
Hard
put it.
rubber. Yeah.
Varying. You can get it in all sorts of hardnesses. In some cases,
Usually
it's
pretty hard, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a good point. It depends on what you're comparing it to. When you compare it to the hardness of other plastics used in robots,
Soft.
it's very soft.
Very soft.
When you compare it to, say, I don't know, your
Tires.
tires, it's pretty similar. When you compare it to, a stress ball that you squeeze at home, it's very hard.
Yeah.
So that maybe gives you a good basis. But the big thing here is that you can build very large, very resilient, and very lightweight for their size objects out of this material. You can do it cheaply, and you can do it in a way that resists big spinning weapons very well. And that's why you get a normal-sized robot here on the left, and you get this enormous monstrosity here on the right, aptly named, That's a Lot of TPU.
It certainly is a very popular material these days. You don't really see quite so much of it on most robots, but it's just really, it's so good at taking these hits. A different way of looking at it, absorb it, deflect it, bend out
and
of the way.
repel it is a thing too.
Yeah.
When you have this rubber, what happens a lot of times is you might hit it with a high-speed spinner, and your high-speed spinner springs back into you.
Yeah.
And boy, does that do some damage to all the delicate electronic bits inside of some of these
There
robots.
does come a limit for all materials, and if you hit them hard enough, they will still break, even if they're bendy and flexy and soft and springy. Killigul here as a massive weapon on the front. It's from David Dreyer out of Willoughby, Ohio. Ranked 73 in the class, has been to 10 events, sitting on a losing record overall at 13 and 18, looking to get back up to even here today. That's a lot of TPU. This is their first event with this particular version of the robot, sitting at 1-1. This is another bubble fight here. The loser is going to go home for the day. The winner is going to advance into today's bracket. Both these teams really want to make it into that bracket because they really want to make it in the top 4 tonight and then get back and qualify for championships later in December. But for right now, they've got to win this fight to continue their day. Of course, the bracket's going to lead us into prime time later tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Tune in on the main NHRL channel to see the prime time single elimination bracket for the Golden Dumpsters.
All right, here we go. You had a little bit of trouble with the drive system, it seemed like, on That's a Lot of TPU. I don't know about you, Adam. In my head, I'm always saying it with an Italian accent. I feel like I probably shouldn't be, but, that's how I think it, anyhow. Just all you at home are thinking that now. Don't think of giant pink elephants. And
Killigul, sort of a modern, classic modern take on the undercutter.
away we go. Wow, right. Fast off the bat, and that's a lot of
Size
TPU.
difference is something to see.
It's
here.
stunning.
Both of these robots weigh exactly the same.
That's a lot of TPU doing a great. Whoa. Yeah, this is a great pin. I think it's intentional. Yep, it is.
You can hear the pin countdowns whenever someone's
Here's
being
another
pinned.
pin.
Have to release before 10 seconds. And they're just going to keep doing this because they have to release the pin, but once they release it, they can come back in. Killigul is just unable to really move around here. Now they're stuck.
Oh, but then freed again.
And then stuck again, and then freed again. Now this is a perfect first 1 minute of this fight for That's a Lot of TPU.
This is exactly the game they want to play. The only thing I think I might do a little different, they're being very hesitant to use that weapon.
Yep.
One move that has become more popular for good reason is finishing off your pin by using your weapon. You flip the other robot out of your weapon's reach.
Yeah, it can really show the judge that you are using the weapons, that you are being aggressive, and you are being controlling the pin showing control, and then the weapon use at the end showing that aggression. So they won't be getting as many aggression points as they could right here, but with Killigul unable to do anything, I'm not sure it's going to matter. Of course, we're only halfway through this fight.
There's also a question if the weapon on That's a Lot of TPU is even working anymore.
Yeah.
Earlier in the day, we saw it fail in a way that was not all that dramatic. We didn't know it had failed until the end. Look at
Killigul
these.
having huge issues driving around upside down. You can see that huge slant on the front there. That's putting maybe the center of gravity in the wrong spot as they just can't get enough weight over the wheels. They're just flip-flopping all over the place.
You can see there on the side of that's a lot of TPU. The gashes in the TPU forks really just cut clean through it. There's different approaches you can take with TPU as to whether or not you want to absorb or deflect or what have you.
Now, Killigul here, their record is 11-7 when one of the robots gets knocked out. If it goes to the judges, Killigul is 1-11. So they've lost 11 out of 12 fights that go to the judges. And I have to say that looking at this, it seems like this one is going to go to the judges, and it seems like Killigul is going to lose. Just unable to move outside of a circle spinning in place, unable to spin up their weapon. Just enough movement to not get counted out, but
only barely.
Yeah.
It's really struggling. I'm really curious to see what went wrong. It's a failure mode we've seen from them before where just things stop working the way they're supposed to, but don't have an obvious mechanical source of the damage.
Something with the weapon got finicky, and then with the weight balance upside down and the weapon off, unable to give them that gyro stability. Just nothing to make from it. So we're going to swap over to another cage for another fight here. Looks like we're going to cage 2, where it is Perry the Platybot going up against Showtime with an exclamation point.
I believe I saw a gentleman walking about in a platypus costume with a Stenson hat.
1.
Fight, robots.
I'm pretty excited about that.
fight.
Perry the Platybot. Oh, the hat's gone. Well, might as well go home now. The hat's gone.
Showtime having difficulty self-righting here. It looks like their ears have been damaged and the weapon is banging against the floor.
They can move on that weapon, which is more than a lot of these style robots can say, but it's not enough to give them any sort of self-righting ability. So I don't know. I can't exactly call it a wise design choice.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there is an ear there. I don't think that the weapon is supposed to be dragging on the ground like that. Something has gone wrong. Looks like the ears are just maybe flexing over or something. Hard to tell. Oh.
Oh, my.
Well, that's...
Nothing out of Perry and nothing out of Showtime.
Yeah, now this is another bubble fight here, and the loser will go home. Both robots aiming to go home at this point. Both calling for the unstick.
Showtime right side up, and now the weapon's working. They've got a new lease on life if they can just get off of their opponent.
Tap out.
Oh, and maybe, well, somebody tapped out.
Yeah, Platybot might have called it.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not moving at all. Maybe they just saw the weapon come back to life on Showtime and figured no reason to risk that.
Yeah, I would not blame that strategy at all. Blame them for that strategy at all. Getting at this point in the day. Well, it is a bubble fight, though.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I wouldn't tap out in an elimination fight, but you know it can be very expensive. So I completely understand.
I think that's a good way to put it. While you and I might be do or die, push it through at all costs, the cost alone can be a good reason to
take it home. It's a great reason. So it's going to send Showtime on to the bracket. We're going to head over to Cage 4, where we've got Carolina Reaper going up against Empress.
Carolina Reaper has been a lot of fun. I like the spirit behind the robot. I don't know how else to put it, but it's a compact, big wheel which seems a little oxymoronic.
Empress having a difficult time getting over to their corner.
If Empress can't get over to their corner and can't maneuver enough to start the fight, that will be their second forfeit in a row.
Yeah, it looks like, looking at the records here, this is Empress's first event. They're sitting at 1-1, but their KO and JD record is 0-0 in both of them. Seems like they had been forfeited 2 and had to forfeit so far already today. So a day filled with forfeits. They're going to get shoved into their corner here. They don't want to forfeit again. Carolina Reaper, though, will have the fight set up for them. Empress already starting on the back foot in terms of the damage score when this will go to the judges, as we recently confirmed by reading the rules. Carolina Reaper, one of my favorite peppers. I saw today in the staff room. There's a Carolina Reaper hot sauce bottle sitting out, and who's eating this for lunch today?
3,
but,
2,
quite spicy.
1.
Man, I can't do it.
Robots fight.
I want to. I can't do it. Away we go. Carolina Reaper off to a good start. Empress struggling in the same way that they were struggling earlier, but to their credit, their weapon spinning. They're trying.
Oh, it's like we said, never say die. Empress coming out just trying to keep that weapon pointed towards Carolina Reaper, having a difficult time of it. Carolina Reaper able to flip them over here. Juicy underbelly exposed as Empress is just pulling themselves across the arena now with their weapon. But look at this. Oh, I thought for a second was Carolina Reaper dead. Carolina Reaper having some drive issues. Empress driving around on their weapon seems to have a bit more control than Carolina Reaper right now.
Yeah, isn't that is strange. This is an odd fight. I don't know what's going on with Carolina Reaper because all their systems are working.
They have these wheelie bars that seem to not be working too great. Maybe they just haven't dialed in their kind of transmitter settings yet. They seem to be oversteering a lot.
Yes, and then gyro on top of it.
And this is their second
I see
event.
Smoke is starting to pour out of Empress. I don't know what kind of smoke.
Could be belt, could be motor.
I wonder for a moment, is it just wood smoke? It sounded like their weapon might have just been grinding against.
I mean, it was.
It was. It
grinding
does
a hole
appear
there.
to have, that is it. They just ground a hole in the wood, and the wood eventually started to
Well,
smoke
of
and
course,
catch
they've
fire.
turned it off, so they won't be able to spin up anymore. Carolina Reaper also kind of just sitting still here. Now, if neither of them moves, I see a twitch from Carolina Reaper.
Well,
Okay,
the
there
twitch
it
was
is.
them
Tap out.
reversing direction
Well,
on their weapon.
That's going to send Empress home. A disappointing day for them with a couple tap outs, one in either direction, and then just unable to get the robot working. Carolina Reaper is going to be back later today in the bracket, but they really have to dial that in because they're setting themselves up for disappointment if they head into the bracket with that level
5,
of maneuverability.
4,
We're going to head on
3,
over to another
2,
box.
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
And this is Knott versus Knockout 12.
Knockout 12 has been delivering big hits all day. And now it's on the receiving end. There are pieces everywhere.
Tap out.
Oh,
I believe that's Knockout 12 tapping out. But
that was a fast one. Was not expecting that.
Wow.
Both robots seemed operational. Had this look of a good fight. And then, I guess let's take a look at the replay. Knott, fresh off a victory, tearing the battery out of their opponent, was looking to do it again. Not going to get an opportunity to. As you can see Knockout 12 sort of exploding. I think there was a belt on the floor. I don't know if they saw that.
look at that. That's a solid amount of Tegris, of steel, of titanium, and that whole front corner was just blown apart. And
It looked like maybe the weapon belt had come off as well. And
It did, yeah.
They saw that and they said,
This is, I think I don't know if I was speaking to you or Richard earlier about how the design of Knockout is very old school. And part of that is that when it fails, it just tends to just blow up. And that's exactly what we see. Because it's so many small screws holding this whole assembled structure together, and all of these pieces are different pieces that are only held together with bolts, when a couple of bolts blow, all the other bolts get stressed in a way that they weren't designed to, and it just kaboom.
Yep.
And that's exactly
like a
what we
zipper
saw
coming
there.
undone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's a really, really good way. Think about actually buttons might be better.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to rip a jacket open if all the buttons are there, but if you rip it from the top and just like Superman it out, pop, 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 only it takes a split second. That's exactly what happens. So
Yeah,
that's a great image.
Quite a rapid fight. We've had some fast big bot fights today in the 12s and 30s as people come out and just dish out an immense amount of condensed destruction. Junkernaut's got to be feeling good about that one heading into the bracket. Knockout 12 is going home on that one. That was another bubble fight. But
yeah, I was surprised. The weapon did about what I expected on Knockout. But looking at that robot, I think it was one of the new robots experience builder combos that I really thought was going to go deep today. And they did have some great hits, but not quite the... They still have some bugs to work out, put it that way.
Yeah, a few bugs. I mean, it's hard to take direct hits like that for anyone.
I mean, those robots hit incredibly hard. And it might just be some of those old school design features need to be updated or tweaked or whatever it is. Or maybe they just don't work anymore. It's possible. Clearly they're doing some things right. That weapon is horrifying. The drive system works really well as long as it's working. I think it's probably the armor and the general structure where they've got some room for iteration.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, it's even just they got into that position from losing the ground game, put them in that place. A lot of robots that hit, where that was placed. I mean, that's gonna be hard for any geometry to take.
Right. And that, unfortunately, with that layout, that place is probably going to get hit pretty often. That's just the nature of the bot.
Yeah.
So it goes. We're going to go to Cage 4 now. We've got another fight for you coming up right
one
now.
of your favorites, Adamant
is it?
Barrage.
Oh, I love Adamant
going
Barrage.
up against Triano.
Well, let's take a look.
Adamant Barrage is a really interestingly shaped vertical spinner with some crazy forks. Been dialing this in over the last few events. This is the third event for them. They're sitting on a 6-4 record. Triano this is their second event, sitting at 0-3. And it looks like Triano is not working. Triano is out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey. We're seeing a safety lock come in here. Might be seeing a power cycle. Trying to get that to start. Sometimes the electronics just need a little, off and on. Adamant Barrage sitting in the far corner, looking menacing from William Marchese out of North Arlington, New Jersey. Adamant Barrage is ranked 27th in the 12-pound class. But this should be an interesting fight if it gets going, because we've got an overhead attack robot going up against a fairly tall and unorthodox shaped robot, which is difficult to hit. Kyle, welcome to the desk. What do you think about this fight? How do you feel about Adamant Barrage and Triano?
I like Triano when it works. Adamant Barrage has been pretty interesting to watch today, actually. lots of changes to that bot over the past few weeks and months since last time it was here. Big changes to the wheel design, big changes to the armature design to keep them from doing the thing. Feeling pretty strong about that one, so it's going to be interesting to watch no matter what. Okay. All right, so joining me at the desk, Sam Hansen. How you doing today, buddy?
Oh, Kyle, I'm doing so well. It's a beautiful day. The crowd is here and having a great time. My family is in town for this event. We've been running some awesome interviews upstairs with some of the builders, and quite frankly, Kyle, I haven't caught a single fight yet.
Wow. Okay, well, you've missed some interesting stuff. So we've had a lot of new builders with a lot of new builder jitters, right? So some stuff that just hasn't been working. And then we've had a lot of bangers, some big old hits, some massive destruction. We broke a door panel earlier today. That was a blast.
Was that on a big cage or a small cage?
Small cage, broke a little door panel.
Okay.
Jackaloupe did it, actually. So,
Whoa,
you know.
props to Gwen for that one. That's always cool.
Smashed the other bot right into it. It was great. And then about an hour and a half later, she beat up a 10-year-old. I mean, you know, in the box, not
the appropriate
in real
place
life.
to beat up a 10-year-old. Yes.
So that was cool. She's having a great day today.
I love that tech that she's brought with the tire warmers. It's definitely not just a gimmick.
No, it's definitely not just a gimmick. You need the hot tires. All right, so we've got breaking news for you. Triano has forfeited that fight, so the MIT team will be taking an L on that one. That means William Marchese will be moving on.
All right.
Adam and Barrage. Adam and Barrage getting a little bye there. They've been working very well today, so good for them. Getting the little bye, a little extra time to work on their bot before moving forward into the round, into the bracket.
You know, I know he was having trouble with some of the shipping going on this week, and a little extra time on tournament day might not make up for that extra time you would get from a Monday shipment versus a Thursday one, but at least it's something.
Amen to that. Yes, absolutely. So, Sam, welcome to the desk. First time ever. You're going to see your first matches ever today. You've been everywhere in the building, including the roof. You've been all over the place.
I've been up and down and in and out, and I'm a little sweaty, but I'm so stoked to watch a fight.
All right, well, we're going to cage 1 right now for some 12-pound action. There's some funness in this arena right now. I cannot wait for you to see.
I know who we've got in here. Caldera 12 from Glenn Boxall in the pink corner, and Cherno Alpha from Alexander Richmond in the blue corner.
Yeah, I love Cherno Alpha. What an interesting design. But no, they've got to go up against the battle-tested beast of a machine that is Caldera 12.
And it looks like that weapon blade on Cherno Alpha went down on that very first hit.
Can't say I'm surprised. There's a lot of interesting design innovation on Cherno Alpha, but the reliability and the structural stability is just not there yet.
Yeah, it looks like it's starting to leak some parts.
Leaking parts. That's disgusking. Yeah, there you see the dismantling just happened. There's pieces everywhere.
Oh no, is that his thermonuclear reactor that just fell out? I think he needs that to live.
That's unsafe. That's not good. You don't want to lose that.
Well, Cherno Alpha is a brand new robot. As we're well aware, brand new robots can have a tough time of it, especially, Kyle, when they're going up against a veteran like Glenn Boxall.
Alexander Richmond, young guy. He's won some competitions in the past. Amphis Baina was a dumpster winner in the past. Generally speaking, really amazing driver. This is a new bot, new build. Some of the welds looked a little, what's the word, boogery?
Yo, I like that aesthetic.
It is a cool aesthetic, but it also doesn't necessarily mean you know what's going on under the boogers with the weld.
Yeah, but it looks so cool and gnarly. And
I agree. It is gnarly. Like it is. It has the Jaeger aesthetic. Look at that hit. Nothing was right after that for them. Everything was askew. Everything was awry. Look at this hit right here. Just pure dismantling. By the way, thank you, Alexander Richmond, for not tapping out before that moment. So we got that much evisceration, that much destruction. Just doing it for the fans. You gotta love that.
There's value in not tapping out there. You get a little bit more data, you know?
Absolutely.
On what fails on your robot.
All right, we are now going directly over into Cage 4, where we are waiting for... Look at all these people piled up over here.
Yeah, this is awesome.
This part of the day is great. We're getting ready for prime time. Everybody's loading in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
All right, so this
Robots
is
fight.
Guppy versus Lasagna. Lasagna from the Carnegie Mellon team. This is a fascinating strafing bot design. Like it's got the Omni wheels on it.
Okay, so that's how it's having 3 wheels in all those corners.
Correct, and so it's able to kind of move in any direction that it chooses. The weapon bar is a choice. It's welded AR 500.
Okay. You know, welding AR kind of makes that number go down a bit.
Yeah, you lose some ARs on that when you do that. So, you know, it's interesting. Don't worry, they just did it on the tips.
Okay. Looks like they have called for their unstick.
Yeah, they do not have an effective self-righter. They have that little bent aluminum pipe, but it doesn't, what's the word, work.
Right.
So, you know, new bot issues, right? Even smart kids at Carnegie Mellon have some new bot issues.
It seems like there's probably not enough startup torque on the weapon or something.
Correct,
that's
yeah,
what it
they're
needs to
really
kick it
lacking
over.
on the startup torque with that. It can get up to speed, and when it does, it hits, and then it stops. Guppy from Bree Rainey, so she's brought a really cool bot. It hits very hard. We've seen it in some great fights already today.
It seems like it's kind of just tapping Lasagna now, but the taps are enough.
Yeah, that's all she needs to do. Just keep it simple and move on with your day.
And Guppy's going to take that one by tap out.
All right, let's head right back to Cage 1. We're just back and forth and back and forth.
All right, in Cage 1 right now, we have Marshmallow and Leonardo. And it looks like Marshmallow is in the pink corner, Leonardo in the blue corner. Fitting if we're going by Ninja Turtle color scheme rules. Back-to-back food-themed robots, Kyle.
That's what you want. I'm just feeling hungry looking at it.
Do you prefer lasagna or marshmallows?
I'm a lasagna fan.
Okay, of note, this is a Cornell versus MIT match.
That is correct. Yeah, Leonardo is a Cornell robot. So it's got a cool lifter
5,
mechanism and
4,
shufflers to give them that
3,
added weight
2,
bonus.
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
And Marshmallow is kind of an experimental platform for the MIT team. It's had a mixed bag of results, but it's doing pretty well. Ooh, wow. Doing pretty well in this matchup so far.
Decent shuffle system on Leonardo. Not too fast, but definitely not too slow.
Yeah, very noisy when you're up next to the box. It makes a lot of noise.
Marshmallow doing that classic shark circling, trying to find the point to hit on Leonardo, trying to get that broadside or the backside. Seems like Marshmallow's struggling to get any sort of bite on Leonardo, any sort of good engagement with that weapon.
Yeah, the wedge is just a little too wedgy. They can't quite get enough push to get underneath the bot.
It also seems like the left side leg system on Leonardo is starting to struggle.
Oh yeah, there's no movement from that. We get lots of shuffle on the right side. The left side is just dead on the floor.
Kyle, I see a brushed motor inside Leonardo.
Do you like that? Do you enjoy the old school aesthetic of a brushed motor?
I think it makes sense. I'm assuming it's powering their lifter mech. And yeah, I do.
I'm a fan of the brushed aesthetic. It's nice.
You know, we might see a resurgence in brushed.
Really? You think so? Is that just because of material availability coming forward?
I believe so, yeah.
That's interesting.
Just about 30 seconds left in this match. Both robots trying to have an impact in the eyes of the judges. Not much weapon on Marshmallow, not much drive on Leonardo.
No, we are down to the nitty-gritty where everybody's just a little bit too broken. Ouch. Lovely way to end it. That little breakdancing move at the end there by Marshmallow.
All right, that one's going to the judges, but we are going to cage 4. Here we have the final qualifying fight of the 12-pound class. Let's see, we got any clues as to who's going in the cage?
5.
All right,
4,
I see Michael
3,
Shore through the glass. That's
2,
definitely Carmen.
1.
And over on the other side,
Robots
it's
fight.
James LaSalle's Benny R. Jones.
Carmen upside down after that first exchange, trying to get a self-right off the wall. Benny Arjom trying to take advantage. Ooh, a house spot self-right. I don't know if I like that.
So Michael Shore from Team Defective running Carmen, and he just knocked Benny R. Jones' weapon into the sky. You see that light hanging down there.
Kyle.
Benny R. Jones is in pieces.
Half the beater.
It's just smashed. That's right. The beater's on the floor.
I don't think that's the whole thing. Where's the other half? Still in this fight, though. Grabbing a pin to the maximum count. Kind of wearing Carmen like a hat. Another pin. This is how they can take this match. They just got to keep getting pin after pin, winning those control and aggression points. And a wheel is off of Carmen.
Yeah, looks like there's a belt hanging there from that side as well. That's going to cause a lot of issues for them in this matchup. They're not going to have any mobility if they get caught up on that.
Kyle, do you think that there's half a beater where that light used to be on the ceiling?
I would love to see a lodged beater in the ceiling. Look at how damaged that light is. Really interesting position that both of these bots are in. But I know the Combat Robotics at Cornell team wants to see Benny R. Jones win. It is a favorite amongst that team. They've been so enthusiastic about it today. Look at that. We've got some movement out of Carmen. If they've shook something loose, they're able to really get going now. So whatever was impeding that side.
We're in the last minute. Can they get
Perhaps they
another
cleared
impact?
the belt or whatever was underneath them. Oh no, they're stuck on the light. We've seen this before. This is a terrible way to end a match of 45 seconds left. Do they have an unstick left?
It has
They
been
do.
called.
Okay, but they were able to get off themselves. An unfortunate misuse of an unstick. Oh, nasty shot Benny R. Jones flies in the air again. Michael Shore sees blood on the mat. Let's take them out. Look at what is left of Benny R. Jome. I cannot believe that thing still drives if it does. Yes, it's still mobile.
Wow.
The Combat Robotics at Cornell team putting up an amazingly durable bot, able to take this much damage and keep rolling. And that's right, they just called for the last unstick with 4 seconds left. There you see what's left of the weapon, what's left of Benny R. Jome. I just don't see a world where they win that judge's decision, but the fact that they went to the judges.
Wow, that fight was amazing. The floor is just littered with robot parts and cage parts.
The experience of Michael Shore on full display. What a competitor. Look at these shots. There goes the ceiling. There goes the, you're right, half the beater.
Okay, I see both halves now on the floor. That's unfortunate, but, you know, at least we found them.
Boom. Yeah. The other one went careening across the arena.
Man, what a fight.
And you just see Michael Shore until he gets caught up on that piece of debris. He's just doing this slow dismantling. And then after he's able to get himself off whatever piece of Jome there was, he was able to continue the assault at the end. But Benny R. Jome, to the Combat Robotics at Cornell's club's credit, able to move the entire matchup, able to function the entire matchup.
Yeah, they had
really
Corman
impressive
on the ropes, and with those pins, that can tilt a person, and Michael Shore just
that was
steady.
A much closer fight than it should have been with the amount of damage Michael Shore was dealing there. Michael Shore just has been at it in this 12-pound division for so long. Yeah. Carmen is just one of our preeminent designs, one of the best robots in there. He's always in contention for that dumpster spot. That was a prime example of Michael Shore's amazing driving skill and the power of that robot. Oh, wow.
I'm glad I got to see that one. That was awesome.
Yeah, you jumped in right at the right time. So that was the last qualifying fight for the 12-pound division. We still have what's left in the 30-pound division to go, but man, that was cool. I loved every second of that.
Love a roof shot, love cage damage.
Love watching a beater bar get busted directly in half.
So good.
Just so you know, metal has a grain pattern, and sometimes you can snap it right along, right along the grain pattern, and just watch all that crystal fly apart.
And there's like a balance to strike with your spinning weapon between, you know, hardness and softness, and if you go too far on the hard scale, it becomes brittle.
Yeah.
But if you go too soft, it just mushes out. You lose your bite. You lose your teeth. So striking that balance is difficult for these spinning weapons, and the bigger you go with your weapon, the harder it is to heat treat. So it's something that you'll see with new spinners, and something that you don't necessarily see with bots like Carmen.
Yeah, bots that have been around the block, they know what breaks, they know what costs them a lot of money, and they know what to keep going in the box. Can I ask you, what are these? Do you know what these are?
Yeah, dude, these are dummies.
This is the dummy box?
Yeah, so, you know, the dummy. We do a dummy test for some robots.
Yeah.
Because your weapon has to influence a fight.
Right.
And this is how we test if you can influence a fight.
So if you can beat up these boxes, if you can beat these things to
that
death,
one's dense.
Then your weapon is a weapon.
Yeah, so like a lifter has to flip the dummy, a spinner has to penetrate the armor, a flamethrower has to melt through, like a Buffalo Wings Longhorn style has to melt through. Hammer saws, you know, have to get through the top.
I love it.
Overhead saws.
These are really cool. Yeah. Better than a 2x4. I like it a lot. That's really great.
Yeah, Ricky developed these.
Of course he did.
He's a smarty.
He's a smarty pants.
Yeah.
All right, so we are very quickly heading towards main tournament time here. We're going to have 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound action coming your way. The bots left to watch in the 3-pound division, and what I cannot wait to see in primetime when we get there, Aries versus Kratos.
Yo, that's in primetime?
That is in primetime. That is ready to go. That is a locked and loaded match. Already in the tournament for the 30-pound division. That's MIT on MIT violence. I am so excited to see it.
How has Kratos been doing this? so far today.
They still have some issues, but the sheer power of the bot has driven them along and gotten them into the tournament. There's still some drive issues, there's still some reliability issues, but the amount of damage they are able to dish out is enough to kind of propel them forward.
Right.
It's an experimental platform. It's a custom motor, right? They had to get a motor powerful enough and thin enough to fit in that platform. So it's a custom-built motor that
they
they've
didn't
designed.
just get it. They built it themselves.
Yeah, they straight up designed it, built it themselves. So it's a very experimental machine. It's very MIT in the sense that they fabricated the entire thing in-house, right? It's a very interesting machine. But it's hard. It's a hard one to do. But they're going up against Aries. Aries has been just a dominant force in this weight class for 2 years now.
Yeah, I mean, they already have a dumpster this year.
Absolutely. So it's going to be cool. The primetime 30-pound division's already looking stacked.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see that one. Let's go ahead and take a look at Havoc 101 if you're just joining us. So we've got 3 weight classes, 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound. Each fight is 3 minutes long. The goal of the fight, destroy your opponent's robot. You can win by tap out, knockout, or judge's decision, and each bot can use 1 unstick per fight. The top 4 bots qualify for the World Championships. The top bot in each weight class goes home with the golden dumpster.
And some money.
Well, yeah, there's money, but that pales in comparison to the pride that is being a golden dumpster owner.
Yeah, what do you think your own personal golden dumpster would be, if not the golden dumpster or money? Like, what sort of victories could you get out of a tournament?
Trying something weird that works.
Yeah.
You know? Drilling through a top plate if you're Kokoto Mane, who we just saw walking over to his pit desk back there. Everybody is still feverishly working right now. They're either desperately trying to make it into the tournament or they're desperately trying to get ready for the tournament at this point. People will soon be moving over to those prime time pit spots. You can see some of these tables have already emptied out. Did they empty out because they made it over to the prime time pits, or did they empty out because they got sent home? Hard to tell at this stage of the game. There you see Glenn Boxall over there in the corner by himself. He always sets up in a nice high traffic area because he has so many friends here that want to say hi.
And it's convenient that he's on the edge too, so you don't have to go through a row to say hello. And you can see right now, there's a friend giving him a cookie.
You know, everybody loves Glenn. Everybody wants to give him a cookie.
Kate Oyster, the sweetheart from Cookie Crumbler, handing out cookies in the pits.
The Oyster family are here in full force today, bringing a ton of bots, but they're the most famous on that team by far, Kate's bot, Cookie Crumbler. Lots of cool changes on that bot today, too.
All right. Team WPI accepting some cookies.
Team WPI putting in some work today. It's always good to see that team. Waddle's looking like a beast.
Oh, I haven't caught any. Well, clearly I haven't caught any of their fights. Were you able to?
I was, in fact, yes. It's an interesting setup that they have for it now. They've done a little bit of improvements, got the weapon up spinning really, really well. Oh, there you see the captain of Mondo Bizarro returning after a long exit. But yeah, it's a lot going on in the pits right now, guys. It's way busier this time of day than it normally is.
Oh, there's some huge action from the Durflers.
I see. So a few of the 30-pound weight class have actually asked for their repair extensions, which is why there's so much activity going on up in the pits. There have been just so many damaged robots in that weight class, so many heavy hits, that they're asking for a little bit more time to get their bots ready to go. But coming up in that division, we're going to see Light Force versus Rapture and Lunch Club taking on Overlord. I do like Overlord quite a bit. But yeah, they've got some pretty broken bots in that division today.
The 30s hit super hard, and getting hit super hard means you got to do a lot of damage repairs.
Yeah. Now, 30-pound division is one of the best reasons to come to this event. Feeling those hits just rattle through your actual skeleton. Your chest literally shakes when those hits happen. It's impressive. Like, the concussive impact reverberates through the entire arena. Even where we're at, we're, 12 20 feet away from there.
Yeah, from the closest cage.
And we can feel those impacts just shaking the desk, shaking our bodies every time that we get those hits. It's absolutely amazing. So yeah, if you have a chance to come to the House of Havoc here in Norwalk, Connecticut, highly recommend it. We've got food trucks. We've got a coffee bar now. We've got driving experiences for the kids where they can try out robots and try out all sorts of different kind of techniques. And then we've got the actual show, like all of these big fights, all of these big moments. It's really cool. And quite frankly, if you're good at skee ball, this is a great place to come in and get your reps because there's no limit to the amount of skee ball you can play.
That's a great point, Kyle. I prefer, I think, the impacts you feel in your chest over the skee ball. But that's just me. We got stuff for everyone here.
Absolutely. Yeah, bring the kids. It's a really good time. But yeah, I got a chance to kind of walk around, check everything out. There's like cool art areas, building areas where you can build your own like spinners and stuff like that for the kids, just like little toys and whatnot. It's a really cool experience to bring your friends and family here. And if you get a VIP ticket, you get to go on pit tours, check out all kinds of stuff upstairs, and get to meet the builders and like check out the bots in a more intimate way.
Yeah, we've changed the pit tours a little bit, and now there's like a meet and greet element to them.
Yeah.
So you can hang out on the lounge, and the builders come up to you. They bring their robots. You can ask them questions. You can point at stuff, so they might let you touch it if it's not too sharp. And speaking of the pits, we saw them earlier, but now we're going to take a peek at the primetime pits where I see an Aries helmet right there.
Yeah, that is Aries. So MIT is already standing by in the primetime pits. Also in the primetime pits, you're going to have Synthesis 30 and Dead Rise ready to go.
I see that Dead Rise team there in the back corner.
Gotta love that Dead Rise team. Got third place at Motorama this year. Brought a much better looking version of the bot today. Just really dialed in the aesthetics and dialed in the weapon. They are ready to go, rip roaring. He brought his family, brought his dad with him today to help out. Super cool. But the bot looks great, and it has been hitting hard all day. It's losing its top plates pretty regularly, but that's like the only issue that they've had throughout the day.
Yeah, that just keeps the dust out, you know?
You know, they got third place at Motorama this year without top plates. They were just running UHMW top plates the entire time.
That sounds like a hammer weapon style top armor.
Yeah, and this is Colossal Avian over here.
They've come down from Canada for this one. Am I right about that, Kyle?
Colossal Avian came down from Canada, maybe, but look at that, the blue, like the beautiful blue armor on that entire package there.
Yeah, so these primetime pits are something that we do for the top 8 of every weight class, and it's a nice wooden table. You've got a kid standing behind you waving like mad, and you have to win to get in. And it's not for everyone. The 3-pound class is probably the hardest to make it to primetime.
For
got
sure.
the most robots there. The 30-pounders these days, you can see they're already over there. The brackets are smaller, so that's probably the easiest path to the primetime pits. But it's where you got to go if you want to win the tournament.
Yeah, you could see Matthew Zhang and his team getting ready for the next round with Colossal Avian. Cool robot, 4-wheel drive, overhead attack spinner. Very interesting design in the 30-pound division. There's a long history of the overhead attack spinner being very effective in that weight class. We have several world champions now. Well, just really one that's done it multiple times, world champion that's done it with that particular style of robot.
That's Megatron, by the way.
Megatron. They are, you know, probably the most storied bot in that division, with the exception of Emulsifier.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen Emulsifier like do as well since we got rid of all of the mini bots. It's a very interesting little change that we've seen there.
You know, Foambot never seemed that threatening, but I guess it had an effect.
Every single one of those matches, when we had all of the multi-bots and mini-bot rules and weight bonuses and everything, looked like a battle royale, looked like just insanity in the box, and I think that chaos is somewhere that they really thrived, like watching their opponent get caught up on something and taking full advantage of it. But when now you're kind of like left to your own devices, mano y mano, it's a different game. It's a very different calculation that you have to play.
Do you like it more or less?
Significantly more. It's much more fun.
Yeah, the fights are better.
The fights are so much better. It's just that you're not playing lawyer ball as much. You've got just really direct contact. And when you win, it's because you won. It's because you drove better. It's because you hit harder. It's because your robot lasted longer. Not because somebody got caught on a wedge. Or foam, in this case.
They had them both, so it could have been either or.
And often it was either or. But yeah, it's still an amazing robot. It's just now it's got to win on its own merits. It's got to win on its own accord.
I bet they can still do it.
Yeah, we'll see. It's definitely going to be an interesting year for them, and a lot of other bots that have had to change their strategies entirely. It's worked out really well for some bots. It's worked out a little bit more rough for others, right?
Yeah.
Chainsaw Kitty completely changed their strategy. Used to be a multi-bot bot. They were a little bit overweight for that 3-pound division, so I had to run a mini-bot. Now, Golden Dumpster, first time.
All right, we're going to take a look at how teams advance from round to round. So it starts at round 1, the opening, where everyone's 0-0. The winners from that round go on to the cusp, where they're 1-0. The losers go down to the redemption round at 0-1. They fight in those rounds. If you win from the cusp, you've advanced to the bracket. If you win from redemption, you've advanced to the bubble. If you lose from redemption, you're out the tournament.
If we want to make it all real simple, if you win twice, you're in the tournament. If you lose twice, you go home.
And that's what's happening right now. Robots are going home after losses. And here's what's happening on the floor right now. Oh, hello. It's our beautiful dog that's wearing its cat costume. This thing, I think, is a kid magnet. Something like a Pied Piper of sorts. Well,
Yeah, does this dog have a name?
yeah, it does.
But you don't know what it is.
I've been told it before.
Yeah, but you don't know what it is.
No.
Yeah, it makes sense. I've never been told it before, so I have an excuse to not know its name.
I think it's McGruff. Oh, this one's Bonbon.
Oh, yeah, we've dressed these dogs up in different costumes before. They're really interesting. The drivers and the operators of these bots have to be very careful. They're playing with kids, you know what I mean? They're hanging out with people's children. But they're cool. These are like super fun to watch. They're really interactive. They like to get scratchy-scratchies behind the ear just like any other dog.
I wonder, we have two. They've got that strap on top. How hard would it be to make robot dog skates?
Oh my gosh, I would love that actually.
And then how far can we take that? Can I grind a handrail down a stair set on my robot dog
You
skates?
could definitely grind on that. We could put some grind rails on the bottom of that dog and just ride it up, dude. That would be great.
I think there's a lot of potential, in the combination of robotics and tricks.
Yeah, I like these things a lot. They're super cool. What a nice addition to the entertainment for the day. Look at that hop.
All right, well, we don't just play with leaping robot dogs here. We get up to a bunch of different things in between tournaments. If y'all want to check out this little video we're about to show for you.
To the first Inside NHRL, where we take you on a behind-the-scenes tour of everything that's happening here in between events. So enjoy the little peek, and I'll see you in a moment. It's been a little under a month since our last tournament, which means we've done like over a month's worth of changes around the building, so let's check them out. We're in the bar area, the Sparky shop, the robot driving experience. Come on. And the robot driving experience got a big glow up this month. Josh is over there. What are you doing, Josh? Working on Chainsaw Kitty? Yeah, we're getting Chainsaw Kitty ready to go in the RDE. We've got new shelves, new tables set up, new vinyl on the walls, new screens, new games. Ooh. This is a sign you can scan to follow us on social media. The robot driving experience half cage is a little bit tidier. Should still be fun. We've added soccer goals, so now we got Rocket League going on in there. Bunch of new stuff for sale. Some STEM-based accessories. We've got kits, little robot kits for kids to do. We've also got a big handful of Erics to sell this go around, and we've set up more of a little station for the Academy over on this side of the booth. Big ups to Megan and Colin into the Hall of Champions. We've done some slight rearranging. We dropped one BattleBot, you'll never guess which one. Some really important upgrades, this finger shield on Duck, so no more sticking your fingers in there and touching wires as a little kid. Oh, wait, Danielle, we gotta look over here. Danielle, come on. There used to be so many wires down there. There's no more wires. Now we don't have to just like jam stuff in the corner to hide them. We're moving some of the kids' experiences around, so the Brooklyn Robot Foundry is gonna be over here. Got lighting ahead of time, thanks Bruce. So probably the biggest change in the patio is our giant shipping container that we got in. Nice, beautiful wooden floors, freshly painted. It's now wired for power, strung with lights. We're gonna have a couple of screens in there, a little VIP section on one side. Should be really nice. It's gonna be a beautiful day at the start of Saturday, and then it's gonna rain, so we've got it all covered out here. Painting up our spare floors, no more mid-tournament Bondo. Just gonna switch the floors out if need be. Over here, a couple of new tables, some high tops for our brand new coffee vendor that's gonna be here. VIP. New layout, some fresh new vinyls. So this whole new setup over here, much cleaner, much harder to just grab while you're, coming back from your fight and you are walking behind here and you see some snacks and you just grab them. That's kind of nice. Some Rise coffee in cans. Should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Let's go to the bowl. Housebot batteries getting all charged up. And if you look up here, it's our brand new Skycam. Third in a series of who knows how many. Well, there's only so many more events, so you can, and there's only so much ceiling space, but I'm stoked that we have both sides now. I think we could do some pretty cool stuff with them both at the same time. Cage is all painted up and looking good. Front desk, there it is, host desk.
Colby, how do you feel about the primetime pits?
Feeling good. Taking my time, not taking my time, just trying to make sure the power gets done right. I don't want to mess it up.
That makes sense.
But doing good. We're looking good. 30 pounders get 2 tables now. It's clean. Tape's taken up. I'm trying to lay down the tape so the floor doesn't look terrible with black tape everywhere. It's time consuming, but it's gonna look good on the Skycam.
It smells clean.
It smells good. It smells airy, I think we used some citrus soap in the Zamboni, so feeling good.
Cool.
7 o'clock, prime time. Be there.
I love that they got your hair in that shot for the glasses cam. All right, so here we are, final qualifying match of the bracket. That's right, everything from this point on is going to be tournament bracket action. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Titanium White's cousin. What?
In the blue corner, that's Titanium White's cousin, and in the pink, we have Nautiloid from Lars Elliott.
Nautiloid is the newest build from Lars. It is a budget build, if you will. He barely spent any money on this thing, and yet he has been dishing out knockouts all day long. It's absurd.
Fight, robots, fight.
Going up against the only flamethrower in the tournament today.
And you can see these flames are small flames, but that does not mean they are not devastating. They are actually much hotter than the bigger flames you'll see on some of the more extravagant flamethrower robots. These are pinpoint weapons. The goal is to pin you and just burn a very specific part of your bot. But the weight differential between Titanium White's cousins and Nautiloid is showing right now. Nautiloid tossing them around with that tiny vertical spinner.
And Kyle, just a little bit of an update. This fight is actually a bracket fight.
Fascinating. We're good. Glad to hear it. So that means the loser of this fight goes home. So we'll either lose out on our friend Nautiloid or the charming, delightful Titanium Plat's cousins.
I like both of these builders a lot, so this one's hard for me to know which one to root for. But it seems like Titanium White's just getting popped left and right. Nautiloid staying fairly stable through all those impacts. I'm not seeing the flames come into play much at all.
No, I think it's because Nautiloid's doing a great job. Lars is doing a great job of just driving around them, getting these really big pops on the side panels of Titanium White's cousins. Look at that. There's no movement coming out of the green. Oh, there we go. A little bit of shift of movement from that green one. I wonder if it was caught up on some debris.
Nautiloid in its former life was a mini-bot for a 12-pounder. And Lars slapped a weapon on there. Now it's a legal 3. And I really like that. Mini-bots have a second life.
Lars winning his first Golden Dumpster this year with his other bot Impact. Going for Golden Dumpster number 2 today with Nautiloid, and with the performances he's putting on, being 2-0 so far, he might do it.
Yeah.
We've seen Titanium White's cousins win today frequently just by pinning and burning away at their opponents, getting in on both sides. That move has not been implemented once in this matchup. Lars has just been driving circles around them, literally out-driving these controlled multibots.
Green's been struggling. Or I guess grass green. What would the paint color be?
It looks like it, yeah. Yeah, Nautiloid doing a phenomenal job. Look at that. Doesn't let the pin last. Doesn't let the flame linger on them. Just grinds away at that front flame distribution and continues to smash them against the wall. So much damage done to those front plates, just ripping them up. Lars really pleased with his performance there. This one will go to the judges, but I think it's a pretty clear indicator that Lars is feeling like he won that one, just how he's celebrating there in the corner.
Yeah, I think that was a tough matchup for Titanium White's cousins with how wide Nautiloid is. They really have to get away from that weapon, and Lars just turns in place and
they love to pin on each side of the robot. There's not much side to Nautiloid. It's just this long, thin thing, you know?
And the fins that he's rocking on the face of his wheels, I feel like that could come into play, you know, kind of kicking a pin away from the side.
Yeah, for sure. Lars Elliott, probably the best intuitive driver in the game. The guy just grinds constantly practicing driving, not just these robots, but all kinds of radio-controlled devices. He's an amazing driver in a whole bunch of different radio-controlled sports. In this sport, though, I think he's getting right up there, number 1, number 2 in that realm of drivers.
Yeah, I agree,
Clearly.
Kyle.
That Golden Dumpster that he's rocking from earlier this year is prime proof of that. That was a really nice matchup. I feel bad for Titanium White. They've got to be nervous going into that judge's decision, because a loss with that judge's decision means they're going home.
Yeah, but a great showing to even make it to the bracket for Titanium White's cousin. It's a relatively new robot, and it's tough.
Yeah, this is their second event. Brian Mendocino from Waterbury, Connecticut. Cool robot. Love the theming.
Cool guy.
Yeah.
I like Brian a lot.
Genuinely a very cool guy. Yeah, I love going to his pit desk and talking to him about what he's changing on the robot, what he's doing for the day, and seeing who he decides to drive with, actually, because he does like to kind of swap out who he's got as his partner, which is really cool.
And, you know, if you check in the Sparky shop over there, we have some Brett toys that Brian actually made for us, and they're pretty cool. They roll around. They're fun little Brett toys.
All right, well, now we're going to go to Cage 1 for some big robot action, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, and this is the last qualifying fight for real this time. I mean it. And I recognize one of these robots, Kyle, and that is the floppy vertical spinner going on, Overlord.
Overlord is taking on Lunch Club. These are two relatively new robots. Overlord's been around for a minute, but this is their second event. Jillian Doolittle's robot, but over there is Lunch Club, Ian Schneider from Ridgewood, New Jersey. And they're 1-1 so far.
Overlord was definitely struggling with traction. You could see that left wheel spinning way more than the robot was moving. They had to kick on their weapon to try and add some vibration, hopefully get some traction out of there. So let's see how it goes when the fight begins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Well, Overlord, I know it's got wheels back there. Oh, I see. Interesting.
Yeah, there we go. The self-right was called for and successful, surprisingly.
Fluke took one in the face for that self-right.
Lunch Club coming in to get behind them and do a little bit of lift. Lunch Club built by a high school team, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah, the RHS BattleBots Club. And it's being operated by Ethan Schneider.
And they're doing all right. They're moving pretty well. I spoke a little too soon, Kyle.
Yeah, Ethan Schneider is he's driving very well, but I don't think there's enough lift in that lift to get him self-righted now. 3, 2, 1, come on, Aiden. No, Aiden not able to make it work. That's right. Lunch Club gets knocked out by the, I'd say, questionably mobile.
Yeah.
Questionably mobile Overlord.
Well, here's hoping the Pandemonium team can address that traction issue before prime time, which is where they're heading next.
Team Pandemonium, one of the homegrown teams here at NHRL. Just a collection of really talented engineers and drivers sharing resources, coming together, building really amazing robots.
You know, it seems like they scooped up another person recently. I'm not sure if Johnny Supas was always on Pandemonium, but he's definitely rocking a Panda sticker on his bot now. Seen him in the jersey.
Johnny's one of those kind of team hopping sort of fellas.
Okay, a free agent almost.
Yeah, he likes to play with his friends. You know, that's really what it comes down to.
That's what this sport's really all about, Kyle.
Bringing your toys to play with your friends and breaking them? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and then talking with your friends about how you broke each other's toys.
And that's why we invented Discord. Yes, that was a dismantling in many ways. But yeah, it could have gone either way. It's just, if your lifter bot can't self-right, it's pretty hard to win a matchup like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
You see the new guardrail panel there at the bottom. I saw Ricky installing that earlier today, just an added safety measure to keep people's knees and ankles safe when you have the doors open. I like that. That's smart. We've had quite a few battery fires today and batteries ejected from robots. That seems to be a very common theme throughout the day. The batteries that we use catch fire pretty much immediately if cut open, if the internals are exposed to the air. And the only way to put them out is to just kind of let them burn. So we got to take them outside and let them burn.
And, well, I mean, what are you going to do? You got another battery. Just slap it in there.
Absolutely. But, yeah, we've had an interesting day with that, especially in the bigger cages. So we are done with qualifying rounds in all 3 weight classes. Every fight you will see from now on is do or die. Go home if you lose. Let's go to cage 2. We're going to watch Wedgie take on Showtime.
All right, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume the pink corner is Wedgie and the blue corner is Showtime. Showtime looking pretty strong. Let's see. We got some carbon fiber top armor, some TPU side armor. Wedgie's rocking the classic finger tech beater bar.
5.
I like that
4,
almost skirt style
3,
side armor.
2,
Old school.
Fight, robots, fight.
Not going with forks in this match, though, is an interesting choice.
I mean, that would kind of go against the name, wouldn't it?
I suppose that's a great
point.
Oh,
no. That top plate is lodged into the weapon.
Yo, he pulled his
Showtime.
He pulled his underwear straight off.
That was impressive. All right, so Wedgie brought to you by Peter Weiss from Burnt Hills, New York. And
there you go, folks. Those are the components you need to build a fighting robot.
Yeah, that's a mess in there. Get some cable management figured out, Peter. What's going on inside that thing?
At the bottom part of your screen, you're going to find the receiver, which is connected via PWM cable to the electronic speed controller. That looks like a dual ESC. So it's connected to each of the brushed drive motors. And let's check out the replay.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, my goodness. That is an absolute dissection. So you can see trying to get an angle on that wedge, a big pop there, and then that top plate gets ripped off at full dismantling. This second shot is where it all comes flying out of the open top of the robot. But you can see the angle here. Showtime's able to get that angle on the side. Boom, top plate's off. And then, second shot, everything comes out. And there you can see that back plate gets lodged into the weapon on Showtime. Ben Howard putting on a driving clinic. Excellent job, Ben Howard from Longmont, Colorado. Great place, by the way. Real pretty.
Wow, that's a hike.
Yeah. But yeah, very nice driving clinic from them. So that means that Showtime will be moving on in the bracket. Congratulations, Wedgie. Don't worry. You don't have to rush to fix your robot. You're done for the day. Come on back later and try again. Wow. All right, so 3-pound division looking very vicious at this stage of the game. We've had a lot of new bots in the 3-pound division today, so there have been some new bot jitters, some very quick knockouts, some, I'd say, spontaneous failures throughout the day.
Yeah.
So it's very good that we're now kind of in this part of the bracket where these fights are actually going to be fights.
And so do you think that the balance between like the attrition of damage you receive over the course of the match outweighs all the newbies getting eliminated?
I don't know how much damage a lot of these bots took throughout the day
I
today.
guess if they're just tearing up new robots.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of,
that makes sense.
It didn't start. Okay. Which happens with new robots. The hardest thing you can do is pass safety and get a functional robot into the box. Anything after that, honestly, is gravy. Like, you're doing wonderfully at this sport. If you can just get a functioning robot into the box, it's not easy. You saw what was inside of Wedgie. That's a mess in there. You know, you got to get all those pieces talking to each other, working together. And it's very rare that you can buy just like a singular kit that all that stuff's there. You're buying those components piecemeal. You're putting them together. You're making them talk to each other. You're making them work with each other. It's not easy stuff. Everybody's got their own kind of special sauce to make it work.
Yeah. It's definitely not easy stuff. Like, getting the robot to work is difficult. Making weight is difficult.
Yep.
Winning a fight just seems impossible after all that, but our builders are on it. They're
having a
putting
weapon
in the work.
Having a weapon that actually fires up after it takes a big hit, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've got to have a weapon that not only spins up the first time, but every single time it makes an impact, spins up again immediately thereafter, and you're not burning out your components, wasting your ESCs, heating everything up every single time you do it. There's a lot of physics involved. There's a lot of thought process that has to go into that, and you can't just, put a weapon on a motor. You're going to break everything. You have to give yourself some slip drive. You have to give yourself some variability there, some tolerances. So it's a very challenging concept. And so when you have a new builder, it's very rare to see them show up day one with something that not only works but succeeds.
Yeah.
It's a very rare thing.
It's
it
super
happens.
Rare. I know one person who won their very first tournament, and it's the new henchman Colin. In 2012, he won his very first tournament, so it's possible. But let's head now to Cage 2, where we have some 3-pound action between Tailspin and Dimakaris.
I love Dimakaris. Cool robot.
Tailspin is the chevron-shaped robot in orange.
Yeah, it's an interesting design. It's been working very well today.
Looks like a horizontal spinning undercutter. WCR.
And just a reminder, every
Wildcat?
fight from this point on is, in fact, a knockout. So if you lose, you go home. But yeah, this is Wildcat Robotics from Kansas. Tailspin, Ty Matthews. Interesting design. It's taken a lot of hits today, but we know Dimakaris. It has been here many times. This is Beckett from South Orange, New Jersey. 26th ranked robot out of hundreds of robots in the division. Overall record of 17-8. This machine hits like a ton of bricks. Double weapon, and it is vicious. Dimakaris, by the way, referring to a specific type of gladiator wielding two swords. Dual wield.
Robots fight.
That's what you gotta see. Big old box rush right off the bat. Don't let them get up to speed. You don't want that undercutter hitting you. That undercutter is not working.
Oh, no.
Did that impact take out both their weapons?
To the weapons? Oh, I hear a weapon. I think it's Dimakaris is still capable of making noise like a weapon.
Yeah, there it is. Oh,
They're
nasty. Okay, yeah, big end over end flip hitting that side corner piece.
But did that kick on Tailspin
It
as well?
did, yeah, a little percussive
we have a
maintenance.
fight, Kyle.
Undercutter's not really optimal when your opponent is upside down. You want to be chopping at wheels and undercarriages, not necessarily those bunny ears.
Oh, some wheel damage on Dimakaris for sure. You can tell by that jiggle as it drives. Not spinning super fast any longer on Tailspin. Okay, there we go.
Wow. This has turned into quite a little matchup.
Nice self-right by Dimakaris. Now Tailspin's wearing him like a hat. This has gone back and forth depending on whose weapon is actually spinning at the time. Whoa. Both robots still capable of some serious impacts even after all these hits.
There you see the Wildcat Robotics team in the zone trying their best to defeat Beckett and Dimakaris. It is a difficult proposition, though. Both bots a little bit worse for the wear at this point in the matchup.
If you're undercutter, when you're inverted against a vert, that's a scary position to be in. Those blades fly off easily from that position.
And you're not in the prime driving position either. It's not like you can easily get to the side or back of Dimakaris when you're in that position.
But Kyle, I see a broken belt on Dimakaris' weapon.
Well, yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. All right.
That was a good match.
Do you know how I know I'm old?
How?
Tailspin is in reference to the aeronautics position of being in a tailspin, not in reference to the Disney cartoon that inextricably has Jungle Book characters flying planes.
That's what I was assuming as well. Does that mean I'm old?
Yeah, we're old. They probably
geez.
don't even know that there was a Disney cartoon where Jungle Book characters were inextricably flying planes.
Oh, well.
I loved that cartoon as a kid, but it also made no sense. Why was Baloo flying a plane?
Yeah, I watched it on the Oldies channel growing up.
Oh, I watched it when it was on the air.
Yeah, definitely it was at Nick at Night or something.
I don't think they did that one in syndication much. I'm just going to go ahead and say.
Okay, busted.
Yeah, but these college kids, they didn't know. They have no idea. They're talking about being in a tailspin.
Which it really didn't seem like Tailspin was in a full tailspin in that match. They seemed to, take the hits pretty well, find their bearings eventually.
They didn't crash out at all.
They did not crash out at all. Going all the way, right? 3 minutes with a ranked 26 robot in the 3-pound division with that many wins under the belt like Dimakaris. That's a great position to be in for your first tournament here. I'm very proud of that team. Cool robot. Let's see how it goes for them going forward. But yeah, so far, we don't know who's moving forward in the tournament, but one of those bots is going home after a judge's decision. 3-pound division is shaping up right before our eyes. Who do you want to see move forward into the round? Who do you hope qualifies from this event today in that 3-pound division? Is there anybody you're like, oh, I want them to get it?
Honestly, I kind of want Lars to qualify a second robot, so
oh my gosh, how cool would that be?
2.
Similarly, I want to see the Power of Friendship qualify in this division, but they have to face each other, so I'm not sure if that's actually going to happen. It would be a freak accident for that to happen, but yeah.
Awesome for Kokoto to make it to the bracket, though.
Yeah, of course. Kokoto's bots are doing quite well now, right? He can drive them very well. They're very controllable. He's got really good fork action. He actually punctured a top plate earlier today.
Okay.
He's doing the thing, you know what I mean? Like, Kokoto's the kind of guy that builds weird stuff. He's the guy that built Cereal Killer, a bot literally made out of cereal boxes, okay? Strange. Power of Friendship, built off of a joke. People have been talking about, I want a bot that drills into you like that forever, and it's never been a functional or thoughtful idea. He's the one that's actually built something that works. So we'll see. We'll see if he's able to get into the tournament, but he's got to go through Lars. And Lars just showed us how to defeat a multi-bot configuration in that weight class, right, with Titanium Platt's cousins. That's what got him into the dance, so we'll see how that goes. That's crazy. Lars already won a dumpster this year, trying to get qualified to win a second dumpster with the Nautiloid, which is a former mini-bot, right? The thing that he's now put a weapon on and given a second life to. That's a tiny weapon that packs a huge punch. Very impressive.
And technically, I think that was the mini-bot for Amphisbaena when they won the dumpster.
That is right. Big help for Amphisbaena for when they won the dumpster, yeah. All right, let's go to Cage 1 for some big robot action. All right, so this is a 12-pound fight. This is, let's see. Yeah, that's a lot of TPU.
And I see Liam King, so that means Buzzkill.
Yeah, Buzzkill looks minuscule compared to that's a lot of TPU.
Well, Buzzkill's made of steel, I'd imagine, and that's a bit more dense than TPU.
2, 1.
Dane Hardage driving this control bot in That's a Lot of TPU, but they're taking on Liam King with Buzzkill. Liam King is the #2 seed here today in this part of the bracket, the 12-pound division. If he makes it all the way to the end, will he face off against #1 seed Maximizer? I know they're both hunting for each other today, but he's got to get through That's a Lot of TPU first.
When he's inverted like that, when Buzzkill's upside down, they're definitely struggling to get any sort of hit on That's a Lot of TPU. They're just a little too tall. But That's a Lot of TPU is becoming less and less TPU by the moment.
Yeah, that's a lot of TPU. Doing a pretty good job controlling this fight, but it's losing a lot of TPU as time goes on. It's a question whether or not that weapon is working right now. Dane doing a great job of driving this robot, and I'm looking at him right now. He's stone-faced, no emotion. He is just trying to get this bot to do what he wants. Taking on a master of the sport in Liam King. I don't know how old Dane is, but he's been building robots since age 7. I'd guess he's like 10 now. It's pretty experienced.
10? Yeah, double digits. That's experience enough.
Yeah. Liam King really struggling to get his bot under control, just being pushed around by Dane.
That's a lot of TPU is like a smothering style robot with how big they are.
Yeah,
you just gotta stay in your face.
Using that weapon against Buzzkill, smashing them into the walls, making them kind of damage themselves. But it does look like that lifter on That's a Lot of TPU is askew. Doesn't mean it can't lift. The bot's about 80% TPU, I'm reading here.
That's it?
No, it's full to 90% TPU,
okay,
actually.
Now we're
yeah.
talking.
90%. Pinned up against the wall. Ooh, nasty. Just grinding away on that top plate. I got to give it to Dane. This is a clinic in how to be a control robot, but that weapon not going off, that might hurt them with the judges. But there you see Dane, very proud of his performance. As he should be. He controlled a ton of that fight against Liam King.
They just showed that weapon worked in the functionality test, so this one is going to go to the judges, but we are going to go to Cage 2.
I am very proud of Dane. That was awesome. All right, so here we are in Cage 2, Under Destruction versus Seraph. Seraph big wheel style robot. Look at that, how thin those wheels are on it. Just suspended there.
I think that's okay for this matchup. I wonder if they have different wheels that they can interchange depending on their opponent.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Seraph is the big wheel bot style archetype, a la Huge.
Under Destruction, the lifter style robot by Nora Guerin from Milford, New Hampshire. Ranked 125 in the 3-pound bracket. And Seraph brought to you by Graham Simmons of Corning, New York.
Oh, I like the asymmetry on Seraph.
Yeah, it's cool, right? Big wheel style design's perfect for going after a bot shaped like Under Destruction.
Oh, yeah.
Low to the ground, low slung, lots of exposed components on the top of the bot. But on the other side of things, Under Destruction can actually touch Seraph, and that's a pretty hard thing to do with these big wheeled style robots.
They certainly won't be able to flip it over, really.
There's not much to, like, if you flip it over, it can just drive forward and be correct again. I do love the convention of putting eyes on these big wheeled style robots. In this case, giant googly eyes. Because Seraph isn't angry. It's just a little confused.
It's aghast. Looks like there might be some left side drive issues on Under Destruction.
Yeah, Under Destruction trying their best to get around to the side. I don't know what they would really lift up, just kind of those floppy wheels. But I got to give it to them. That lifter's holding up under this assault pretty well. Fun fact about Seraph, this is their first combat robot ever. Graham Simones has got a great team to build it with, though, Team WPI. They're not really used to building the big wheel style robot, so I like that Graham's diving into that with the team.
Yeah, no one owns any particular archetype. You can build whatever the heck you want.
Sure, teams tend to go in certain directions. Like, you know what a Maryland bot looks like now at this point, right?
Yeah.
But it's cool to see the WPI guys expanding their reach, doing a bunch of different stuff.
It's fun to try new things. If you've been in the sport for a while, it's fun to take on new challenges, learn new systems that you've never worked with before, try and challenge yourself, push yourself as a builder. Got a left side lockup. Nope. This one's going to the judges. Looks like both weapons still work. Drive works on everyone. Good luck to the judges.
Yeah, good luck to the judges on that one. Graham, gotta say, great first robot. Looks awesome. Nora, wonderful driving clinic there. Tough position to be in, but that's going to go to the judges. We'll see how that goes. In the meantime, let's head over to some big bot action in Cage 4.
All right, it looks like we have some 12-pounders in here.
5.
I see
4,
Battle Tots in the
3,
pink corner and
2,
Adamant Barrage
1.
in the blue
Fight,
corner.
I think a
Robots
lot of
fight.
people have been looking forward to this fight today. Adamant Barrage by William Marchese and Battle Tots captained by Kevin Biagini. Cool thing about Battle Tots is they're kind of interchangeable. You can put whatever bots you want in here, but all of them are replicas of heavyweight robots, famous heavyweight robots. They've been to 7 events with this multi-bot configuration, doing the multi-bot thing before the multi-bot thing was cool. Adamant Barrage did a lot of changes to the bot before this event, working on weapon reliability, geometry, and stiffening up this armature on either side of the weapon. Oh, what's that? Is that a belt? Yeah, I think the weapon might be down on Adamant Barrage. That's a challenging place to be in this early in the fight.
Yeah. 2/3 to go.
It's not a bot built for pushing either, so it's not like he can gain a whole lot of control over this situation, even with these smaller robots.
Well, let's see if Battle Tots can capitalize on this, get some solid hits going.
Yeah, Adamant Barrage trying to regain control. This is a tough position for William to be in. I know he put a lot of work into this bot for this event, trying to fix a lot of the things that weren't working last time around. But with the weapon down and 1:11 left in this matchup, it is a difficult position for him to be in as far as winning. Something pretty miraculous would have to happen. Look at these shots onto the wheels. They're just chewing away at Adamant Barrage.
Oh no, Kyle, is Adamant Barrage really moving that much anymore?
Yeah, are they moving under their own volition, or are they just kind of getting pushed around? There it is. That was the tap out. It came a lot later than I thought it would, actually, just based on the amount of damage he was taking. At a certain point, especially if it's an elimination round fight, you just got to tap it out and go home.
Nah, I don't think so, Kyle. You never know how your opponent might break.
Fair point, but at that point, you know, you got to break 2 of them. It's a whole lot. Well, let's head over into Cage 2.
All right, we got Bagheera and Jackaloupe.
I am such a big fan of both of these robots, Nick, Andreas, and Bagheera from Richland Town, Pennsylvania. The purple bot with a record of 11-7 coming into that tournament. Gwen McGuire, very often our chief official here at this tournament, but lately a competitor with Jackaloupe, this dual weapon system robot. She's got this thing dialed in. It drives fast. It's got a lot of personality, and she's getting really, really good with it. I watched her earlier today get knocked back, lift the lifting mechanism to stop her from getting all the way over. Before she landed on the ground,
That's so
flipped
cool.
herself back over and went right back into the fight. And after she made the hit, she twitched left, right, just to, like, it was a little bit of Gwen in there, right? Some nervous energy with the twitch before going in for the attack.
Like a cat wiggling its
Yeah.
butt before it pounces.
It was so
5,
fascinating to see.
4,
You really see her
3,
coming into her own with this
2,
robot. It's working
1.
beautifully now.
Fight.
And she could go on a
Robots
long run
fight.
today. I would love to see it. But right now, got to get through Nick, Andreas, and Bagheera.
And Jackaloupe already has a qualification under her belt, but I think she still wants a dumpster.
Yo, yeah, absolutely.
Very similar weapon styles.
Same hub motor that they're both rocking. Comparable diameters. So I wonder if the edge is going to go to Jackaloupe because they have that supplemental lifter as well. Or if Bagheera is able to add more to their armor because they're not rocking a lifter on top of the same hub motor as Jackaloupe.
So last time these two robots faced was in March, and Jackaloupe won. But I would say this is a very different Jackaloupe now than what we saw in March. And different for the better. And you can see getting the better of those exchanges, able to lift Bagheera up and smash into that bottom plate with the weapon.
That's such a cool maneuver.
Yeah, this is just such a great driving clinic from Gwen, too, just staying on top of Bagheera, or rather underneath Bagheera, keeping them up in the air and keeping her weapon planted directly underneath the robot. Look at that, flipped up into the corner, grinding away at the bottom plate.
Oh, that lifter's on its last legs, though. The two
well,
bolts
yeah, I think
holding
she's
it on.
already lost half of it.
Last leg, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Uh-oh.
Nice pin. Are they able to get out? Yep, perfect. So many tools at her disposal with Jackaloupe. That dual weapon system really coming in clutch. And you can see, yeah, getting underneath them. I'm not even sure the weapon, the spinner weapon, is going on Jackaloupe, but using that lifter beautifully. The weapon on Jackaloupe is really more of an ant-style weapon, a weapon for a 1-pound robot.
What is this? A weapon for ants?
A weapon for ants. No, literally a weapon for ants, but she's using it very successfully here in this 3-pound weight class. 23 seconds left in the matchup. Unstick called for Bagheera. Can't believe it took this long.
Ooh,
oh, no!
Quick flip right after
that.
that.
Unstick and the flip! There's nothing they can do. Is there enough time for a count out? Jackaloupe standing by, waiting to pounce. Will Bagheera beat the clock?
I do not think so, Kyle.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Gwen rocking out with the knockout against Bagheera. Second win against Bagheera this season. This spot's getting better and better. Jackaloupe living up to the myth. I love it. Wow. Good for Gwen. Just an excellent driving match. All right, so let's go right over to cage 1. We're going to have some more big robot action for you. And you know what? Speaking of big robot action, it might be kind of a big deal. In fact, it might be a little bit huge.
5.
This is Huge versus Guppy.
2,
Guppy by Bree Rainey.
Fight, robots, fight.
And that's right, Huge by Don Dorfler. Don Dorfler returning since 2023 with this robot. Former world champion, Huge, 2022 Golden Brett winner.
Heavily dumpstered.
And just one of the first in this style of robot. Wow, they are already stuck. Guppy having a hard time getting out. But don't worry, Huge is here to help. They saw that the unstick was called for. They want to help.
Guppy remaining upside down. Now this big wheel style robot, these robots are just designed to straddle these compact verts and knock them hard. And Guppy is suffering. Huge looking relatively unscathed after that one. And do I see
Knockout.
a fire?
Yeah, not surprised at that knockout there. Bree Rainey doing everything she possibly could, but At the end of the day, the onslaught from Huge is too much to handle. The Durfler brothers just know how to play the game.
All right, we're going to hop right on over to cage 4. We're going to sky cam there. How about that? Ride the rails.
5, 4,
Just
3,
for reference, the
2,
sky cam is on rails. That's what he was talking about.
Robots fight.
All right, so cage 4, Maximizer, Junkernaut. Let's go. Junkernaut, just kind of whatever Chris Rummel had lying around at the shop. That's what Junkernaut is. Every time he brings it, it's just whatever Chris has lying around. Maximizer, however, is the most optimized Thagamizer style weapon we have ever seen.
A lot of math has been done. A lot of science has been applied to Maximizer.
And just at the end of the day, a lot of emotion. This is Jake's baby. Jake's just obsession is making this the most effective version of a Thagamizer style weapon that you could possibly have. Today, he's got his sights set on a golden dumpster.
So what do you mean by Thagamizer, Kyle?
Thagamizer style weapon. So this is the long slung robot. The front of the robot is actually that plow in the front. That's there to take impact. So he leads with that, and then he swings the tail of the robot into the side, into the wheels, into the side armor of his opponents. It is a very difficult bot to drive, but if you can master that torque and that hit onto the side, you're hitting places that are typically aren't very armored in ways that they aren't expecting. And Jake is just a master at this drive style. He gets in so much stick time in Maryland working with this style of robot. He's changed just by millimeters the height of the weapon, the height of the drive, the height of the motors to maximize the impact, the hits, as well as their ability to self-right and drive.
That's a lot.
The amount of torque it takes to spin that kind of tail flip that he does, I mean, it's absurd. He literally was ripping drive motors out and gearboxes out just doing that spin move.
Yeah,
he's had to get custom gearboxes fabricated just so he can actually achieve that spin move without destroying the robot after every single match.
I believe it. Ooh, little sneeze from Flo.
To say that there are big changes to Maximizer at this event is just silly. There's big changes to Maximizer at every event. So we have a knockout. Chris Rummel doing everything he possibly could, but not able to hold up against the onslaught of Maximizer. Maximizer's already by the door and waiting. Flo's just going to have to push what's left of Junkernaut straight to the door. Chris Rummel, thank you as always for coming out and being an amazing guy and an amazing driver.
Is Chris on Team Defective?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
So they're teammates then.
They are very much so teammates, yes. Yeah,
All
Team
right.
Defective scooping up all of the talent, one of those big teams that's a homegrown team here at NHRL. Jake being on that team, Chris Rummel being on that team. They are teammates. They love working together. And yeah, the Junkernaut never really had a chance against Maximizer, right? They're two different design philosophies. Junkernaut, literally just what Chris has lying around. Maximizer, the best version of that style of robot.
Very custom.
Very custom.
From nose to tail.
Yeah. And experimenting with all kinds of different things today. He was going up against another undercutter spinner earlier today, and what did he do? He measured how tall that blade is, where the weapon axle was, and he lifted his own blade up a full inch to make sure he was actually hitting first and hitting above the weapon on that bot. So thoughtful, so intense.
Must have worked.
It worked beautifully. He actually sliced them apart very well.
All right, Kyle, let's head on into cage 1, where we've got an MIT team and a Pandemonium robot. Looks like Sever in the pink corner from Team Pandemonium. That's Matt Lantry. And in the blue
5,
corner,
4,
we have Marshmallow
3,
once
yeah,
again.
Tom Wynn,
1.
Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Fight.
You gotta love
Robots
these two
fight.
teams. Marshmallow. Oh, nasty. Matt Lantry is the master of wheels and one of the best drivers on Team Pandemonium, but he is currently just destroying Marshmallow.
Wow. Oh, my dog.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, didn't want any more of that Matt Lantry smoke. Look at the warp and the torque that has been put onto the frame of Marshmallow. It is all crumpled up.
Wow. Was there literally Matt Lantry smoke? Did I see Sever smoking at the end there?
Yeah, I did see a little puff. I'm not sure if that was just whatever was left of a belt grinding away at whatever's left of the frame, right? That's what that could have been because it was pretty short-lived. But yeah, it was smoking. That is disgusting. Matt, you should feel terrible about doing that to their robot. They worked hard on that, those kids.
All right, we're going to cage 2 for some 3-pound action. This is the final 3-pound fight in the first round of the bracket. And we've got Knuckle Sandwich in the pink corner going up against Caldera in the blue.
These are two legendary robots in this weight class. Knuckle Sandwich, Peter Garnache. He's got a brand new weapon blade on this thing. It's a hard-hitting vertical spinner, but they are going up against Glenn Boxall. That's right, the Elder Boxall and Caldera. Caldera just is such a well-driven machine. He's got a 12-pound version and a 3-pound version. He has won a golden dumpster with this 3-pound version, but never won here at home. He actually won it in an away event at RIT.
And here at home is where Peter Garnache won his golden dumpster with Knuckle Sandwich.
That's right, absolutely. He is he's known for driving a lot of robots in a single event. He's actually only here driving with 2 robots today.
5,
Knuckle
4,
Sandwich and
3,
reigning world
2,
champion Repeater.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, what a box rush.
Yeah, this is classic Peter Garnache driving.
Caldera tanked that hit, though, like it was nothing.
Caldera is reliable, it's durable, but I don't know how much more of that it can take. Holy
I'm not seeing
cow.
spin on the weapon any longer.
No way. That was a lot. This new weapon that Peter's working with Knuckle Sandwich, it's impressive.
Tap out.
Wow.
That's right. I love that Peter stays calm, centered, and sitting during the fights and shows all of his emotion after the win. It's one of my favorite things about him, that strategy of just keeping it together. There's the chair. That's right, the chair of power that Peter uses. These are 2 golden dumpster winners going head-to-head, but there are levels to this game, and Knuckle Sandwich is operating on a different level right now.
It's not like a beautiful robot, you know, but it hits like a ton of bricks. It's very fast.
He wanted it to look like bread, which is, I don't understand the design choice, like personally, but he wanted it to look like bread.
Well, you know, sandwich.
Yeah, bread, right.
Right. Let's see that one hit again real quick.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a replay of this matchup. Glenn showing him what broke there. That's the box rush. Glenn still tanking it, still moving after that, but it wasn't much longer because it was just another volley of assaults from Peter Garnache and Knuckle Sandwich.
That was such a wild box rush. Not only did he get across the arena in a fraction of a second, but he got his blade up to speed as well and just sent Caldera flying.
That new weapon that he's rocking, he told me, is probably the hardest weapon that he has here, the hardest material in the building with the exception of possibly AR-600. So as long as you're not rocking an AR-600 blade, he's got no issues going weapon to weapon with you. And that was clearly the case right there up against Caldera. AR-600, by the way, it's not cheap. It's not something that you get every single day to put inside your robot or put inside your weapon. Very few people do it, but
only a few places even source it.
That's absolutely correct. And very few people rock it regularly, one of them being Jameson Go. Megatron has a few AR-600 weapons, but yeah, it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. So he's doing something else today with that weapon. It's really cool to see. Peter Garnache, phenomenal driver, often employed by his friends to come in and do some driving with them, which you see with Repeater. He is the second driver on that team because if you need an advantage with a multi-bot configuration, calling Peter is not a bad situation to do. So Texas showing their power today with Peter Garnache and Knuckle Sandwich, Golden Dumpster winner. And he's also on the team for the reigning and defending 3-pound world champions, Repeater.
Phew, what a pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but it feels like his job opportunities are getting smaller and smaller now that mini-bots have been eliminated from the rule set.
No, he can only be on multi-bot teams from now on. Yeah, there was a couple of events where he was the guy driving the most robots at the event.
It was in the double digits, Kyle.
He would be driving like 10, 11 robots for an event. It was crazy. So we are now getting ready for some more big robot action and a tale as old as time. Team Defective versus Team Pandemonium. Two homegrown teams here at NHRL going face-to-face, going head-to-head yet again. These two teams snapping up all of the talent they possibly can. If you've got a really good robot, if you've got a really good driving skill set, that you're likely to get propositioned by one of these teams to join. They are just growing by leaps and bounds every single day. So it is going to be very interesting to see how this matchup goes. Right now, let's go to Cage 1.
Okay, it looks like we have Torrent versus Carmen.
That's right.
Almost
Michael
a
Shore
mirror match. Look at
with the reds. Those are very similar reds. But yeah, it's Michael Shore's Carmen taking on Torrent, built by Donald Sung, but today being driven and operated by Kevin Biagini. The idea is that the Team Defective guys are actually just doing some robot swapping. They're letting each other drive their bots.
Interesting.
Because they want to like shake out what's wrong, shake out what could be better, right? So hey, if I let Kevin run the bot for this tournament, he might discover some things in the design that I could change for the better, some things that I could do differently in my driving strategy.
Yeah, that's a great point. A smart strategy from the Pandemonium team.
Robots fight.
Ooh, I love the harmony.
Oh my goodness, yeah, two extremely powerful vertical weapons. And there you see, oh man, Carmen got the better of that second engagement, Torrent getting the better of the first one. These bots are pretty evenly matched with their high-speed weapons now. There you go, Kevin getting that weapon up to speed on Torrent, knocking Carmen across the arena. Carmen trying to get back on their head. Michael's struggling here. There we go, he's got it back on, and a tap out just happens. Michael says no thank you. Kevin Biagini driving Torrent like a machine. That was a clinic. I love the back and forth. That match could have gone on for 3 more minutes, but it looked like a crucial part fell off of Carmen. So Kevin bringing home the win for Team Pandemonium.
Kevin seemed comfortable in the sticks.
I think so. Donald builds a good robot. It's an old school design, that kind of long slung body, really powerful weapon up front. Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
All right, Carmen.
Fully deep belted. Missing a fork.
Yeah.
Do I see a back left wheel?
Yeah, no, it's gone. So there you can see, putting the weapon back in place, getting everything ready to take the bot out. Michael is not liking that at all. Michael Shore, really talented driver in the 12-pound class, just not able to get those opportunities he needs to make it to the end of the tournament. He's gotten so close so many times with this robot. He just desperately wants to make it there, and he just keeps running into these roadblocks. And today, that roadblock was Kevin Biagini and Torrent.
It certainly was. Whew. And they're on deeper into the bracket.
Yep, they're moving straight on. Kevin looking really strong in that bracket. We've got some more crazy 12-pound action coming up. One of the fights that I'm really looking forward to is going to be Grim Ripper, Nelson Byros, and they're going up against Caldera 12, Glenn Boxall. Normally, I would say that's a quick and easy win for Glenn Boxall, but Nelson has been on the rise in that 12-pound weight class. Grim Ripper looking stronger and stronger every single matchup, that weapon looking more and more powerful. But what's really changed is his driving strategy. He's gotten so much more precise about when to take his hits and where to take his hits. He used to be just kind of a devil-may-care sort of driver, but now you see a lot more strategy, a lot more thought process on that weapon.
All right, we're hopping up into the pits where we see Jake from Maximizer right there at the bottom. We've got Lyndon from Pandemonium, Jillian from Pandemonium, Johnny Sumpas.
Yeah,
It
everybody's
looks like
checking out the bracket, trying to figure out where they're shaking out and who they're facing next right now.
doing some bracket math. Like, this guy's probably going to beat this person, so I better start thinking about this armor package.
It's so crazy. Like, I was talking to Jake Hoffman, as well as I was talking to Liam King, and both of them were talking about possibly facing each other in the finals and how they're likely to get to that position based on where they're at in the bracket right now. They have mathed out that bracket all the way through to know like what they have to do to get to the finals, and they know they're likely going to face each other if that math works out properly, if things go the way they thought.
All right, let's take a peek on the other side at the primetime pits.
Already starting to fill up for 30-pound robots. There you see the Aries team feverishly working away on their robot.
Looks like that might be the Waddles behind the MIT team. And there's some big Brutus robotics, some Durfler.
Yeah, there's Don working on a motor. We're attaching a gearbox to a motor right there, trying to get things back up and running on that machine.
Interesting.
Dead Rise all the way in the back, just chilling.
Yeah,
that
they've been
bot's ready to go.
hanging out there for a while, and behind them, is that the Kratos team?
That's right, Kratos, the other bot from MIT that is qualified for the tournament. And in fact, when we get into primetime action, we're going to start off with Aries versus Kratos, MIT versus MIT action. Their experimental bot versus their tried and true death machine. Very excited to see that matchup.
Ooh, who do you have for it?
I really want to see a Kratos win.
Yeah, so do they. Right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cool design, custom-built robot, really well thought out. I can't wait.
All right. Let's head over to Cage 4. We got some bots loading in. Oh, and here we are.
So we've got the Glenn Boxall, and we've got Glenn Boxall and Caldera 12 and Grim Ripper, captained by Nelson Byros. Really cool robots. They have 3-pound versions of themselves. They have 12-pound versions of themselves. And yeah, I was telling you earlier, normally I would say this would be a quick and easy win for Glenn Boxall, but I would say Grim Ripper is a bot on the rise, and that shell, that UHMW shell with that angle might give them a big advantage here.
I think it will. I think it's designed to go up against horizontal spinners. They're just going to, Caldera might just glance off of it, get launched up after impact. But is it really UHMW? Because that might change my math.
He's made it out of a UHMW billet in the past, so I'm not sure what it is made out of now. They have gone head-to-head one other time in the past. That was June 2024. And Glenn Boxall won that one handily. But this is a very different Grim Ripper and a very different Nelson Byros now. Nice shot there.
There's that harmony I love.
And this is a very classic Glenn Boxall strategy, just taking pieces and chunks out of your opponent, not going for the kill shot, but going for the slow dismantling.
Yeah, it seems like Glenn doesn't like to necessarily leave the center of the arena so much. Trying to make sure he's in a place where if he goes flying after the hit, he's not getting jammed up against the wall.
Yeah, keeping it safe, playing it a little bit safe. Not a bad move when you have such a chaotic weapon like Caldera 12s. Oh, stuck in the wall. There you go. That's exactly what he didn't want to happen. Glenn shakes himself loose. Nicely done. Lots of torque in that drive. And now I'm not hearing a whole lot of spin up out there.
Kyle, I think you are absolutely right. The lack of sparks makes me think that that is definitely a UHMW shell. The giant gouges help as well.
Yeah, you can gash away at those with a sharp enough blade, no problem. But it's a lot of air armor underneath that too. It takes a long time before you get to anything critical on Grim Ripper.
How many hits does it take to get to the center of a Grim Ripper?
We're finding out right here because Glenn's just slowly but surely chunking away pieces of that shell every single time he comes in. Oh no! Whoa, that's a lot of smoke coming out of Grim Reaper. Not sure what that is. I will have to count to see how many hits that was, but the center has been found.
The essence has been released. That seems like enough smoke to be a battery, but, you know, Grim Reaper's still going, so I wonder if that was like a weapon battery versus a drive battery.
Weapon's still weaponing.
Then what the heck was that?
I don't know. But the drive's still, oh, there's the battery. It's smoking, it's hanging out. So you can catch a battery on fire and it can still produce, or I guess transmit a charge. And I think that's what was happening there. But yeah, they called for an unstick.
Those wheels are still spinning.
Hanging off of the robot, and they called for an unstick. I love Nelson. He wants it.
You've heard of wireless power.
The weapon's not only hanging off of the robot, it's like hanging in front of the weapon there. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, come on.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there you go. They're jamming the wall to try to knock them off.
That's the lazy style unstick, they call that.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it sometimes when they're jammed up that way. We've got the 10 seconds left. I don't think they're going to make the call. Second career win over Grim Reaper. That's Glenn Boxall, Caldera 12. 19th ranked robot in this division. Overall record of now 20-15. Gotta love Glenn Boxall and Caldera 12. Still trying to get Grim Reaper 12 off the wall. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They gave up. So this is going to have to be a careful bot removal now.
I feel like if the housebot could have done it, it would have earlier during the fight.
Yeah, yeah, but now we're going to have to worry about... Oh,
what?
Hey, okay.
Grim Reaper, you forgot your battery.
Still able to drive with the guts hanging out.
It's still zippy.
Yeah, still driving well. And that was a successful weapon spin up. So I don't know what was smoking on Grim Reaper. I think there was some damage to a battery, and that's what actually caught. But the bot still drives.
Some of our builders will run a redundant battery. So you lose one, you have the other, and keep going.
That was absolutely insane. So good job, Nelson. This bot is min-maxed for defense, and I would say the fact that he still had a functioning weapon and drive at the end of that fight is miraculous. I mean, that was crazy. Whew. That one could have very easily gone to the judges. If they were able to successfully get them off the wall, it would have gone to the judges. But that's an absolutely amazing performance by Glenn Boxall. Nelson almost had it a couple of times there, but yeah, Glenn Boxall, man, doing what he does best, slowly dismantling.
When Glenn got stuck into the wall, that seemed like it could have been Nelson's moment with Grim Reaper, but Glenn, I feel like he's been stuck in the wall a few times, and he knows the maneuver to escape.
Yeah, and he's got more than enough torque in those drive motors to pull himself out. Sometimes you see somebody get stuck in the wall. Maximizer had this problem 2 events ago, where they were getting stuck in the wall, not able to really torque themselves out. Part of that new drive and gearbox that Jake is rocking is because he didn't have enough torque to pull himself out. So now he has basically the most torque of any bot in the 12-pound division as far as drive goes, just to rip his bot out of the wall when it gets stuck. Super smart.
Well, Kyle, it's about that time to award one of our event superlatives. And this one's going to be going to the most innovative bot of today. And that bot is Open Hell.
What a cool design. This is a floating robot.
Yeah, it's our very first ever hovercraft melty.
Hovercraft melty, all of the weight is in the weapon, and it actually worked, like, surprisingly well. Got some good hits in. Definitely a concept robot, right? But it was able to function, it was able to float, and it was able to deliver really big hits.
Yeah, they
They have 3 fans inside, and I think they're going to have a bunch more fans in the audience.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. All right, we're going to go to Cage 2 next for some robot fighting action. But yeah, congratulations to the Open Hell team. Really cool robot.
Ooh, Turbo Fiend in the pink
5,
corner and
4,
Termination
3,
Shock in the
2,
blue corner.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Turbo Fiend, Dima Papazian from New London, Connecticut, ranked number 2 overall in this division.
Oh, rocking the Hunchback in this fight. The additional TPU armor to prevent those overhead attacks from bots like Termination Shock.
Yeah, but when that doesn't really matter when you're getting smashed on the bottom plate.
Oh, and Termination took full advantage.
Beautiful hit there. Alex Grove taking full advantage of the inverted Turbo Fiend. And that smoke is billowing out. That's that white, kind of chalky smoke that just tells me a battery got severed.
Turbo Fiend's vitality is getting sucked up through our negative air pressure system.
Another hit onto the back plate, so that giant hunchback of air armor not really helping at this point. And you just see the smoke billowing into our iPhone camera.
Wow.
Yeah, not surprised that the tap out happened. Listen, Dima has said on many occasions that she struggles against these overhead attack bots. This looked like a new strategy to try to take them on, but that strategy doesn't work when you're upside down.
Looking a bit frustrated.
The Papazian siblings here, relatively new to the sport, but have taken it by storm, winning championships, winning fights, surprising people, getting upsets. But today, that upset goes to Alex Grove and Termination Shock. Let's watch a replay.
Oh, Turbo Fiend gyroed onto their own back. And Termination Shock just took full advantage. 3 shots while Turbo Fiend was inverted. The last one just really opened it up.
Termination Shock, Alex Grove, aerospace engineering student at WPI. Team WPI has built some classic overhead attack bots in the past. This looks like the next in that line. Termination Shock getting a huge upset victory.
All right, at Cage 4, it looks like we have Carolina Reaper in the blue corner and Arsenal in the pink.
Carolina Reaper, big wheeled robot. Go-kart wheels cut in half, actually. Very interesting. Mark
5,
Harrison
4,
from Raleigh, North Carolina.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
No box rush here.
Yeah, this is a very difficult bot for Carolina Reaper to face. This is Arsenal, a mid-cutter spinner from Ricardo Anton Caldera. He's from Puerto Rico, part of the big Puerto Rican contingent here today. Spot is ranked 41st. It's been at 3 events. It's got 2 knockouts under its belt and 2 judges' decisions under its belt.
And right now, it doesn't look like its weapon is spinning at all. Carolina Reaper kind of having some struggle with their bearings, you know, trying to aim at their opponent. Might be a drive side issue.
Yeah, it kind of looks like one side of the drive is down, but it's moving in a very peculiar way. Is that gyro, like, helping them move on that? It's such a weird shape for a robot.
No, gyro doesn't really help Vert's turn at all. But I'm confused.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Still managing to invert
Arsenal. Weapons working great. Even if one side of the drive isn't, don't get stuck up against the wall, guys. You'll be in big trouble if one side of the drive is, in fact, down.
I wonder if the leg that just fell off of Carolina Reaper was what was impeding them from driving well?
No, still down. Still that right side of drive still seems to be kind of just a dead pulley now. And Arsenal doing its best to find a place to push on Carolina Reaper. There's just not a lot of surface area to push on. Ooh. Yeah, that's nasty. So the frame on robots like Arsenal can get bent up very easily by these big vertical spinning bars. Something they need to be very mindful of. They could lose basically the top plates, the sandwich that makes the body of the robot could get separated if they take too many of those hits.
But only 45 seconds left. I wonder how many more hits they can possibly take and if it'll be enough to delaminate them in any way.
Delamination. Yeah, Carolina Reaper struggling to get any kind of control in this point in the matchup, and it looks like Arsenal's also having some drive side issues. That left side on Arsenal is just not moving at all. Neither's the weapon. Whereas the weapon on Carolina Reaper has not stopped the whole time. Final countdown, 5 seconds left in this matchup. This will go to the judges to find out who stays in the tournament and who goes home.
My vote's for Carolina Reaper for that one.
Yeah, doing really good work there, absolutely. 12-pound division shaping up to be very interesting. We're going to have Battle Tots versus That's a Lot of TPU coming up relatively shortly. We're also going to have Huge versus Severt. Very excited to see that one. Not a great matchup for Huge. The rock, paper, scissors of it all, right? You've got a very powerful horizontal spinner going up against the very pliable wheels of Huge. You can see sometimes if the horizontal spinner is able to take those hits, they're able to just chop down those big-wheeled robots to the point where the weapon can't spin anymore. It's a very effective strategy when you can tank the hits. So we'll see if that works out for him.
But right now, we get to award the most fun bot of today's tournament. And this one is going to Titanium What's Cousins from Brian Mendocino and Crafty Cat Robotics. Crafty Cat Combat? So sorry, Brian.
Crafty Cat Combat. Yeah, Brian is one of the nicest guys that you could possibly meet. He's got just a weird sense of humor, putting the face of his idol on the side of his robots, right? Titanium What's Cousins has got Bob Ross's face as armor on the side of the robot. And the flamethrowers on this bot, not big and showy flames. Small, tight, compact, very, very bright, very powerful flames. Pure heat, right? And it's so much fun to watch this driving style, watch him just go out there and do his work.
And Kyle, it's just kind of a lot of fun to say.
Fact, yes. Titanium What's Cousins. Yeah, you got to say it with an accent. That's the only way to say it. But yeah, super powerful control bot, multi-bot configuration. The original Titanium White was a full 3-pound robot, so I love the idea of kind of downsizing that, making it something that you could fight with the multi-bot configuration, and it's still very effective at that weight class.
Yeah.
Cool robot.
Fun robot.
Yeah.
All right, so all of our remaining fights are going to be in Cage 2, which means they are 3-pound fights, and that is until we make it to prime time.
So we already have our primetime bracket figured out then for the 12-pound division and the 30-pound division. We just have to get that bracket whittled down for the 3-pound division. 3 pounds is the largest division that we have here. The most competitive 3-pound division in combat robotics is here at NHRL. And this has been a very interesting bracket today. A lot of new robots, a lot of new designs have showed up. So we've seen some people get some buys because bots weren't working, but we've also seen some new bots do amazing things today, and many of them are still remaining in this single elimination tournament. A bot that I'm looking forward to seeing coming up soon is Mako. They'll be taking on Showtime. Very cool robots. But the other one that I can't wait to see, it's Repeater. Reigning, defending world champion Repeater taking on Gwen and Jackaloupe, a bot that has been on the rise today and dealing out destruction all day long. She's got 2 weapons on that robot. Repeater's got 2 robots.
That's a total of 2 weapons, you know? I don't know. Gwen took some damage in her last fight.
Yeah, she's got spares.
It wasn't a lot, but there's definitely repairs to do, and we're in the tight time part of the tournament right now, and I think Repeater's just kind of been chilling.
We also have the returning Jelly Baby. Jelly Baby's done a lot of big changes on their robot. This is one of the most successful control-style robots we've seen in the 3-pound division. One of the cool add-ons that they've done is they've actually taken wheels that have been falling off a lot. They've been coming off the axles a lot.
Oh, yeah.
They've redesigned the hubs, so now the hubs are actually flexible as well. It's this squishy TPU hub, and they've done this kind of spring hub inside of it. So now the idea is that absorbs all the impact, and the connection between the hub and the wheel itself stays intact. Very interesting thought process, and I like the idea is how do you make Jelly Baby more durable? Make it more flexible, make it more springy.
Yeah.
So interesting.
And if the part is breaking is the part that you're fixing, then you're doing it right. So props to Paige with Jelly Baby, and I'm also looking forward to seeing it fight.
Absolutely. And by the way, Paige, one of the nicest human beings, like absolutely love going over to her table and talking to her about what's going on with her robot. Such a cool person.
Absolutely.
But yeah, interesting robot. The 3-pound division is shaping up to be very interesting. And quite frankly, I have ideas who's going to win the 12-pound division. I have ideas who's going to win that 30-pound division. I have no idea who's going home with a dumpster today in the 3-pound division.
No, that's exciting.
Absolutely
That's
exciting, right? We could see so many upsets happen. We could see Repeater get taken out by Jackaloupe in this next round. We don't know. It's very interesting.
All right, it looks like we're peeking into Cage 2 where they're fixing some of the abuse that it's seen throughout the tournament today. We got Aiden with the angle grinder, buffing out the floors. And Brian Roos on the tech side of things, making sure our iPhones are in tip-top condition. And this is where the next fight is going to happen, so they got to make sure that it's clean, it's ready, it's, not too damaged.
Yeah, you can see they're just grinding out kind of the high sides in the floor, so there's still going to be some holes there. Before we go into prime time, they're going to swap out those actual full bottom sheets of plywood. But until then, you just got to deal with the fact that this floor has been getting beaten up all day long. So
I think that's part of the fun. You play the field how it lays, a light falls down, and now it's part of the arena. You got a big old gouge in the floor, and now that's part of the arena as well. And you just have to adapt.
All right, I see some Papazians walking in right now. That means our next fight is going to be Mako versus Showtime. Mako is a very powerful overhead saw bot, not hammer saw bot, straight up old school saw bot, extremely effective and driven very well by Julian Papazian.
And here you can see the doors are open. The crew says, all right, it's time to load in. And our builders are getting their bots in the cage.
So we have Ben Howard. This is their first event. They've got a 3-1 record so far for the day. Ben's from Longmont, Colorado, and his bot's called Showtime. A sound that nobody on the New York subway system wants to hear.
And Kyle, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that Mako is a shark?
Yeah, Mako is a type of shark, yeah. It's along the same genetic lineage as a great white shark. It's the fastest shark in the ocean, actually.
Whoa.
And they do have teeth extruding from the front of their face.
Not too dissimilar to Mako. When it's got that arm forward, those teeth are definitely jutting out.
Yeah. Makos are my favorite kind of shark. I love the Mako-specific shows on Shark Week when they're on Discovery Channel. It's really fun.
I was a big hammerhead guy.
Hammerheads are cool. Yeah. They get big, those hammerheads.
Oh, yeah.
Makos don't. They're relatively small, but they're fast. Now, Showtime, Team WPI. And Ben is a robotics engineering and mechanical engineering double major.
And can you remember the team name for Team Mako?
5.
No.
4,
What is the team name?
It's got
3,
Jimmy Buffett in there,
2,
or James Buffett.
1.
Oh, good.
Fight, robots, fight.
Showtime spinning up. Mako pinning up.
This is where the drama comes into play with a bot like Mako. They get that saw blade up to speed and just slowly bring it down on top, not able to make it work. Not sure if that weapon's not working or not sure if they just lost it. Nope, there we go. That's it. And they're aiming, it looks like, for the belt on Showtime. Ooh, nasty.
They do not necessarily want to send their saw into the spinning drum of Showtime.
Yeah, no, you're going to lose to that battle every day of the week. This is an off-the-shelf saw blade on Mako, and it's very effective at cutting through all of the materials that you would see in the 3-pound weight class, but not the material of the weapons necessarily.
Very true. Very true. Looks like some short swings out of the arm on Mako. I wonder if we're seeing some physical issues, some mechanical issues, or if it's something on the electronic side.
Yeah, it did seem like they weren't able to get that weapon up to speed originally. There you go. There's a full swing on it, but is the weapon going to be able to get up to speed? Hard to tell. Team WPI Showtime really eating a part of its own armor there that's knocked off, knocking it around the arena for funsies. All right, so Mako's able to get an arm swing, but
it seems bent. It seems there's something weird about it.
Ouch, nasty hit there from Showtime, followed up by another nasty hit up against the wall. Mako able to self-right.
But that's about it.
Now this is a prime opportunity for Mako. If they're able to get underneath Showtime and get a hit on that bottom plate, that's ideal circumstance for them. Not able to capitalize. Something is wrong.
They can't even crab walk right now. They have to use their arm, their overhead saw arm, to even get any sort of mobility out of this robot.
There does seem to be like a potato chipping going on with the body. That wheel on the right side seems to be barely making contact with the floor. But what's going on here? Is the drive just out?
I see wheels spinning. I really think they're bent. Which is so strange from a TPU robot. But maybe this frame had some lifting issues off the print bed.
Yeah, neither Papazian looks happy about this. The unstick has been called for Showtime. And there you go, successful unstick achieved. So they're able to go back into it. That weapon's up to speed. Mako landing on the floor with the weapon spinning. So you saw that sawdust just fly into the air. And there you go, backing their way in, just trying to get any kind of damage they can with barely any control. The weapon will spin on Mako, though. That's good to see. Julian very frustrated with that performance there, clearly.
I'm confused. I'm thinking maybe electrical gremlins, radio connectivity issues. Their saw was barely spinning, and then sometimes it was spinning at weird times.
Yeah, that was just a very atypical performance from Mako and Julian Papazian. So we're doing a little functionality test for the judges right now. And I'm just not sure if anything on Mako is functioning reliably enough to call it functional. Mechanically, it seems to all be working. We've seen him drive. We've seen him throw things. We've seen the wheel spin, I should say. Fascinating. Yeah, when your bot doesn't work, it doesn't matter how good of a driver you are. It doesn't matter how good of a tactician you are. If you don't got the tools to play, you can't play. Ben Howard, Team WPI, likely pulling home a judge's decision win for the team today with Showtime.
And that will also probably do it for the Papazians today with that Turbo Fiend magic smoke release in that last fight that she had. And, well, Mako not really making much happen in that fight.
Yeah, they've had so many successful tournaments in the past, not making it to prime time today with their robots. Rough one for them. So they have time to regroup, reset, and come back again. So we'll see how that goes. All right, so the brackets. Let's take a look right now at the official 12-pound bracket as it's currently laid.
All right, at the top we have That's a Lot of TPU. They're going to be going up against Battle Tots, and the next fight is Huge versus Sever. Maximizer's in there against Carolina Reaper, Caldera 12, and Torrent. So some familiar names, Kyle. A couple of new ones in That's a Lot of TPU and Carolina Reaper.
Yeah, Maximizer looking to make a deep run down at the bottom of the bracket, assuming they can get through Caldera 12 again. Very interesting group of bots here. Huge at that top part of the bracket. I got to tell you, they've got a pretty darn good chance as long as they can get past that Matt Lantry horizontal spinner in Sever. That is the scissors to their paper, as it were.
That's going to be a tough one.
That's going to be a tough one. But I can tell you, if they can get through that fight, they have an excellent chance of pushing their way through that entire top half of the bracket all the way to the finals for the Golden Dumpster.
And like all of our top 8 brackets for primetime, if you win your first match, assuming you haven't done it already, you've qualified for the World Championships at the end of the year in December.
Yeah, you just got to make it to that Final Four or be within the Final 5 if one of the Final 4 has already qualified. We also have the 30-pound bracket fully shaped out, so we can go ahead and have a look at that when that's ready. So here we have it. At the top of the bracket, it's MIT versus MIT. Aries versus Kratos. Cannot wait to see that. But we got a bunch of new bots in this division as well. Light Force is going to be going up against Colossal 80, and Waddles will be taking on Overlord. Synthesis 30 taking on Dead Rise. Dead Rise coming in third at the most recent Motorama tournament and doing very well today, already qualifying for the bracket and prime time.
A lot of vertical spinners and Kratos.
And Waddles.
Oh, yeah, Waddles can go back and forth.
Yeah, Waddles goes both ways. Waddles can do the vertical.
What do you think they're going to do?
They've been running the horizontal most of the day.
Okay.
So I think that they've been sticking with that design, sticking with that option. It's been very hit or miss for them when they switch in the middle of events.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If they have a weapon system that's working, they typically have to stay with it unless something's wrong with that weapon system, and then they have to switch, and then it's not the best option.
And against Overlord, a big vert.
Yeah.
With weak mobility.
Yeah, strange mobility. It seems to have powerful drive, but it just doesn't seem to have the right geometry to utilize it well.
Yeah, might be weight distribution issues or something.
Yeah.
But we're going to head to Cage 2.
Cage 2, that's right. We are still in this 3-pound
we got
bracket.
Sir Slicey in the pink corner and Attitude Adjuster in the blue corner.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Sir Slicey is not the British
Robots
robot, by the way. The
fight.
British robot is, in fact, Attitude Adjuster from Scott Anderson in the United Kingdom. This is his second time here at NHRL. I love this robot. Overhead attack bot. But Sir Slicey, this dual disc spinner. Very well driven by Evan. And they are, let's see, ranked number 38 after 3 events with an overall record of 9-3.
But they've been fighting a lot of different tournaments outside of NHRL and really putting in the work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Attitude Adjuster is doing a great job of getting back right side up after these big old hits from Sir Slicey. But
Yeah.
Sir Slicey is right back on them for more hits.
Evan Bimji just putting on a driving clinic with this dual disc spinner right now. Doing a great job trying to avoid those forks and using his gyroscopic force to stay off the forks when he does land on them. It's important because if you stay on those forks too long, you're going to get sawed.
Ooh, we've lost a wheel on Attitude Adjuster.
That's all right. He's got 3 more.
Yeah.
Attitude Adjuster able to self-right very easily there. The arm's fully functional. Not so sure about the weapon. We'll have to see when they get a pin in if they're able to use that still. Nice pop there from Sir Slicey. Evan Bimji just pricking those angles so well, hitting those corners and hitting those wheels on attitude adjuster, sending them flying.
His resets are really good. So he'll knock attitude adjuster up into the air, sometimes behind him, and he's just ready to hit him again just about by the time he's done bouncing around.
Yeah, able to take advantage of that unfortunate position of attitude adjuster there, hitting the back plate and the wheels, bouncing them into the air. Luckily, attitude adjuster compliant enough to not get damaged too badly from that. Ooh, nasty shot there. Don't know what was wrong with that first wheel, but the other three are holding on pretty tight. 17 seconds left in this matchup. Nice shot.
So aggressive. Ooh. I don't think I've seen a solid hit from attitude adjuster in this entire match.
No, but they are firing up the weapon there towards the end, hoping to make any kind of damage or contact with it. So the weapon functions, but Evan Bimji and Sir Slicey gotta feel good about that performance.
I think they know. I think they know they won.
Everything's still working on attitude adjuster.
Yeah, they may take a minor victory in the damage just from the cosmetics and the one wheel that came off, but Sir Slicey, I think, also won damage, aggression, and control, so all three categories.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty easy judge's decision after that driving performance. Evan Bimji really crushing it. Sir Slicey, a bot to watch going forward in this tournament.
For sure.
All right, so 3 pounds is shaping up. We still have that Repeater versus Jackalope fight coming up. I am very much so looking forward to seeing that. That's going to determine a lot of how that 3 pound bracket shakes out after the fact. But we are still qualifying robots for prime time in that 3 pound division.
Do you think Jackalope's going to run the tire warmers for her fight?
Yeah, can you explain to our audience, you, the builder, the engineer, can you explain to our audience what a tire warmer is and why it might be something that could help?
Imagine a cup holder that heats up your coffee.
Okay.
Okay, and now replace the coffee with a tire.
Okay.
Okay, so she puts these cup holders on all 4 tires, and they get heated up. And so when the rubber compound or the urethane that's in the tires warms up, it starts to stretch out a little, starts to soften up, and that softening is what Gwen is looking for with Jackalope. She's looking to get more traction.
A little grippier.
Yeah.
A little goopier, a little stickier, so when it gets on the ground, it's sticking to the ground a little bit better.
You're going to see that in like NASCAR races and even flat track go-kart sort of races. So it's a thing in racing. We haven't really seen it here at NHRL. I've heard rumors from back in the day that people would do stuff like that.
Yeah, heat guns on their wheels like before a match, stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, or their CO2 tanks maybe. But Gwen's the first to do it here, and it's goofy. But I'm glad that she did it.
You think it's a gimmick. You think it's a little bit silly.
Absolutely I do.
All right, well, her record today might disagree with you.
Yeah, it's definitely from the first match of the day when she did the tire warmer and not the other matches where there wasn't a tire warmer. But I'm for it, regardless of whether I think it will do a daggone thing or not.
All I'm saying is if she walks out of here with a golden dumpster today, you have to be on Team Tire Warmer after that.
Yeah, if she gets a dumpster today, I will get a tire warmer for my Subaru Baja.
All right, let's go to Cage 2 for more 3 pound robot fighting action. And speaking of tire warmers, there we see with the Jackalope hat, that is Gwen and Jackalope getting ready for this matchup.
Oh, Gwen, those tires are looking so cold, though. Frigid.
Now, over on the other side, you've got Ryan Liu, captain of the Repeater team, reigning, defending world champion in the most competitive 3 pound division in the world.
And Ryan is so nonchalant about it as well.
he takes that note from his teammate, Peter Garnache. Peter Garnache, known for just being as cool as a cucumber at the beginning of these fights, not showing any emotion until the fight is over. Ryan is no joke of a driver himself. These bots are perfect. So little friendly fire, such good coordination. Will Gwen's dual weapon system be able to stand up against this onslaught? These two weapons, which as Ryan described to me earlier,
5,
have just enough
4,
kill.
3.
They're not overkill.
2,
They're not
1.
underkill. They have just
Robots
enough kill.
fight.
In that Goldilocks zone for kill.
Look at that beautiful shot there. And you can see there is not a lot of size differential between these two
not at all.
bots.
And is that a belt from this fight?
I think that has to be a belt from this fight. I just don't know who it came from. But both the repeater bots are spinning.
And Gwen's running a hub motor, so it wouldn't be her weapon either.
No. Maybe it's one of Gwen's drive sides?
Could be. Could be a repeater drive side.
I don't know. They're both driving pretty well. Yeah, see?
All right.
Yeah, I don't know what that's from.
Earlier fight, redundant belts.
Tap out.
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
Wow.
So the onslaught of the boys from Texas, Repeater Robotics, world champions, coming in there and dismantling Jackaloupe, who's had a fantastic run today. This is the best version of Jackaloupe we have seen so far. Still, can't take on the world champions, Ryan Liu and Repeater.
No shame in that.
No shame in that, absolutely not. This is a devastating machine driven perfectly by two of the best in the business. And as Ryan was describing to me, he doesn't need that much armor on these robots. They are small, they are compact, they kind of just don't need to put a lot of weight into that. They're able to kind of take a lot of hits that other robots wouldn't just because they are so small. So he's able to kind of max out what those weapons are doing, which is why he can go toe-to-toe with 3-pound bots and their full-size weapons all the time and still come out on top.
And you know what they say about the best defense?
A vicious offense,
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, their knockout record, by the way, with Repeater is now 16-0.
16-0.
They have never been knocked out, and they have knocked out other robots now 16 times in their career here at the National Havoc Robot League.
Okay, so they have 16 KOs, but they've lost it at the judges before, right?
Yeah, they have lost 4 judges' decisions total in their life, and they've won 3 judges' decisions total in their lives.
All
yeah,
right.
yeah, it's a pretty insane stat for that robot. Repeater is a vicious machine, reigning defending world champions for a reason. Absolutely. Yeah.
I heard from a little birdie that this might be their last chance to qualify for the world championships this season. And so that could be a lot of pressure on Ryan and Peter, but I think they're handling it pretty well so far.
Yeah, you know, they're taking it sitting down.
Because of the chair thing.
Because of the chair thing, right?
Yeah.
With the chair, it's weird, right? I don't get it either. But yeah, Ryan and Peter putting on a driving clinic there, doing a beautiful job. It's a strange bot in the sense that you really do have to worry about friendly fire. It's so rare to see that happen with them where they hit each other. So much coordination has to take place, but also so much just fast reflexes and quick decision making to make sure that you're not accidentally hitting your opponent. It's very easy to get movement-based reflexes in these fights, so you do have to be kind of calm and cool and make sure you're being strategic when you have that much chaos going on in the box. So that means number 6 ranked robot. They've been at 5 events. Overall record of 20-4.
That's solid.
Solid.
5-to-1 ratio.
Solid. 20-4. 4 losses in their entire career. That's why they are the reigning defending world champions right now. That is why everyone in that 3-pound bracket should be afraid. And I got to tell you, looking at the rest of that bracket going forward, that might have been the best chance to defeat them today. And that might be gone now.
All right, let's take a peek at the primetime pits. They're starting to fill out. There you see some pandemonium going on 3 different tables. We've got Overlord in the back, we've got Light Force in the middle, and we've got
Torrent, I believe. Or no. Excuse me, Kyle. That's Battle Tots. Battle Tots in the front. There's the Colossal Avian team. Donning their blues. Looks like the middle section is designated for the 3-pounder, so we're going to see how that fills out soon enough. And we've got 12s and 30s taking up the wings.
To clarify, by the way, Torrent did qualify. They're in.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they're there.
That is a little battle tot, though, right?
So you've got qualified so far for the 12 pounds. You got Battle Tots.
Yeah.
And you've got Torrent.
Okay.
And then they also have Light Force qualified in the 30-pound division. And Overlord qualified in the 30-pound division.
All right, so Pandemonium has 4 robots in prime time, and we haven't even gotten through the 3-pounders yet.
Yep, they still have some chances in the 3-pounders as well. Listen, it's a brain trust of a team. They've got so many good designers, so many good builders, so many people with good specialties on the team. It's pretty likely that they're going to be succeeding going forward.
And it does seem like they seem to focus their bot building and their energies more on the bigger side of things, the 12s and the 30s, as opposed to the 3s, which they do have.
Don't get me wrong, Beetlejuice, one of their most devastating 3-pound robots, right? They have really legendary 3-pound robots, but they focus their attentions on that 12-pound division. That's where they really get their juice in there. They have some really powerful 30-pounders as well. So it's interesting to see at shaping up. They're really kind of taking over that side of the bracket today. Very interested to see how that goes.
Very cool. All right, let's hop to Cage 2, where we've got a fight in the box. Looks like it's going to be Equinox and Sad Octopus.
Gotta love it. Equinox and Sad Octopus, 2 of the newer robots that we've seen here today. Equinox coming in from Cameron Guerin. They've been to 7 events. They're from Milford, New Hampshire. Overall record of 11-9 with 8 knockouts under their belt. Equinox, Owen Lang. This is their first event. Overall record, though, of 3-0. They haven't lost
4,
yet.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So Sad Octopus showing their experience coming in, pinning them into the corner. Oh, they got stuck up on the side there. That's not good. Yeah, Equinox, by the way, upset Caldera in a crazy matchup earlier today. Nice shot there from Sad Octopus. Sad Octopus showing their experience in the cage, picking these shots beautifully. Nice roof shot there.
Equinox really just trying to keep the spinning part aimed at Sad Octopus, not letting them get around to their softer bits. But with their right side drive down, it's going to be an uphill battle for this fight. Oh, and they keep getting roofed. Oh my goodness, that was amazing.
Absolutely.
What a tumble.
Owen Liang from the UMD Leatherbacks.
What's up, Maryland?
Driving Equinox and currently just getting demolished by that sad Octopus.
Yeah, Sad Octopus is getting a really good bite on these hits. They're coming in fast, and it is working for them.
Look at all these wood chips just scattered around the arena. They do clean this arena out between matchups.
And it looks like a fork on Equinox is stuck in a very down position.
Yeah, still able to move, so they won't get counted out. But that is, what's the word, suboptimal?
Suboptimal for sure. So is their butt falling off in the back there.
Still spinning, still got the wheels moving, so no reason to tap out yet.
Yeah, you never know. There's a minute left, and this could still go a weird direction.
Yeah, they are now stuck up in the corner, but they're able to vibrate themselves loose. They don't even need the unstick there. Good for them.
Looks like they might have been locking horns there for a moment. Maybe they still are. Yep. Or just holding hands.
All right, so they seem to be pretty entangled now. So Unstick has been called to split them up. What a weird way to pause a fight.
Yeah, that's like their tails got tied together.
Yeah, how strange. So they're trying to separate them with the house bot now. This is the one real occasion that will pause a fight if two robots are entangled in such a way that they cannot dislodge themselves. And you can see Liam is acting as a overall kind of captain and mentor of the UMD Leatherbacks team. One of the more experienced members of the team. Owen, by the way, a freshman. Which means we've got a whole lot more Owen coming in the future.
That's great. And with folks like Liam King there, taking you under their wing, he's got a good future ahead of him.
So this is a scaled up version of a plastic ant that he made for an internal UMD competition. UMD does these internal plastic ant weight competitions just to get everybody scaled up and good at driving. So everybody drives at UMD at least once a week in a combat robotics fight. Isn't that crazy? So everybody there has a massive amount of stick time. And I think that's true across the Maryland teams in general.
Right.
They really do make sure that everybody gets a lot of drive time, a lot of stick time, a lot of opportunity to try out new things with their robots. I love that the UMD Leatherbacks do that with plastic ant weights. It's an underrated division because you can really safely operate those, relatively safely operate those, and relatively cheaply operate those.
Yeah, the cage requirements for plastic ants are much, much thinner, much lighter than anything with a metal spinning weapon. The cost that you would have to pay to build the robot is also lower. You can iterate a bit faster when it's all coming off your printer.
It's a great training tool. It's a great just driving practice tool. And I think it's so smart for them to implement that once a week competition at the school. So when they come to these big tournaments like this, it's not so nerve-wracking. You've been there. You've waited for a countdown. You've waited for a fight. You've won. You've lost. You've gone through the nerves already. So the unstick has happened. Now, something to say about the separation. There is no requirement for our ref bots to separate you in a safe way or in a way that doesn't damage your robot. Their job is just to separate you. If you get damaged in that separation, sorry. They try their best, but it's not a requirement. So there you can see they shook loose whatever was kind of stuck in the weapon there. It's just hanging out. Able to self-right against the wall. Sad Octopus coming right back in for the kill. Equinox not able to move, and that is the end. So all that separation just for that last big hit to show the judges there. And now showing a little bit of functionality before going to a judge's decision. Not how either of these teams wanted it to end. I'm sure they would have liked to have ended it in a knockout. But I will say, Sad Octopus probably isn't feeling so sad about that outcome.
No, not at all. It was a knockout at heart.
Knockout at heart. Equinox, great first tournament here in NHRL. Owen's got to feel good about that, going 3-0 right up until this fight. Upsetting Caldera. But Cameron really showing his experience with 7 events under his belt. And pretty handily, I think, winning that judge's decision. Obviously, we'll have to wait for the official word, but all signs point to sad octopus, not so sad. All right, 3-pound division marches along. We still have quite a few fights coming up for you in that weight class. The goal is to qualify everybody, or sorry, to advance everybody into the finals, into the prime time tournament. So we are still in single elimination for the rest of the time, but if you win, you can qualify for prime time, a chance at a golden dumpster, and a chance to qualify for the World Championships at the end of the year. A lot of bots left in that weight class. We still have to work our way through it. Something interesting that I think is coming up, Sir Slicey will be facing off against Repeater.
Ooh, that's going to be a match.
That's going to be an absolute match.
I think Evan can give Peter and Ryan a run for their money on that one.
Oh, yeah. I think so, too. That's going to be very interesting. Something else to see, this is a multi-bot kind of division, right? You're going to see the power of friendship. They'll be taking on Showtime. That's going to be super fascinating to watch. I love the power of friendship. Kokoto Mane, control bot with the drill overhead attack weapons. It was a meme, but after the matches today and its fights today, I'd say it's a pretty serious contender in that weight class.
Yeah. All right. We got a fight in Cage 2. Let's head there. We've got Knuckle Sandwich in the pink corner and Sting Operation in the blue.
Sting Operation and overhead attack bot. Knuckle Sandwich, a former Golden Dumpster winner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
By the way, Sting Operation not related to Team Honeycracked. It's its own hive.
Also not related to Mako, even though it's kind of rocking the same color scheme and, well, more hammer than saw, but more hammer saw than saw.
Yep, absolutely. This is Mark Young's offering.
Oh, look at Knuckle Sandwich, Kyle. He's taken off the wheel guards and put it on top.
That's what you need to do.
So it's like a extra bready sandwich.
Yeah. It's the end, at the end of the bread.
It was. It just threw the heel in the trash.
That's not good.
No, you got to keep that on.
Yeah, you should eat that part. It's good for you.
That's where all the vitamins are.
That's what my mom always said. Yeah. I don't know if that's true.
Well, I'm just too. She's here today. We can follow up with her.
All right, yeah, let's find out where she got that statistic from. Let's find out where she figured that out. What source were you using in 1984? Because it wasn't Google. Or was it 2004? We don't know. I gotta tell you, this is a lot closer of a matchup than I was expecting.
It really is, but now I see a wheel, just rolling across the middle of the cage. I'm not sure if I've seen a good hammer saw action out of Sting Operation yet. I mean, he managed to pull off the supplemental armor on Knuckle Sandwich, but
Knuckle Sandwich currently sitting at 20-3 in their overall record. Mark Young and Sting Operation sitting at 12-4. Both very winning robots. This is their first time ever meeting head-to-head. I really thought Knuckle Sandwich is just going to dominate this matchup the entire time. But they've lost their top armor.
I still think they're going to dominate it. I keep seeing more and more wheels rolling around.
I think it's going to go to the judges, though. I don't think that they're going to get a knockout victory out of this. There's, 36 seconds left in the matchup.
How many more wheels do they need to knock off?
Isn't Sting Operation like a 4-wheeled robot?
So 2?
2 more, yeah.
Oh, I guess those ones are a bit more protected
You
as
can't
well.
get to those.
Yeah.
The other wheels are just gravy. They're ablative wheels, if you will. Oh, yeah, there's the weapon spinning up. So they aren't really getting the pushing power they need to pin them against the wall. Nice shot there. Beautifully done. So this will go to the judges, it's looking like, with 3 seconds left in this matchup. But they're going to the judges with Sting Operation acting as a hat.
Yeah.
So I do believe Peter Garnache is going to pull out the win. Obviously, it's ultimately up to the judges, but the chair doesn't lie, and the chair says he's feeling pretty confident about that matchup.
I don't know. That seemed like a different knuckle sandwich than the one that fought Caldera.
Very different. Very different. A little bit more cautious. Maybe he's a little bit more scared of those overhead attack robots than he is the horizontal spinner.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah, Sting Operation, it's forming its own hive. Not a part of Team Honeycrack, doing its own thing. And developed a pretty winning robot going up against a former Golden Dumpster winner, though. That's a tough, tough challenge.
I'm not there long enough. I think like having the.
And you can see this intense rivalry between these two. Yeah, they obviously have a lot of animosity. No, they're friends. Everybody gets along pretty well back there, but it's pretty hard not to get along with Peter Garnache. Like, just genuinely a really fun and friendly guy.
Yeah.
And Mark Young, he's just so excited to be here and competing. His enthusiasm's pretty infectious.
Bet he's curious if he's gonna have to fix his robot or just hang out with his friends.
I think we've got a pretty good chance of seeing Knuckle Sandwich move on in this tournament.
What is this face shield operation going on in the corner there?
I think it's just fashion. So coming up in this 3-pound division, we're going to have Showtime taking on the Power of Friendship. Vapor Trail taking on Seraph. Repeater coming back against Sir Slicey. Termination Shock taking on Mondo Bizarro, a name from the past. Jelly Baby will be taking on Snowdrift, and Sad Octopus has earned their spot. They will be taking on Cold Snap.
That's a tough match.
That's going to be fun.
A lot of these are tough matches.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-pound division's a weird place to be. With the day starting off with a lot of bots not working, we're kind of down to the powerful bots, the ones that do have a really good chance. Something that I'm really focusing in on, Mondo Bizarro, a name that we used to see here at NHRL over and over and over and over again. Took a very long time off. Back now for this tournament. Fascinating robot, really good classic design. It's going to be interested to see how they kind of stack up when things have developed and changed in this sport as much as they have over the past few years.
Yeah, that's a great point, but there's something to be said about maintaining that same archetype throughout your entire career and really understanding what it takes to drive this robot, how to do those really specific maneuvers that you don't need to do in every fight, and maybe not in every 5 fights, but the time when you do need to do them and you've done them for a decade, it can really pay off.
Now, that WPI lineage in the 3-pound division is showing its face so far with these matches that we do have coming up. Showtime versus Power of Friendship being some WPI teammates going up against each other. Kokoto Mane, probably, I would say, the mad scientist of WPI,
okay,
right?
Yeah, I
Does
like
some
that.
crazy stuff, man. He's got amazing robots. This Power of Friendship robot is a multi-bot configuration with drills as the weapons. So what he does is he gets underneath the opponent with these big forks, lifts them up, pins them against the wall, and then drives these drills into the top plate. We've seen them puncture top plates at this competition today. We've seen them rupture batteries in the past and set bots on fire. This bot type and bot design was considered kind of a joke, something noobs would do, just like, I'm going to put a drill on it.
Put a drill on it.
And it never worked. But this design works pretty well. It's very
wild.
interesting. It's very interesting. Another thing we've seen Kokoto do is do the same type of overhead attack design, but with a flamethrower. Highly intense, very pinpoint flame. And it's really interesting to see because nobody really knows how to protect their top plates from heat. They got to vent out of their top heat. The heat's got to come out of their top plate.
So a lot of people will have slits and slots in their top armor.
And you'll see him just pick those spots to drive heat back into the robot, into those components that you don't want heat getting back into. It's fascinating design type.
What do you think is going to be next? What else can he put on an overhead arm?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he doesn't always work with the overhead attack arm. And I know he's been working on something a little bit more meta or a little bit more of a take on the meta.
Kinda.
And it's an interesting idea because it's the first time I think Kokoto's built something where he's like, oh, I could win with this, right? So that's what he's got coming, and that's very interesting to see him designing that.
Is that Esper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's the first time, like, normally Kokoto's like, I'm going to do this crazy thing. I don't think it's going to work. We're going to see how it goes. And it's fun. Like, he gets very enthusiastic about these experiments and this mad scientistness. But Esper's got a shot. It's an interesting take on the meta. It's a very interesting design. I'm curious to see how it goes.
Me too.
He'll be debuting that later on this year if all goes well. But today, it's all about the power of friendship. He also does a really good job picking his teammates for power of friendship, who drives with him, taking the top talent in the industry, basically, to drive with him on the power of friendship.
Yeah, so I know he's used Brian Boxell a whole bunch. Who's he got on his side this tournament?
I don't know if he's been using the same guy all day for this tournament, but he typically has used Brian Boxell, and he does typically pull from the best that WPI has to offer, but he's made friends all over the place here, so he can really pull from whoever he wants.
All right, we've got a fight in Cage 2, and it's Jelly Baby and Cold Snap, I believe.
All right, so yeah, Jelly Baby and Cold Snap was the last fight that went to the judges.
Yeah. Excuse me, I've got my icy robots mixed up. This is Snowdrift and Jelly Baby. Jelly Baby in pink from the pink corner. Snowdrift in white from the blue corner.
Now this is the most powerful version of Jelly Baby we have seen. Paige Clayfield from Aberdeen, Maryland, ranked 15 overall. Snowdrift, brand new bot by Jay O'Donnell. First tournament going 4-0 today.
This is something you're going to be looking to see a bunch from Jelly Baby. Just some solid pins.
Jelly Baby with an 18-6 overall career record, trying to go for her 19th win in this matchup today. By the way, not surprising, Jelly Baby usually wins by judges' decision. That's right, 10 overall judges' decision wins. But Jelly Baby has 7 knockouts under her belt and 0 knockouts against herself.
Okay.
The bot has never been knocked out.
And you can't even see the new tweaks to the wheel system with those wheel guards. So there's some redundancy going on in Jelly Baby as well, trying to keep it safe.
The wheel system is so interesting. Yeah,
she's blocking the house bot right now.
She is blocking the house bot right now, and successfully doing so. Look at that angle that Brett is being lifted up. So not allowing the unstick, holding the unstick off as much as humanly possible. That's allowed, by the way. There's no rule against it.
There's a time limit on the unstick as well.
Release housebot. She can't. They're pinned against the wall, and her lifter is not powerful enough to lift a 35-pound housebot.
Now, what do they do in this situation?
The match is paused, so that's right. Head official Jim Haney is called for a match pause.
And I would imagine that counted as Snowdrift's unstick. That went for a good bit of time. So,
which is why he yelled to release the housebot, and Paige very rightly said, I can't, I'm pinned against the corner. I can't release the housebot. There's nothing I can do right now. You back your housebot off of me. And there's Jim with the safety broom to implement the separation.
All right, that seems separated. I don't want to see Snowdrift get pulled off the wall, and yet that's happening right now. That's a little strange.
That's not fair. See Paige rightly calling out Jim there, saying, why did you pull them off the wall? I got the same question. Why did you pull them off the wall? That seems inappropriate to me. Well, we play it as it lands, so both these bots are functional and going back to their corners after the pause.
Interesting.
Very interesting. All right, minute and 17 seconds left in this fight. Will Paige get the 8th knockout of her career in spite of that interesting pause and unstick there? Or separation, rather.
Jelly Baby doesn't seem tilted by that strange exchange. She's just doing what she's been doing the whole fight. Smothering, pinning, trying to get Snowdrift to use their weapon against themselves. Doing that by pushing Snowdrift into the wall, weapon first.
Yeah, very interesting matchup here. All of the control going towards Snowdrift. She is just dominating each one of these engagements. Or sorry, it's Jelly Baby. She's just dominating each one of these engagements with Snowdrift. Able to get under them with all those little teeth forks and drive them into the wall over and over and over again. Getting another pin in the last 4 seconds of the matchup, and then another smack before they separate. Beautifully done. Excellent work by Paige Clayfield. She is just putting on a control bot driving clinic. So this will go to the judges. I'd say by the points, that's going to be a pretty easy win for Jelly Baby. You know, when Paige was showing me the upgrades to the wheels earlier, do you know how she showed me? She just peeled the robot.
Yanked on it?
She just separated it and showed me what the new wheel looks like, because it's very simple to do. That bot is so flexible. This is the most powerful lifter she has ever put on the bot, and the most powerful drivetrain now that the wheels actually stay on the bot reliably.
Well, the lifter wasn't quite powerful enough to flip Brett, but the drivetrain seemed powerful enough to stop that unstick for the majority of its lifespan.
Now, what do you think about that unstick and then that separation that happened? That was pretty interesting. She successfully did stop the unstick, and then when she was asked to separate from Brett, she wasn't able to disengage because she was pinned in the corner. So when the separation happened, both bots were actually knocked back down into a position where they could still drive.
Yeah. I think that she got robbed from a KO.
I think she got robbed from a KO. Yeah, she successfully blocked that on.
I think she still won the fight.
Clearly. But, you know, who wouldn't want an 8th KO on your record as a control bot?
Yeah.
Pretty epic, right? If she can get into double digits in KOs, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Paige, very good control bot driver. That big...
Definitely.
Paige, very good control bot driver. That big dustpan style bot that she has is so smart. And I love that lifter mechanism, the way that it works. The fact that she's able to get knockouts, a lot of it is because she is good at manipulating that strategy, that unstick strategy, preventing bots from getting unstuck or taking advantage of those unstick moments.
Yeah.
So,
putting them into a weird position once, they get unstuck, and she's right back there doing it again.
I very interested to see how the judges do judge on that. I'm also interested to see what those conversations are about backstage when we talk about that separation and what went wrong and what went right there.
Yeah.
All right, we have a message for our viewers. We're going to show one more fight in Cage 2. There are a few other 3-pound fights left that you can check out on the Brett Zone, but we are going to pause the broadcast and get ready for our prime time presentation. So please join us at our main channel here on YouTube for that prime time presentation. We are so excited to share that with you, but right now we've got one more fight for you on Cage 2 that we're showing on this stream here.
And Kyle, it's a good one.
What do we got going on?
We got Sir Slicey and Repeater.
Oh, that's right. Reigning and defending 3-pound world champion Repeater. They're taking on Sir Slicey. Very cool.
Youngling on the grow. Sir Slicey has been tearing robots up left and right in tournaments all up and down the East Coast. And I think they are definitely going to give Repeater a run for their money. Kids drive differently than adults. There is so little hesitation. I think that he's going to be able to handle fighting 2 robots at once better than most.
So this is the third event for Sir Slicey, ranked 38th overall with a overall record of 10-3. But that is going up against number 6 ranked Repeater, 20-4 overall record with this robot, and currently the reigning defending Golden Brett champions in the most competitive 3-pound division in the entire world in the history of this sport.
That's pretty cool when you say it out loud.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
5.
They have a
4,
lot to be proud
3,
of, a lot
2,
to defend
1.
today.
Fight, robots, fight.
Sir Slicey up to speed, and yeah, winning that first weapon engagement. That does not bode well for the Repeater team.
Oh my
Nice
goodness.
roof shot there, though. That's the problem with Repeater. Even if you can win weapon to weapon against them, the other one is right behind you.
Yes! Some solid roof shots out of Sir Slicey, but dang.
Beautiful back shot there from the red Repeater robot. And yeah, pinning them up against the wall. Sir Slicey dishing it out most of this fight so far.
Repeater robots are so robust, they are just tanking these roof shots left and right and back at it into Sir Slicey.
Evan Bimji, he is a phenomenal young driver and putting on a clinic on how to win against a very powerful multibot right now. But what's going on?
Is it
Oh no, it came back to life. It's moving, but it looks like only one side of the drive.
And no weapon.
Well, I don't know if it would fire up its weapon when it's upside down.
I think that's how they self-right, but I also think I just saw it spin, so.
Okay, yeah, something's askew in there. I mean, these hits have been massive. It would be kind of unrealistic to think that everything could be working all the way in Sir Slicey right now. Yeah, that weapon's twitching. It wants to work.
Twitching seems like it might be mechanical, and that it might lead to an ESC failure if it continues to twitch. Maybe it's jammed up in some way. There's extra friction where it ought not be.
But one thing's for sure, the blue Repeater at least has got that weapon fully functional. And if they're able to get some angles on Sir Slicey, they'll be able to continue to do damage.
They have a minute left to do it, just about.
And there you see the red half of Repeater getting underneath them, trying to hold them still so that the blue half can come in and, yeah, do that. Get big shots. That was almost a roofing from a less than 3-pound robot. Nice hit there. And you can see Sir Slicey is currently being worn as a hat. Doesn't look like they're able to separate.
Maybe blue will come in and help.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of really entangled there, that bunny ear on them. So 22 seconds left. This does look like it's going to be going to the judges. That's not how either of these bots want to be. These are very damaging, powerful robots. They want to end this fight in a knockout, but I don't see that happening. Everybody's still driving, and these bots are not able to be separate. There we go. Separation has happened. 1 second left. This match is over. This will go to the judges. I hope there's a functionality test so we see what's going on with these bots. So he's asking, there you see head official Jim Haney asking for functionality test out of all of the bots. Evan Bimji trying to show that his bot can still drive. I don't see that weapon going at all. So something's still wrong with that. Perhaps it is mechanical. You see a little bit of spin up on the red Repeater robot. And the blue Repeater robot is currently upside down. So it's able to show that the drive is working. But I'm not sure if it can show weapon in its current position.
Well, this one's going to have to go to the judges. And you're going to have to find out who won later.
So we do have a couple of fights that will be on the Brett Zone for you to check out. Highly recommend looking at that during the break. We will be back tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern for our prime time presentation where we will award 3 new golden dumpsters.
We hope to see you at 7 at our main NHRL YouTube channel. And in the meantime, we hope you enjoyed today's preliminary rounds, and we'll see you tonight.
Bye, guys. Thank you guys so much. We're looking forward to it.